Hello, gentlemen, and welcome to day two of the fourth annual Global Men's Summit with a focus on fatherhood. Today, leading us off, we have Simeon Copeland from the United States. He's a certified nutritionist, personal trainer, and entrepreneur with two wonderful kiddos that he does a great job being a father to as a single dad. He's going to talk to us today about patience and conflict resolution as a single parent and a caregiver, as well as the role strain that a single parent has to navigate, especially owning a business. So, Simeon, thank you so much for being with us today.
Yes, thank you for having me. It's an honor and privilege to be here. Again, my name is Simeon Copeland. I am an entrepreneur right here in the United States, Virginia, Hampton Roads area, and I am a certified nutritionist and personal trainer. I've been doing that for quite some time. But before all that, my journey started in the Boys and Girls Club. Um, I was like 17, 18 years old. Had my kids a little bit after that, maybe 19, 18, 19, and hit some bumps in the road when it came to the relationship with their mother. Didn't really work out the way that we wanted it to. Parted ways, went different directions, and now I care for both of my children, and I am a caregiver to an autistic brother as well. And I grew up without a father. My mother passed away when I was 15 from type 1 diabetes, and a lot of that was traumatizing for me, trying to really understand and navigate life. Didn't really have a strong foundation to start off with. Everything that I have now, I had to really take a step back and really reflect on, hey, what is it that I want to do and what direction I really want to go in. And a lot of that takes time. A lot of behavior it's at a young age is pretty much instilled and developed. And as you grow older, if you're not consciously thinking about these things, it's just normal behavior. And whether if it's good or bad is really dictates how your life is going to turn out within the next 20, 30 years. And I realized I had a lot of behavior that was not good, especially when it came to being a father, especially when it came to being a leader, being in a position of leadership. I lacked a lot of patience in some areas. And a lot of that just stems from being patient with myself. And that's where, I started these last few years, I really started focusing on, hey, if I'm going to get this right, if I say I want to make a difference, if I said I want to be a better father, I say I want to be a better leader, I have to instill some discipline somewhere. I have to instill some actions that really are, and my actions have to be aligned with my intentions. I have to make sure that I'm on track with what I say I want to be and want to do for my life, and all that comes from, all that is going to come from me redirecting my behavior within that direction. And so I had to change. In order for me to change, I really had to sit down, be patient with myself, and look at, hey, this isn't good. You being aggressive, overly aggressive. You not giving time for things to kind of develop the way it's supposed to develop. Not giving time for people to speak. Not allowing other people to be expressive, but you're trying to get in the front of the line and be expressive. Like all of these bad traits, these aren't helping. These are only making things worse. And sitting down, kind of going over all that with myself, I was like, okay, I need to spend time with myself more than anything else. So this last 2 years, that's what my crunch time's been. It's been focusing on Simeon and where Simeon is lacking patience in, not just in leadership on the outside, but leadership on the inside. I have to be able to lead myself. And if I can't lead myself, I cannot lead anyone else. So I started managing my time better. Hey, what is it that Simeon enjoys doing? I started managing my money better. Hey, what is it that we know we need, and versus what do I want, and what is it that I need to do to kind of what steps do I need to get there? And then if you are that person that needs to, kind of write down the projection for that, write down that projection. I'm not that person that needs the projection. I've gotten to the point to where, okay, things are going to happen the way that they're going to happen. But as long as you have the right good intentions behind it, it's going to line up the way it's supposed to. Now, it's great to have a timeline if you're the type of person to have a timeline. I try not to put a timeline because I know once I hit that time, if I didn't hit it, I'm pissed. And now I need to kind of reevaluate. And now I'm just different in that area. So I try not to put a timeline on things. But that it's great to sit there and sit down and give yourself a nice list to navigate off of, and really remind yourself that all these things need time to grow. It's just like a plant, right? It's just like you got three different plants. You have money management, you have relationships, and then you have your own personal goals, right? And all of those takes time. You have to nurture each one of these things. You have to nurture your family. You have to nurture your money management. You have to nurture yourself. And each one is going to grow at a different level. Each one's going to grow at a different rate than the other. This one might take 2 years. This one might take 4 years. This one might take 6 years. And it's really not about just reaching a destination, but taking time to really learn from these lessons that are bundled inside of it. And so just to move forward past everything, now that I'm in a position with the YMCA, I currently work at the YMCA. I left that part out, but as a coordinator, and I've never thought in none of my years being alive I would be in a position that I am in now. Right now, I have to run my business. Now I have to help another business run their business. Now I have to still go home and be a father and still be a brother to a whole nother group. So it really, I really have to spend time, cut back, and find that time to really reflect on. Reflection is a big thing. What have my actions been the last few weeks? What have they been the last few days? Let me look back the last 6 months. Am I still doing the same thing over and over? Am I allowing my children to express themselves freely? Am I allowing my brother to come to me and tend to his needs? And then once I walk into this building where I have to lead another group of people, am I being patient and open-minded enough to be okay? I see the situation. I see what the result needs to be. I see where things can go wrong. I need to align my attentions in the direction of the best result possible so everyone can benefit. Everyone, all the parties that are involved in this can benefit from it. And a lot of that comes from experience, but and then the other part is just letting things roll the way they're supposed to roll and knowing that you don't have a control over a lot of this. You only have a control over your responses. And as long as you are consciously aware of how you're feeling within these moments and how you're feeling within the time that something can be drastically going wrong, you still have to be able to be able to recognize, hey, this is how I'm feeling. I'm nervous. I could be nervous. I could be overly excited. Okay, this person just made me upset. But what is the result that you're looking for? What are you really trying to get out of this? I was telling Alicia just before we got on, I was having a conversation with my daughter earlier, and I mean earlier this week, and she, I go to the gym a lot, and there's only some gyms she can go into, others she can't, but most of the time I'm training or I'm working out. And she comes up to me, she goes, "Dad, why are you going to these gyms and you're not bringing me with you? You know I love working out with you. You know I love doing all these great things, and you leave me here at home with the other two guys. You know I want to be where you at and experience what you're experiencing." And I sat there and I thought about it for a second. She was right, to be honest with you. I was like, I wasn't gonna sit. It's like I know she loves doing these things. I know if she's engaging in these positive activities, she's gonna have a much more positive experience with herself and the people that are in those gyms. Like she'll build more confidence. She'll build more self-esteem within herself. I know these things. And before I responded, that's what I thought. I was like, man, she's right. But my response to it, but what came out was, you know, that you can't go to all these gyms with me because there are other rules and other policies at different gyms that we have to follow. Right. And I could have easily told her, you were right. You can come with me and try to sneak her in or, do things like that. But I want her to understand that she's just not old enough yet. And two, that there are things in place in life that you have to, there are policy and procedures through life you have to follow. It's not going to go the way that you wanted to, the moment that you wanted to. You have to be able to take a step back and really recognize, hey, is this really going to benefit me in the long run, or is this going to tear me down? And so that's something I always try to instill in my children, that being patient and really setting aside, hey, what you want, and really letting things roll out the way they're supposed to roll is going to help them really see the benefit of what that lesson is. And so that's the biggest thing. And I have a quote that I had to find a quote because I thought it was a really good quote. But patience isn't about waiting, but how you act while you're waiting. And so in the moment that you're waiting for these plants to sprout, plants to grow, you can't overwater them. You don't want to overcompensate them. You'll drown them. You'll kill them. right? You can't give them, you cannot not let them not have sunlight. You have to be able to let them breathe and let them develop the way they're supposed to. And then during these times where you're waiting for this to happen, you can be doing something completely different that's also going to benefit your development and your growth. Um, but that is those are some of the lessons that I've picked up on these last few years when I think about patience and what it means for me and how it's helped me become a better leader, a better brother, better father in these different positions. Just taking a step back, assessing the situation, reflecting on how I'm feeling, and what course of action needs to be taken to reach the result that I'm looking to receive. And that's just how I feel about it. And just rolling over into the next topic that I have is role strain. One
Well, hold
parent.
on just a second,
Oh,
Simeon. I just wanted to say it was really interesting that you're talking about wanting to get your daughters into gyms since Coach Matt just joined us and he owns one. So
yeah,
No, I was
yeah,
gonna say
yeah.
Simeon and I know each other, or we met each other a couple weeks ago, and during the
Holy
Christmas
crap!
holidays kind of thing. So when I popped on, I saw him. I was like, "Oh, perfect timing." So
Nice to meet you again, man. Nice to see you.
I know. I apologize. I know Bob's connected us via email, and it's just it was a busy time of year. I'm sure it was for you too, kind of thing. But once I get the million things off my to-do list done, you and me will hook up, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to it.
love it. Manny, did you have any questions before he pops over to the next topic? He's like, where's that unmute button?
Yeah, I'm looking for the mute button, and I think there's probably like a keyboard shortcut to do that without me having to move the mouse. But um, I think during the VIP panel yesterday, you mentioned how old you are, Simeon, and I think it's very admirable that you have been able to accomplish all the things you have done and be the man that you are today. Um, but I'm very curious, like, how did you come about making these type of decisions for yourself? Like, um, I think there's, people talk about angels. Like, I'm sure that there was some kind of angel that kind of guided you. And that's just me wondering, but
Oh no, absolutely, man. I always put all those answers into God, and I always believe my mother is always watching me since the day she's passed. That is a belief that I have, and that I continue to believe on. And the more I believe on it, the more belief I put into it, the more I find that it's true. Right? I've been in situations to where I'm almost died, and I'm always all in situations I've almost lost my kids, and it's put me in this state of mind of, hey, I sit down when I'm in these moments. I'm sitting down by myself, and I could be in a room by myself for hours, and my mind just immediately goes, dude, you remember I told you I have this moral compass that's just instilled in me. And so my experiences, I'm always picking out what I could have done better, because in my heart I want to do better. In my mind, in my heart I want to do better, but in my mind I don't know how to do that. So these experiences are allowing me to pick everything I need to pick, right? That I need to find the right direction to go in. So the best example I can give is um my kids, right? And when I first my kids first started to consciously become aware of their decisions and being able to know right from wrong, just because I'm aware of everything that is right and wrong doesn't mean that they are. And this is where it goes back to the patience, right? So if my son walks into a room with a cup and he doesn't have a lid on it, and he drops the cup on the floor, and I've done this before, and I'm just like, dude, why are you walking around with a cup? You know that's supposed to have a lid on it. You know you're not supposed to be walking around with that. What are you doing? And my son is very emotional. And the moment I start is the moment he starts tearing up. Right. And then I was like, and then this is what I do. This is what I did before. Give me the cup, go sit down, or go sit on your bed, go lay down. You don't got permission to have no more water until I give you any more water. Right. Now, at that moment, to me, that was right. But 5, 10 minutes later, and I kid you not, I would start feeling this guilt. And it's like, why did I tell him to do that? And to be honest with you, that's what I've been told when I was a kid. So going back, this is just the response I've always received. Hey, why are you doing that wrong? Go sit down. I was never sat down and really talked to about, hey, do you know why do you know why this was wrong? Do you know all the things that are all the bad things that's gonna happen by you just doing this? Right? Just because I know that doesn't mean my son knows it. So during that time, I would go sit down. I'll sit down. I'll talk to him. I was like, did you know that this was, not necessarily it was wrong, but did you know that this could have happened with you just walking around with a cup? You know, you're not supposed to do that. You know, you're supposed to stay at the table with the cup. He'll say, yeah, I know, but I just forgot. I was just walking. I wasn't thinking. He'll say stuff like that. And we'll sit down, we'll talk about it. And after I get those responses from him, and I'll look back and thinking back to when I was a kid, it's like, it's the same way I felt. It's the same thing I was thinking. We're not going to remember everything that you're not going to remember everything that you're told. You're not going to remember everything that you're supposed to do. We're human. I don't remember everything. So I have to remember that for him and for my daughter and for others. Like, I know you're not going to remember all this. I know you're not going to remember what I tell you all the time, but putting it into practice, just reminding him, hey, make sure you stay at the table with that cup when he gets a cup of water. Or just, reminding them, hey, when y'all get stuff, stay in the kitchen with it. Don't walk around with it. Right? Now, they might not do it every time, but the percentage of the increase from it, they'll start remembering. Now I got the one telling the other, hey, make sure that you stay in the kitchen with that. Dad doesn't like that. Or you're gonna make a mess. Now it's not dad no more. Now they're more consciously aware of what could happen if they leave out this area with this item. Like, you're gonna put slime all over the carpet, and that's wrong. Right? Now I don't have to say stuff. Now they are consciously aware of, hey, this is what the result's gonna be, whether if it's good or bad. And so that's kind of how I'm able to kind of figure things out now, is just sitting back and just looking at, hey, how was this when you did this? How was the response of that other person towards me? Right? Was a remember when I remember it, was it an experience that I actually felt when I walked away from it that I feel better about going forward? Or am I fearful about everything that I do now? Because that's what I was starting to be more fearful of doing anything, because if I do something and if I did it wrong, I was a failure. And I was never taught, hey, it's okay to fail and then get back up. At that, I learned later on, after watching my mother, going through what she went through. She was a fighter. I just never saw her give up. So that's just something I picked up on as I was getting older. It's like, I mean, she couldn't walk, she couldn't feed herself. I had to change her. I had to feed her. And going through all that was like, man, if she could go through that, I know I can, I can kind of brush through anything, right? So again, just taking time to sit and reflect on a lot of what I've been through, and then picking at those experiences. How do I want this experience to be when I interact with the person that could be doing it wrong? Or even if they're doing it right, how could they do it better? I don't know if that. I'm sorry. I can't
Oh,
hear
Manny,
you.
we can't hear you, Manny. Mute. There you go, bud.
Okay. No, that did answer my question. And I think that's the part, like, since I don't have a space currently, or didn't have one, to ask these type of questions, now it makes more sense, like, why I'm still alive and still pushing through, because I have been doing those things. I just didn't know I was doing them. And now I can appreciate it. And now I know, like, okay, now that I identified, like you said, like, you can reflect back, and what you don't like, change it, so thank you so much for your response.
Absolutely. And then another thing, I just want to point out, man, this is a big lesson that I learned too. You never know what you're doing wrong until the experience has passed. You never know whether if it's right or wrong until once you get over that hill and you look down and you look back and you look at the path that was paved. Now you can look back. It's like, if you want to make that a little bit straighter, you know what it took to get on top of that hill. Now you kind of can figure out how to make that path a little bit straighter and have a little bit more success throughout the day.
Thank you for all of that. Now on to your next very powerful topic is role strain.
Yes, that is probably the most exhausting part of all of it.
Being a single dad.
the main point I'm gonna try to get to, when trying to get to the end of it, is just being myself and knowing what I want. Right. I'm an uplifter. I want to uplift as many people as much as I can, the best way I can. And sometimes that is exhausting. But I have found that each one of these roles, is being a father, a leader, in a leadership position, being a father, a brother, a coach, and a trainer, all of my character has always remained the same through them all. Right. Sometimes I can be strained out and being a coach, but when I get home, right, and being a father and being a brother, for some reason I get more energized once I walk through that door, and then vice versa, right? So once I get energy from my children and my brother, I then can roll that and walk right back out the door and give that energy to that next person. But what I didn't realize, and all these, doing it for so long, one day um I had a long week one week, and I'm rolling. I got clients. I'm working. I'm at the Y. I go home. Me and the kids are spending time together. Me and my brother, we sitting and chatting. We playing the video game a little bit. I got schoolwork. I'm in school. And then one day I laid down, and it was a weekend. My kids were going, and I was like, "Ooh, let me." I laid down, and I was asleep for maybe almost 36 hours. I was exhausted. I was like really tired. And when I got up, I was like, whoa. Like I didn't know how much of a toll all of that was really putting on me. Because that was something that I learned. I had to stop and reflect on and sit down and kind of, okay, I gotta reevaluate all of this. I can't, even though I'm giving off a lot of energy, I'm not saving any for myself. And that was a strain, because after that period of rest, I got up. I didn't have any energy to get up and do anything, and I felt completely. I felt useless, and I felt useless because I wasn't able to perform the way I performed the prior week or the prior month before. I'm giving off this low level of energy. I'm dismissing a lot of things. I'm not giving as much time to things as I was before. And taking the time to sit back and really think about it, I now have crafted my hours to being able to take at least one day to where it's just Simeon. Right, spending time with Simeon, sitting down, doing things outside of my work, outside of school, outside of even the kids. And it's on a day of the week that the kids are in school. So in the morning time, it's mostly just Simeon time, and then in the afternoon, I've done everything I've planned to do, so I can get back to being a dad. But mostly that day is mostly for Simeon, and then being a dad. And then the next day, I could get back and being into the role of being a trainer and a nutritionist. But I think the biggest lesson in the experience was that even though my intentions are to be as available and as positive and being able to help people in their time and needs, I really don't have that wagon that's there for me to be able to pull me along when I'm in need. And my brother, he's autistic, and I appreciate him because he helps out with the kids a lot. He's highly functioning. Um, he struggles in reading and math a little bit, but he's more than capable of figuring things out. And this is the one of the main things on top of the list for me. When we first moved in together, my brother explained to me that he appreciated me. And I didn't know. I mean, I thought he appreciated me for, taking him in and helping him with his living situation. But that's not what it was. He told me that he appreciated me because I treated him like a man. And everybody else treats him like he appreciated me for talking to him, like as if he was a man, as if he was a grown up, for allowing him to be himself, allowing him to be free. Now we still bump heads throughout the week, but our relationship has been much more stronger than it's ever been in our entire lives, because I was able to help navigate what I needed to navigate at that time within myself. Okay, what is it that he needs for me to be a brother and to be a leader, right? He doesn't need me to treat him like a child. He doesn't need me to tell him what to do with his money. He doesn't need me to tell him what to eat, when he can eat, all this extra. This stuff he can handle on his own. What he does need is someone to help nurture more of who he is and how he can be a better uncle and a better brother. Because that's what he strives for too. He sees me, he tries to follow in those footsteps. And so that's something that I think about almost every day is how is it that, even though he's autistic, even though he's, having trouble understanding some things that I may understand, how is it that he's able to still find within himself to be like, okay, this is what it is. This is who I am. How do I, keep it moving forward and not allowing other things to drain him? He doesn't have a lot of responsibilities, but he still goes throughout his day with people looking at him, with him feeling as if they don't respect or love him. And I take a lot of I admire that about him because he's willing to step up and be like, hey, this is, and he's been like this since he was a kid. This is not who I am. I'm not going to allow another outside force to navigate who I'm supposed to be and what I'm supposed to do in my life. And that's something that I noticed about him. And that was something that I kind of picked up on during that time where I felt exhausted. It was like, I'm letting everything else navigate me. I'm not navigating myself. Like, even though I'm doing good, I'm being successful. I'm at the top where I need to be, where I feel like God has me right now. But I'm not doing everything I can to navigate myself to be the best I can be. All right. I can't I'm exhausting myself. I'm wearing myself out. And at the end of this, I have nothing else. Now I'm 2-3 days later, I have nothing else to give. I have to find a way to re-energize myself. Going to the gym's not gonna do it. Being a better brother's not gonna do it. Trying to be a better father, these things, this is the goal, yes, but I can't reach this goal without, again, navigating myself and spending time doing things that I enjoy doing.
Fill your
And
cup.
yeah, filling my cup. That's what it is. Filling my cup.
I got you, man.
But, yeah, but my brother, his cup is always full. He's an energetic guy. He's filled with life. He's filled with love, and I admire that about him. So I he doesn't know this as much, but I do try to mimic that. I try to follow in those footsteps of, hey, even though I'm in these different positions of being who everybody else sees me to be, I need to find time to find out who I am and what is it, the things that I enjoy doing. Because most of my childhood, I spent time taking care of my mom, and I never really had fun. I never really had time to do things I enjoyed doing. I was always either in the hospital or I was at home taking care of the family, doing chores, keeping the house clean. Um, so that is one of the things that I have picked up on these last few years when it comes to the development for myself.
Thank you, Simeon. I so appreciate that. I want to be mindful of the time. We just checking in. We have 5 minutes to go before Nikolai comes on as our next speaker. He's joined us to listen and be part of this. So if either of you would like to ask Simeon questions or have your own comments over the next 5 minutes, please do chirp in. Otherwise, I'm sure he has more to share. Ready? Oh, Nikolai.
Yeah, thank you, Simeon. I was really listening here and hearing this piece about self compassion in some ways. Is that correctly understood?
Self-compassion in which area, Nicola? I'm sorry.
What you were just discussing?
The self-reflection and self-development.
Okay. Yeah, and that was you were like talking about how you find that for yourself?
Yeah. Oh, yes. Finding time for myself to, um, find out who I am, find out what is it that the things that I actually enjoy doing. And watching my brother, how he's already full in his cup and who he is and what he does for himself outside of everything else that he has going on. I want to be able to be that too. I want to be able to navigate myself and being finding time for myself, enjoying the things that I enjoy doing outside of the other roles that I play.
Yeah, man. Yeah, yeah, and I could just hear you discussing how some of your childhood has been, and I haven't been here for the whole time, but
Yeah.
it just touched me, like having to be someone for someone else, then like waking up later in life, like what do I actually enjoy? What is
Yeah.
really truly like balancing for me, and that was, I think that's very super important. So I was just curious to know how you navigate that for you. Yeah, if you understand my
Yes,
question.
yes, I get the question. Yes, sir. I think how do I navigate it? I sit down, and again, this is more of a self-assessing thing. Reflecting on my past experience and thinking about the things that really brought me joy and happiness when I did it. And one of those things is helping people, help uplifting people, helping people become better versions of themselves, and taking the steps to get there. And I'm always in the role of helping other people do that for themselves, telling them how to do that. I'm not really taking that same advice for myself. So I pick one day out of the week, and it's already pre-planned. I got this one day for myself where I'm doing anything outside of these other roles, and I'm finding time for myself, doing something that I enjoy doing outside of my normal. So it can be hiking, going on nature walks, and these are things that I would do with my kids typically. But then there's
Mm.
the responsibility of my kids, right? So this actually gives me time to actually enjoy doing it by myself, walking these trails, taking a hike, climbing these rocks, doing these different things, and not having the responsibility of my children right behind me, right?
Yeah.
And then out there, I enjoy playing chess. So there are some spots that do chess tournaments. So a lot of people don't know that, but I enjoy playing chess, and I'll go to these areas and I'll spend maybe an hour there, just talking, playing chess with the older people, and just absorbing all of that fun and engagement. So that's something else that I found for myself that I enjoy doing. And then recently, I've been reading a lot more books that that help focus on mental awareness, self development as well. So those are just a few things that I find that I enjoy and that I started picking up on and started doing.
Awesome, man. Thank you. Sounds great. I'm also a dad, so that thing about just being alone,
Yeah,
like, and for me it can also be like emotional strain. So when the kids are not there, I'm actually able to feel myself, also feel my vulnerability, and maybe be able to like, okay, so this was how I was feeling. Wow. Like, because when you're someone for someone else, you have like, I say I have like this tendency to just postpone some of my needs. So I'm resonating with what you're saying, and I'm like, oh man, a hike on my own. Oh, that sounds amazing. I need to do that for myself. Wow. Awesome, man.
Thank you so much for sharing that. And Simeon, thank you so much for sharing your life experience and your wisdom and your candor. I always appreciate how all the speakers show up here on the summit. It's a really beautiful thing.
thank you.
You're very welcome. Hopefully you can stick around, because this is actually a beautiful segue into what Nikolai gets to share with us today. So Nikolai
Yeah.
Severin
Yeah.
is amazing. He's coming to us all the way from Denmark, which I think is so cool. He is a psychotherapist and consultant, CEO of Severin Consulting. He is going to be talking to us about utilizing personal struggles as growth, right? And our professional growth, as well as the importance of our mental health and wellness as fathers. So, Nikolai, thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Like when you just mentioned that, Simeon, around, and thank you for the introduction. Yes, I'm from Denmark, and I'll go to a little bit about myself shortly. But that thing about being a father, and like, since you asked me back in the day, Alicia, to come here, I was always had a focus on men. Like, first of all, I'm a human being. I'm also a father, yes. And as soon as that like came into my life, and just what you were speaking about, Simeon, is like then the whole focus, like it's no more about me. Like it's just completely not about me anymore. It's about either you or us. So like, and that is, I feel, is like a big story of an easy thing to put on as a man, as a mask. Like we can so easily relate to being the one that sacrifice ourselves to be the hero or whatever. Like that's every movie in Hollywood. So like just getting that story, you know, um away, and then really focusing on what we're talking about here in fatherhood. And because like personal struggles, I always say, as I've moved through 4 years of psychotherapy education, I've been through a lot of hours of self reflection work. And um I feel that every struggle that we encounter, just kind of what you were saying in the beginning, Manuel, I didn't catch it all. I came in a little bit late, but every struggle that we go about is like an opportunity for growth, and not to go too much into a growth mindset, because that can also be like a faulty way of just pushing ourselves even further to the ledge and exerting ourselves to like complete stress, and especially for men, um as the story is, we should repress things. Okay, so let me get to the point. I say oftentimes when people come into me is after they feel really bad. Okay, so after they're really depressed, or after they sad or stressed out or whatever, and I say congratulations. This is in Danish we say en lort en gave pakket ind som lort. And that what that it means is, like, I like to use just layman terms. So that means just like it is a gift wrapped in bullshit. But the unwrapping is going to be uncomfortable. Like the unwrapping, and you can say a gift in disguise, but that's like kind of like, I get it, but we have to unwrap and sit with ourselves, be with ourselves, just as you also mentioned before, Simeon, and taking that time out to know, like, here's a crisis, but what's that crisis telling me? And if I don't listen, then at one point in life, I will experience disease, or I will experience mental, what do you say, discomfort, or I
Right.
will experience relational troubles. Maybe even like my story is when shit really hit rock bottom for me, taking coke in the middle of the street in Shanghai, like for the second bender of the day. And if I hadn't been caught in that because I was so stressed, numbing out, just escaping my emotions, then I wouldn't be here today. Or maybe I would, but I'd say that probably some kind of a detour in a Chinese prison. Um, so like, and as I also said, Alicia, is like I can talk about my stories, and one of my rock bottoms was Shanghai. But what I really feel when we're talking about fatherhood and the personal growth, because in business, I feel we grow as much as we grow as human beings. So in fatherhood, for me, like the biggest growth was and is like that thing about it's all about me. But if I can keep that me, because I got to put a mask on myself and then my kids. So if I can expand in that capacity, let go of or devote myself to the new, less free Nikolai, with a partner and 3 kids. I've got 3 kids, 7, 4, and 2, and a partner of 10 years. And then I really feel an opportunity. And then I would love to pose a question into to our group here and ask, like, maybe a moment of strain in fatherhood. And maybe you have some. Marvin, are you Manuel, are you a father? No,
No, it's
you're not a
really,
dad. All right.
it's been really beautiful though. Manny, go ahead and unmute and tell him. So Manny was with us all day long yesterday,
Yeah.
which was just really beautiful. So Manny, if you want to just unmute and give Nikolai a little bit of the backstory of why you're here, even though you're not a dad, and then, you know, if there's any applicable overlap.
Yeah. So I grew up in a abusive child household. My dad was in my life the entire time, and he's still alive. But there was a lot of isolation, alienation from just the world.
Mm.
And the universe has a reason I don't have kids now. And I've kind of been okay. I'm 44 now, and I'm okay with the idea of not having kids. But during my process of healing and therapy, one of the things
Mm.
that my therapist talked about was being my own father, since I didn't have one.
Mm-hmm.
So learning, being able to attend these sessions, like, it's also helping me because I have to
Yeah.
father myself.
Mm.
And then at the same time, I do have a niece and nephew. They're the only niece and nephew I have because it's only me and my sister, and my wife doesn't have any siblings with kids either. So um,
Mm.
if I can do it for myself, but then also be able to help them in some way.
Yeah, man. Beautiful. So I feel that's so true. Like, I uh, I feel kids are like the best, and especially the first child is like the greatest he can have. And if we look at, like, when our kids trigger us, or just when life trigger us, so if we take the father piece out of it, but it's the same. I'm just gonna, because I see there's a recording, so if people watch this, they will also get it, as they also are fathers, but it's applicable also to relationship, whatever. If we see like this gift wrapped in bullshit coming in and we get triggered, right? So what happens when we get triggered? And this is not a question for the group. I'm just gonna say it, but what happens is that there's a reaction, and that reaction can be different. It can be like, we can have anger, or we can have sadness, or we can have whatever. But usually when we get triggered, it's anger. Can we agree on that? Like, anger pops up in some way, or frustration or irritation, which is also anger
Yeah,
mixed
yeah,
with, yeah, what'd you say?
yeah, absolutely. That's typically, especially in my background, my culture. That's where I come from, my community. That is always
Mm-hmm.
the first emotion that's always given. It's never, a deep, a step back, deep breath, just, any patience or a calm response. There was never a calm response. So I
Mm-hmm.
do agree with that. It is typically always the first, especially if it's something that we've never, I'm not gonna say never experienced, but um I'm gonna stop there. Go ahead, finish.
No, man. Yeah, and especially as we're men here, right? Because which emotion is accepted for us to express in the world? And when we express it, we might get ostracized. That's the best word I have for that. I don't know other words. Um, so we see all through life, and probably also through upbringing, and most of us are kids of emotionally immature parents, and I can talk more into that, but we witness maybe men being connected to, let's say, uh, what is that word in Danish? It's følsom. Vulnerable. Let's say vulnerable, but it's not really vulnerable. Sincere. So if we are sincere with our emotions, like what we see on TV, we see Batman maybe having wet eyes when, like, everyone around him dies, and it's just like, and then he goes back to work. So okay, and getting angry and killing all the bad guys. And that's like when we're triggered. Okay, I'm just going to get back there. When we're triggered, anger comes up. And usually, if we say there's three parts to human beings, there's thoughts, there's sensations, and their feelings. Okay, these are three different things, and they're experienced in communion. So oftentimes we think we are those three things. We think we're our thoughts, we think we're our emotions, we think we're our sensations in the body. And we can split those up and investigate those because they're all tracking back into childhood. They're tracking back into our adaptations. And are you guys following along? Let me know. Ask questions, please. Yeah, cool. Okay. So when we get triggered, anger comes up. And the way we usually act is by reacting. It is not by responding, because when we're responsive, we have executive functioning, like we're able to see it from both sides and whatnot. So we react with anger, and anger can be two parts. It can be the pushing away, like attacking, or it can be the fleeing, right? There's also the appeasing, which is a repression, but anger usually isn't a repressive emotion. It's got force, whether it's forward or backwards, all right? So when we get triggered, when we get into anger, we're not really like mature adults. Can we agree on that? Like if we think about the last time we got really reactive, like we're like little kids.
Yeah.
We're like,
Nick,
I told you.
I
Yeah,
just
come on.
wanted to put just a piece in there, since this is for people out there and you are a psychotherapist, is
Mhm.
talking about the difference of when you are triggered into a trauma response and your executive functioning actually checks off, like you're no longer
There are four
accessing.
different ways it can do that, but yes.
Right. And so, like, when you are no longer able to access literally the executive functioning of your brain and critical thinking, versus when you're just triggered into like a feeling and you're acting in an irrational way and you're like keyed into like when you were a kid or whatnot, and you still do have access to that
Exactly.
executive
Yeah,
functioning. And just because I think a
thank you.
lot of people don't understand that there are two different camps when you literally can't necessarily stop yourself from what you're doing because you're in a different part of your
And
brain.
can I put some words into that?
Yes,
So
please do.
it's like for Simeon and I, we're parents, right, Manuel? And if my kid, he throws porridge on the floor and I fucking yell and scream at him for doing that, knowing that he's a 4-year-old and he's like learning the world, knowing that he's a 4-year-old boy, so he's got 4 times less mirror neurons than a female would, so he's 4 times less able to read his environment. All right, so that's for us men. We need 4 times as long to learn shit than females, because they have way more mirror neurons. That's not necessarily a good thing. It depends on the environment, but I'm just saying. So if my kid needs me to support him in not throwing porridge on the floor, I might need to say it 400 times. But can I stay calm, peaceful, and quiet those 400 times? Not all of them. Like if life is lifing, I sometimes I get frustrated, and I don't act from a calm, no drama discipline way, which is something I teach. Um, so
Because you're human.
yeah, exactly. And that's the self-loving piece, right? It's a gift wrapped in bullshit. So there's something I'm not able to cope with in my life. Maybe it's in the present, like me not making enough money, me being angry with my wife. But maybe it's also an expression in the child that's waking something up in my background and or in my past. And that's what you were talking about, Alicia. So when I have like an irrational, powerful, like reactive response to something, just like throwing porridge at the floor, whether it's 1 time or 50 or 100 times, then I know there's something deeper going on. If I'm not in, like, if we're looking at Maslow's hierarchy of needs, if my life is kind of shaky, I don't have good relations, I don't have a secure home or job, then like I might be experiencing something from the past and the present. Does that make sense? Yeah, and it's talking to what you were talking about, Elisa. Is that correct? I was just
Yeah, it's like the fight or flight. So say necessarily like somebody is in a physical altercation and they talk
mhm,
about blacking out. right? Like
Mhm.
they check out and they're triggered into a space and they don't necessarily remember
Okay.
things. Like that's a very
Yeah.
extreme example of kind
No,
of
but it
what
makes sense.
I'm talking about. Right. But if you were in like a verbal argument, sometimes if something's building and building and building, and then somebody just like snaps, right?
Mm, mm,
We don't understand that there's a reason that like that threshold has been pushed to a certain point, or you're triggered
yes.
into a trauma somewhere in your life, and that's where it literally like it's a snap, it's a downgrade in the brain where you're like
Yeah.
into that different space versus when we're just like somebody said something to me that made me cranky and triggered something in like a way
Exactly.
that we can still work through. And so I think that societally we don't necessarily, and it's not justifying the actions of people when they snap at all. I don't want that to be considered. But it's rather just acknowledging that it's a different space and why we need to pay attention to the red flags that our bodies are giving us
Mm, mm.
before we get to that place where we feel like we need to snap, where that's that, and not that we need to, but we do rather. And that's that self-compassion that you're talking about, that Simeon's talking about, right? So that you're filling your cup and increasing your bandwidth so that you aren't hopefully pushed to that point.
Yeah, definitely. And let me help us a little bit here by becoming specific, right? So my kid throwing porridge on the floor, me screaming at him, um, and that's not what happened, but I can use that as a specific example. Me screaming at him. Okay, I have another example. Yesterday, so I'm along with three boys, it's full on. I want to take them to the woods, and it's wet out. So I put them all in all their clothes and everything, and I just say, like, wait to jump in the puddle before I come out. Like, wait to jump in the water. And of course, they don't do it. But the small one is like, it takes a lot of time to put on clothes on three little boys. Like, it takes like maybe 25 minutes to get out the door if I'm effective. So they do that, and then like, cool, he jumps in the puddle, all good. But then like he sits down in the puddle, and then I'm just like, because I told the big one to take care of it, and I'm like, Louie, that's my oldest. What the dude? We had an agreement, and he cries, right? He cries because daddy raises his voice. And naturally, I'm like, oh, snapping out of it. Okay, hey, dude, brother, all right. Just calming him down and apologizing, not mansplaining, just apologizing, taking responsibility for me, making him accountable for what is my responsibility. And also the young one was now wet and crying. So just calming everything down. But my instant response was that and that comes from me not being sufficient, of me not
Mm.
being a good enough father, of me always like having to have everything done, the lunches, the clothes, everything is just set out. And I was just pulled straight into experiencing how my childhood was going out the door. Like, I have to have this internal feeling of stress before I know that we're going out the door. So that is just laying like subconsciously in my mind. Therefore, I'm screaming at them, and they're just sitting in the water. And when I got him in and like took off his clothes, he wasn't even wet at all. Like, everything was good. I just like I was not present. So I
Yeah.
had a irrational response to a very, let's say, a minor thing. Like, he just gets wet. So what? We just put on new
Yeah,
clothes, right?
benign. Yeah.
Yeah, benign thing. Yet the response was coming all the way back from the past. And the way to process that, which I think is might be interesting here for us who experience new triggers through the way, and for you, Manuel, and also Simeon, if this resonates, like, is in that moment I become an immature child myself. Like, I'm just screaming, rah! And if I feel into that body, if I feel into those thought patterns that are in right that moment, if I feel into the emotions in that moment, I can actually ask myself, how old am I being right now?
Mm.
How old am I being right now? And boom, back Nikolai, maybe 4 or 5 years old, and having an experience of needing to get out the door, and my mother pulling my arm and me feeling very wrong for not doing it the way like you're supposed to. So I'm just wrong. Okay.
Right.
So what did that little boy need? He needed patience. He needed connection. And when I'm feeling into it right now, I feel my stomach like he also needed to just feel safe.
Yeah.
And when all of that is like met, I can feel, when I feel into that, my nervous system and my emotions, and just saying like, hey, doing a great job, daddy. You're doing a great job, Nikolai. I immediately soften up. I immediately come into contact with my emotions, with my sensitivity. And these human beings, like up until 12 years old, right? We don't have what we call mentalization. So we cannot reflect from another person's point of view. And it's a little bit older for boys. So we're all emotions, we're all body. And the way we utilize our thoughts is just for fitting in. It is just for adaptation so that we survive in the least possible painful way. So just asking into ourselves, how old? How does I feel? What do I need? Like, what does that little kid need? And if we have a certain moment in time, back then, this is usually we do this in a therapy session. But if we have a moment in time, we remember this sequence. Now we have as adults, right, Manuel, as you say, if I were to father Manuel 4 or 5 years old, reacting in this moment, having a discussion with my wife, like what would the mature adult need? Or what could he do for the little child? And then taking like our own little child, our own nervous system, all these chemicals, taking them in the hand and saying, hey, I know you need to be felt, seen, and heard. And right now, you're just sad. And saying, hey, wife, I'm sad. Okay, you're sad. Interesting. Like, where did that come from? And then you might have a discussion, a more open discussion, but at least we're in sincere, authentic connection with ourselves. And that is maturely fathering ourselves. Like that is, I've cried with my boys many times, and I do it more and more because I see I still fuck up, just being a human, but I own up to it and I authentically apologize to them. And I make sure that I make sure I stand in my own feet so I don't put my emotions on their shoulders. Like that's my own upbringing, being a very early parent. And maybe I can just touch quickly upon that. And that is maybe we can mute Simeon. And that is like a middle class kid, broken family. Parents were emotionally and relationally immature. We had Second World War grandparents, so there was a lot of pressure put on there. There was abuse, there was violence, there was suicide. In my stepdad, he killed himself, and he was abusive. So, like, as soon as I had my oldest son, I just began. Oh fuck, man! I was mirrored like every day for the first 2 years, and one particular experience I had, which is the second topic, Alicia. Right? What's the second topic?
Was the mental health and wellness and how that impacts you as a father, the
Yeah.
importance of improving it.
Exactly. Because if I don't father myself well, like just like you said, man, if I don't father myself well, I can't father my kids well. And that's the first stop. Like I gotta expand my emotional, my relational capacity inside myself. Like the relations are there outside myself, but it's an internal family system. That's a guy called Dick Schwartz. He's got this beautiful method of working, but it's my internal relationship to myself. Every time I get triggered, boom, there's a gift wrapped in bullshit. Let's look at that ineffective way of acting in the world, and asking it, where does it come from? What does it need? How can I, grown adult, tend to this in an authentic and sincere way, where I don't have to just put on another social mask so that I can cope in the world. And coping is another thing. Nonetheless, since I had my first child, I had an experience after he was 3 weeks old. And I feel this might resonate with I think this might resonate with the men watching the recording, perhaps. So me being a very masculine, very emotionally detached, very cognitive. I could talk about all my traumas, but I never felt them. That's another thing. Like if we feel that we can talk about past trauma and we haven't really worked with them through coaching, through healing, through therapy, whatever, and we just talk about them, then we know we're not getting the full experience. Like we're not getting the regulation of getting the body and the the nervous system up to speed. Like we're just talking about it. We're neck up. So my first kid, Hugo Louis, fuck the light of my day. And the others are as well, of course. But this guy, he's like my teacher. And he's crying one night, and I'm masculine dad. I remember my mother and my sister was there, and Mia, my wife, was there. And I'm like, okay, so I'm gonna sue this child. I'm gonna help him to stop crying because that was my objective. Very masculine. Here's a problem, I solve. Okay, so how do I do that? Well, I take him up here. I take him like this, and I'm unbeknownst to me having so much difficulty with him expressing emotion. I'm not seeing this. I'm just seeing an issue that I need to solve. And because I'm the man and my mom is there and my sister is there, and I'm like, I've got this. I'm a first time dad. Like I know nothing, like zero.
Love your
Um,
humility.
yeah. So I know nothing. Like I've read some books, but like this is experiential. You can't read your way to this. Yeah, good luck, I'd say. That's just another mask of the mind. Nonetheless, having him there, and I'm thinking I am. What's that word? What's that word when we with kids and we
You
it's
like
not
assuaging them or like
just
consoling
yeah.
them in some
Yeah,
way?
consoling. Yeah, I
Consoling?
think I'm consoling, but what I'm doing is that I'm solving a problem. Very masculine. I'm solving a problem here. Like my wife, she comes in and she tells me about something she experienced, and I'm like, okay, you want me to solve that? I'll help you solve that. What are you talking about? And then she leaves because she doesn't want me to solve it. She wants my affection. She wants my presence. Same with the kid.
We had this whole
Okay,
conversation yesterday.
yeah, you know it, you know it. That's the three golden questions. Like, you want me to listen or solve your problem, and then keeping up that promise, whatever you do as a man, at least. Also for a masculine woman, like so. Okay, so I'm
Sorry for
calming
interrupting. I
my
just thought
no man, it's all good. I'm calming my son, and he just keeps on crying, and at one point, um he um he starts saying less. So I feel like the harder I go back and forth with him, the less he's saying, the less he's saying. And at one point he stops, but when he stops, I'm like bouncing around, really. And we're talking about an infant. So I'm just way too rough with this kid. He stops crying. And I've worked with this a lot in therapy. So it's somewhat shameful, has been shameful to say this. And he stops crying. And I'm like, okay, problem solved. And then I give him to my wife, and she nurses him. And I just see he's not like, he's quiet, but he's like, and then begin crying with her, with the breast and with the nursing. And I was just like, that was like a freeze moment for me, that was so extreme what I did right there. And that was because I had a limitation for capacity. And I know by reading that kids and also our own reactions when we react as human beings, like if we can be a loving space for that, I know that there's no bad intention with whatever action that the kids are expressing.
right.
So I was like, I know I need to do some work here. And that's almost 8 years ago now. And then I just started men's work, and I started looking inwards, and I acknowledged that I had shit to do, and to be like the shield for all the transgenerational trauma. I had to
Right.
level up my game, and it was all in. It's no, like, the kids are good, all right? The kids are all right. We need to look inwards to expand our capacity to hold what they show us we can't hold, or what my wife shows me I can't hold, or what society shows me I can't hold. Like me watching too many news and just getting triggered all the time. There you go. There's a gift wrapped in bullshit, and it's like it's not in the present moment. So ah.
I think the American phrase that might be similar is looking for the silver lining.
That sounds like a beautiful movie I watched once. Um, so
Like I ask myself when bad things happen, I'm just like, okay, like what's the silver lining here? Like,
what's
what
the
do I need
silver
to learn?
lining?
What
Yeah,
makes this like pain or irritation worth it?
yeah. No, I like expressing it in that way because, like, when I say it's a gift wrapped in bullshit, like oftentimes, like, let's get into the body. Let's stop having a discussion cognitively about things, and let's starting having an experiential way of like regulating, getting back into regulation. So I know that I can entertain with great stories and evoke emotion, but what I feel is most important is that life is the real thing. It's the real deal. It's not when we're sitting here and having conversations. It's when we get out there, or if we have a face-to-face conversation here, like if we get into the rough here. And that's why I'm like, let's let's take it down a notch, because, or at least that's my story. That's why I feel so passionate about it. My story is like mentalizing everything, and that's a great tool for protection. But for progressing, no, for processing, it might be at least also in the society, it might be a tripwire to just never dealing with what's going on neck down. And yeah, I love if there's any questions, or like I could go on, and I would love a conversation more than me just like sitting here
Just that.
talking. But
Well, we do have 7 minutes until our next speaker, Craig, it gets to be on. So getting to be mindful of the time. I do appreciate your candor and all of your wisdom and your shares today, Nikolai. And gentlemen,
yeah,
of course, as Nikolai asked, go ahead and unmute, ask questions, comments, etc.
else I'll just continue.
So when you were talking about our executive function, because I just recently got officially diagnosed as having ADHD.
Mhm,
Um, I still feel like I'm somewhat on the spectrum.
mhm,
My wife is also in mental health. She's a social worker.
mhm,
She doesn't see the possibility that I could be autistic,
mhm,
but that's just something that I believe in myself. But
mhm,
I don't know. But one thing, something happened last night where we were talking. I was telling her like, I know all the things I need to do, but things trigger me, and it really impacts my executive function to the point where I'm basically like, paralyzed. I
mhm,
can't function. And I think Simeon even talked about how he slept for 36 hours. Like
mhm, mhm.
that's a lot of my rumination, like takes so much energy out of me that after my 8 hour shift at work, like I can't see myself pushing any further because it's all in my head. Like it's just, and
Yeah,
that's
man.
kind of where I'm at now, is trying to figure out, I guess, and maybe this is a little bit what you talked about the gift wrapped in bullshit. And I really do like that metaphor. Um, because I've always heard looking for a silver lining, and that never really resonated with me.
Mhm.
Um, but you putting it into those terms, gift wrapped in bullshit, like makes so much sense because there is a lot of gifts that I have within,
Yeah, man.
but because of all the crap, it's kind of hard to see. And um, but it doesn't take away that the gifts are still there. So it's kind of like trying to chip away at that bullshit, clean. It up.
Yeah,
So I appreciate you bringing that up. And it was
yeah, man.
just like amazing because I was literally just talking about that with my wife yesterday. Like, I know what I need to do, and I have the skills to do really great in an area, but there's some certain things that don't align with my values that make it very, very hard. Um, that now my next step is trying to figure out, like, how do I navigate those feelings? How do I guess, put them in little sections so that, or like she told me last night, having boundaries, especially with work, because yeah, there's a lot,
Yeah.
and
No,
I
it's beautiful,
appreciate it.
man.
Yeah.
Thank you. I truly appreciate it. Yeah, boundaries. That's I love to call boundaries expressions of self-worth, because I feel values might sometimes go around the idea we have about ourselves. So then again, we're working on a mentalization of who we are and how we see ourselves. So if you're looking into values, that values come from when you feel overstepped, yeah. So when self-love, like when someone gets so close to you that you can't help but react, you're in connection with something that's valuable to you, right? So that's when you can begin to look at values, because like I love leadership, and I love courage and all that stuff. But when I really found my values is when I'm really pushed to my limits, whether that being in my relationship or as a father or in business, is that when something triggers me so deeply that I get very reactive, then I know now you're getting close to a point that is so close to my heart that I need to put a boundary. Okay, does that make sense? Yeah. So that's a different way I look at it, because I did, like, I think maybe 4 or 5 years of just doing my values, and it was just mind-based. And I feel the more we look into what really moves us, and oftentimes we're moved when something is really getting close to us. So that's
Oh no, freezing happened. We've been really lucky. This has only happened one time yesterday, and now once today. So hopefully he will get to join us soon. Uh, it'll click back in. We're so close. We only had like a minute left too. Craig's ever so patiently waiting. Craig, what time is it in South Africa right now? I don't
What
remember.
time is it? It is 6:20 in the evening.
6:20 in the evening. Oh, thank God.
In
It's
the
not
evening.
like some like crazy
No,
time
no, no,
that
no,
in
no, no,
Melbourne.
no. Absolutely. Oh, thank goodness for that. That
Yeah,
works out
no,
quite nicely.
no. I'm so glad for you to be here again today. Thank you for joining us yet again for one of the summits. It's been fun to have you on the journey.
Fantastic. Well done for setting it up.
Thank you. It's been honestly, I think it's been the best one yet by far
Really,
that we've
that's
had.
great.
Yes, that
Yeah,
we've had in
yeah.
the last 4 years.
Yeah.
So
Well,
that's been
sometimes it takes a
phenomenal.
good woman to mobilize men, huh?
Ah, that's so sweet of you to say. Thank you very much, my friend.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, it looks like Nikolai is back on. We'll give him the opportunity to wrap, and then
I'll
I
just
will
wrap this.
introduce you.
Yeah, I'll wrap this. And I also see Craig here. Like, Craig, I bumped into you, I think maybe 8 years ago or 9 years ago with your first dad course or something. It
Oh,
was a
right,
long
right.
time ago. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So great to see you face to face.
It's
Um,
amazing.
no-
Just
Nonetheless, I
small
just
world.
wanted to point to the body, like letting the body also, Manuel, be a guide to how we're feeling. Because if we're not in touch with our emotions, we can just look at our body. And our body is oftentimes telling us what we're actually not able to emotionally understand or embrace if we've shut that down through many years. Yeah. So I oftentimes say, when we're triggered as men, and I love these very layman terms, like just relax your asshole, like, because you'll feel the first tension coming up from downstairs, and then you're off to the races. All right. So that's the Dane, wrapping it up with a very not too academized words. Thank you so much for today. I got 3 little boys and a wife cooking inside, so I have to go in and support
Okay.
what's important.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your candor. I love the funny little phrase to wrap up your your session, and I'll make sure to get you the recordings as well so that you can watch them at your leisure later if you would.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for doing this, Alicia. And great to see you, all you powerful men stepping in here and sharing your hearts. Much love. Be well. Peace.
Thank you so much. And also, Nikolai, please do give my gratitude to your partner for supporting you to get to be here today.
I will. Thank you,
Thank
Alicia.
you.
Bye.
You're very welcome.
Bye.
See you later. Connect soon. What a fantastic session. Our day is off to an excellent start. So without further ado, we have the fantastic Craig Wilkinson joining us from South Africa. He is the founder of Father Nation. He is an author, a speaker, a positive masculinity and dad coach. And he is going to talk to us about the 5 crucial commitments of being an excellent father. And it's going to be fun. I'm very interested about the naming your child's identity. Then we have creating a sanctuary. And I'm just going to let him go through all of them because it's going to be quite the interesting list. Craig, thank you as always for joining us today. Oh, you're on mute, my friend.
I'm on mute. Rookie
There we
error.
go.
Rookie error. Relax my ass. No, it's always great. I mean, one of the beautiful things about the world now is it's so small, and to get the brotherhood of sisters and brothers gathering together and just sharing it's just fantastic. And what's also wonderful is just realizing that, man, we're all the same. We're all the same issues, same essence, same passions, desires, fights, struggles, and it's beautiful, and the wisdom of the collective is always just mind blowing to me. I do a lot of work with men in corporations and in different settings. And one of the things we do is we get the guys to tell their story. And I always say to the guys, I don't want to know your biography. Give us that briefly, where you were born, etc. I want to know your deepest challenges, your deepest struggles, your greatest triumphs, your core values, the things that key. And whenever we start that, I always say to the guys, this is sacred ground. We're standing on sacred ground. When we listen to someone else's story, authentic story from the heart, it's a beautiful thing and it's a sacred thing because we tend to see the external, don't we? I look at Coach Matt and I see a strong dude there, full of confidence and vigor, but I don't know the story inside, man. I don't know the things that keep him up at night. And the more we get to know that, the more we're able to walk as brothers in strength. This last International Men's Day, I don't know if you know that, but the theme was zero male suicide. Zero male suicide. It was a powerful theme because, and I actually was in Cape Town at the time and was driving through this beautiful mountain pass called Chapman's Peak. It's one of the most scenic routes in the world, just hugging the coast through. But 5 years ago, a very close friend of mine actually took his life there. He drove up there, parked his car, and he went down to a ledge and he shot himself. And so I went to the ledge and just did a podcast and said, when you compare the absolute beauty of this setting to the tragedy of that particular event and what was going on inside him, compared to what the external environment was. That's often what we see. And so, Alicia, keep up this great work because men need this, and I wasn't joking when I said it often takes a woman to mobilize a man, the books that I've written, I'll often do talks at a school to a parent group or something, and we'll sell books at the back. And so often I've had a guy come up and say, I need to buy your book. My wife told me I have to. It's not like he volunteered it. He had to do it. So good work and good to be here. And just in a very short period of time, I'll just give my brief story. And as you said, those commitments and the gifts that we need to give, every good dad needs to give. And my son this last year turned 30. Makes me feel very ancient. We had the privilege of traveling to France. He lives in New Zealand. I live in South Africa. We traveled to France to watch the Rugby World Cup. Not something Americans know too much about. Hey, it's not big in the US. But we did a road trip together. He turned 30, and it was just wonderful spending time. My daughter's 27. And this fatherhood journey for me has been absolutely life-changing. When my daughter, who's now 27, she was 2.5 years old, doctors diagnosed her with a small hole in one of the walls of her heart. Nothing life-threatening, but something that needed to be corrected. And they said she had to go for surgery, and luckily surgery now, instead of open heart surgery where they open up the heart and sew it up, it's a catheter that goes into the vein in the groin and goes up into the heart and puts this little device. Incredible. And then skin grows over it. So 2-hour procedure and 2 or 3 stitches. But she was terrified. The day of surgery came, she was terrified. And we got to the hospital, and I said to the doctor, the surgeon, please, can I just come into the theater with her? Just hold her, just to alleviate her fear. And he very kindly said, yeah, sir, we don't normally allow this, but sure. So I had to wash up, scrub up, mask up, everything. And they allowed me to carry her into theater, hold her in my arms, and even allowed me to hold the gas mask over her face that put her into a state of sleep. Once she was asleep, I handed it over to the surgeon. I had to leave the theater. Anyway, operation was a great success. And I was there too when she came around, so she fell asleep in my arms, came around when I was in the room. But 1 month later, great success. She was out the next day running around. 1 month later, we were at my house and we were having in South Africa, we call it a braai. You call it a cookout or a barbecue. And we were in the backyard with a bunch of mates and standing in a circle. And Blythe was standing next to me, holding onto my leg. Those of you who have daughters and siblings would know they do that. And one of my friends said to her, Blythe, I believe that you were in hospital recently. And she looked up at him and she said, yes, she said, my heart was broken. That's how she saw the thing. And then she said, but my daddy fixed it. And I tell you, it was a moment that just changed my life because firstly, I teared up. I had to leave the room and regain my masculinity and then come out, But the gift she gave me that day was seeing myself through her eyes, seeing myself as a father through her eyes. And in her eyes, I was her hero. I was her everything. I was the man who could fix her heart. And I realized that I did hold her heart in my hand in many ways, that fathers hold the hearts of their daughters and their sons in their hands, and how they pitch up as a father and as a man will have a massive impact on their lives. And so I looked in the mirror, figuratively speaking, that night, and I had to ask myself, am I that man? And the answer came back, in some ways I am. I'm a committed, passionate father, but in other ways, man, I'm work in progress. None of us arrive at adulthood whole. We have stuff that we've dealt with. I mean, life is brutal. The journey from boy to man is a brutal one. It's a tough one. The journey from girl to woman is also in different ways. That the challenges and the issues we face are different. But and I realized then, that being a great father was a parallel journey. The two streams. The one stream, the one area is to work on yourself as a man, is to become the best man you can be, to deal with your issues. Your previous speaker was talking about, your body speaks to you, but there's so many ways that we can find out where are things not perfectly right, Do I have anger issues? Do I have addiction issues? Do I have anxiety? There's so many ways we can ascertain that, I'm not exactly who I should be. I'm not exactly whole. Do people come alive in my presence? Is my wife a better woman because I'm in her life? Are my children better children? Is my country a better country because I'm a citizen of that country? There are many ways we can look at it. But this journey of becoming the man that you want your daughter to marry one day, becoming the man that you want your son to be one day, because we as fathers can only impart to our children what we have inside to impart. And the second truth there is that what we do have inside, we will impart whether we like it or not. If I'm a dad who has, who's a racist, I'm going to impart that to my children. Whether, they're going to hear me saying things, see me react to things. If I'm a man who's a misogynist, the way I treat women, the way I treat their mother, what I have inside, I am going to impart to them. That's the one. And the other thing is I can only give to them what I have inside, the journey that I have inside. So for me, being a father was the most inspirational thing that ever happened to me because I had to be okay, and not just okay. It wasn't just a matter of paying the bills. It was a matter of being the man that I want my daughter to marry, being and becoming the man that she wants and needs me to be. And so that journey of self-development, of growth, of looking in the mirror, is such a crucial one for every one of us as men. Going back to suicide, men commit suicide 4 times more than women, globally, not just in South Africa, all over the world.
Yeah,
Some are
3 to 6 times, depending on the country's statistics you're
right.
looking at, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, depending on, and one of the reasons is we don't talk. One of the reasons we're not vulnerable. The one reason, we hold on to all of our stuff and deal with it. And so this journey of getting feedback, looking in the mirror, dealing with our stuff is absolutely crucial. And that's really the first big commitment we need to make to our children, is for me to become fully whole, for me to become the man that I want my son to become, the man that they need me to be. And that discussion is a weekend seminar in and of itself. The self-examination, the self-awareness. What I get a lot of the guys who come to our seminars to do is to send an email to 5 people. 5 people that are close to you, that know you. It can be a wife, a colleague, a friend, a child if they're adult, whoever, someone that you know is going to be honest with you, and ask them to give you feedback and say, I'm on this journey, and please would you share with me 5 to 10 things about me that you like, admire, respect, really aspire to. And then also please share with me 5 to 10 things that I could do to become a better man. And it's a beautiful exercise, because most of us men, and I'm speaking to men, Alicia, but there's so much of the same applies to women. We fall into one of two alleys. And the one, the bowling alley, you want to hit the pins, but the gutters on either side. The one gutter is a lack of self. It's a distorted self-perception, but it's on the side of negativity. It's, I don't measure up. I'm not enough. I don't really have what it takes. It's a sense of I'm not the real deal. And most men cover up. Most men have that sense of inadequacy. And the other side is men who are, that's the more narcissistic side, the arrogant. I've got it all together. I'm God's gift to creation. And what we need to do is find that center lane where we hit those 10 pins down, we hit life, squarely, where we have an accurate understanding of who we are, and we have a self-love and a self-acceptance and a self-belief. The 3 areas where men really get damaged the most are the areas of identity, of validity, and belonging. And most men grow up, and women too, Elisa, you'd know this too, with an inadequate sense of self, inadequate sense of my idea. Who am I? What makes Craig? I love that scene from the movie The Gladiator, where the gladiator's in this arena surrounded by thousands of people, and he's won, and the emperor comes down and he's got his mask on and he says, "Gladiator, what's your name?" I don't know if you've seen the movie, guys. You know the movie. And he's scared to take his mask off, because if he does take his mask off, he's probably going to be killed. And most of us men are the same. We have a mask and we don't want to take it off, in case, if we take it off, will people really love and admire and respect me for who I really am, with all my weaknesses and foibles and stuff that I go through at night? Eventually takes off the mask, but he stands there and he says, "I am Maximus Aurelius, husband of a murdered wife, father of a murdered child, and I, commander of the armies of the true, but the way he states this, he knows exactly who he is. And he states it with chilling conviction in front of thousands of people, And for us as men to be able to get to the point where we're able to say, "I am Craig Louis Wilkinson, and this is who I am," it's something I'm still working on, I turn 60 next month, which is a big number. I'm trying to get my head around, but it's not an easy thing to do. But I'm still on that journey. Who am I? Am I valid, legitimate? My place in the world? These are things that are so crucial for us as men to know, but we often don't. And so that first gift of the Father, go on that journey. Go on that journey. The second gift is, and sorry, we're summarizing this in a very short way. The second gift is to call them out, to see them. Coach Matt, you know this. So many great performers were spotted, weren't they? They were discovered. A scout went and saw this immense talent in a pool. This kid just immensely talented, and the kid didn't even know he was talented. He was probably in some backwater where it wasn't even acknowledged. But the point is, we need to see our kids. We need to see who they are, get them, understand them. I have 2 kids. I come from a family of 4 kids. It's astonishing how different every one of us is. And every single human being has a deep desire to be seen, to be got. Often people fall in love with the first person who gets them. you can imagine sitting there as a father one day, you know, watching a game Saturday afternoon. You hear the doorbell ring, and you go and you open the door, and here's this dude standing there, man, with dreadlocks and a cloud of dope smoke around him, and a motorbike, you know, and Led Zeppelin t-shirt, you know, it's satanic, you know, and he says, you know, hey, dude. And you just want to throttle this little character, you know, and he says, hey, I'm here to see your daughter, you know, and you say, no, you're not, you know, and then you say, and then your daughter pops up, yeah, Dad, he's, you know, he's here to see me, and you say, what, you know, and then she says those magic words, you know, he really gets me, Dad. And that's when you realize, I wish I really got her. You know, if I really got her, saw her, knew what made her heart come alive, you know, knew what her hopes and her dreams and her fears, knew what her favorite color was, knew what just really made her alive, and saw her for that. Maybe she wouldn't need this this motley crew at the door. And for us to see our kids is so crucial. And in order to see them, we need to engage with them. We need to spend time with them. You know, how tragic is it? You know, you go to a restaurant, you see a family of six, and they might as well not be there. They're all on their cell phones, or the dinner at home. You know, daughter's up watching her thing on YouTube. Their son's there watching his thing. Mom's watching, dad's watching sport. There's no connection. You know, the only way we can truly see our kids is to truly engage with them. And to truly engage, you need to be present and engaged and undistracted and have quality time with them. And quality time needs to happen when there's quantity time. You know, you know, if you've ever had a teenager, you cannot squeeze quality time. You can't say, hey, you know, son, I really need to have a good chat with you. You know, they glaze over, you know. But if you hang out with them, if you go camping, you go hiking, you go watch a game, you know, when you hang out, the conversations become very rich. And I encourage dads to really go on dates with their daughter. You know, go on a date. For men to say to each individual kid, say, you know, Saturday morning is yours once a month. What do you want to do? You know, just me and you. Let's hang out. What do you want to do? And it's the most beautiful thing to do, because you spend that time getting them. My daughter Blythe is she's the most beautiful, gorgeous woman. You know, she's feminine and lovely, but she's also was quite a tomboy, and quite a hothead as well. And the one day when she was 2 or 3, maybe even younger, she was reaching out to touch this heater, and I said, Blythe, don't touch that, it's hot. And she looked at me and she said, I like hot. And I realized, man, I'm in for a ride with this young woman. You know, but those kind of experiences, you get to see who your kid is. You know, really get them. There's that beautiful movie, Dead Poets Society, with Robin Williams as a teacher. One of my favorite movies, and he's just an amazing teacher, and he just absolutely inspires his kids. And one of the kids in the class wants to be an actor, but the kid's father doesn't want him to be an actor. He wants him to study business. And this kid gets into the school play, and he's so excited about it. He invites his dad, and his dad actually says, not only am I not coming, but I'm not allowing you to be in the play. And you see, there's an example of a dad who was a cookie cutter dad. You know, he wasn't seeing who his son was. He was trying to dictate who his son was. And that story ended very badly. I think that young man took his life as well. But, you know, he wanted his dad to see him and get him, and he just didn't, you know. And so it leads me to the second great gift that fathers need to give their children. So once you've seen them, you've got them, you've identified them. You know, I might be a Rambo kind of dad, and I've got a son who wants to play piano, you know, and that doesn't sit well with me. But, you know, I've got to see the piano player in him. You know, I can't project who I am onto that kid. You know, if I'm a baseball player and he wants to play, you know, the flute or the violin, you know, I've got to see who he is and not impose on him. We get so many cookie cutter dads, you know, they come with a shape that they want their kid to be, and they just clunk, you know, and they want the kid to be that. We must influence our kids' boundaries and their behavior, but we can never dictate to them what their identity is, who they are. You know, we need to read the script that's already written on their hearts and their lives and their souls, and that's innate, that's in them. So that's the second gift. The second gift is to see them, identify them, get them. The third great gift is to validate them. This is such a crucial thing. You know, you've seen who they are now. So I like to play rugby, and I'm just using an example, and my son wants to be a dancer. I need to say, you know what, son, I've seen that that's what you want, and that is good. It is good. Firstly, I see you, and then I acknowledge who you are, and I say, you know what, that is good. That is excellent. That is wonderful. Psychologists talk about 2 types of affirmation we can give. The one type they call a doing affirmation. In other words, you do something and I affirm and I praise you for that. The other kind of affirmation is a being affirmation. And that's really affirming you for who you are, not for what you did, not the fact that you scored goals, that you got a very good report on your scorecard, but you just who you are. And I realized this when Luke, I can't remember how old he was. He must have been 5 or 6. And he was sitting on my lap the one day. And I just said to him, Luke, you're such an amazing kid. I was just overwhelmed with emotion. And he looked at me and said, why, Dad? Why? Already he's asking, why do you think, And I just said to him, you just are. You just are. You didn't have to strive for it, ask for it before. I think you're amazing. And I validate you as your father, I validate you as a man. And I realized, and we started after that, after a little bit of processing, having events where I would validate him. When he turned 10, it was double digits. Oh, look at you, double, and just finding opportunities to really just affirm and validate and honor that child for who they are. Honor them, validate them. Say, I see you, and who you are is really, really good. The two questions, and if I just jump back to the first gift, the journey of a man, the journey from boy to man, the two things that a boy really asks of his father is number one, am I enough? Am I enough? Do I have what it takes? Every man needs to know that he has what it takes. It's interesting, if you ask a man and a woman, if you could choose, and you had to choose one, you could have power or love. Most guys would tend towards the power. I need the power. I need to know I've got what it takes. I need to know that I can protect, that I can provide, that I can hit that ball. If you ask women, it's generally would tend towards love. Women are relational. And this need that a boy has in his heart of, I need to know I have what it takes. I've got it. I've got it made. And very few boys grow up to manhood having had that question answered. You've got what it takes. If I know as a man I've got what it takes, I don't need to prove it. I don't need to behave in any inappropriate ways. The vast majority of behavior in men that is negative and destructive comes out of a sense of inadequacy, and I need to prove myself. The lies we grow up with in society as men, sex, power, money, and big boys don't cry. We all know those lies. I got to perform. The more partners I have, the better I am. The more power I have, the more money I have. And by the way, we can't cry. And so with this narrative as boys growing up, and this is the journey us as men go on, is to find that place where I don't have to play the man to be the man, because I am the man. Who I am is enough. Who I am is adequate. And as fathers, we give this gift to our kids, and we say to them, you're enough. You're the real deal. Who you are, no matter what set of gifts and talents and skills you have, it is enough. You're enough. My daughter, and you think about the questions girls ask their dad versus boys, there's a huge overlap, and mostly the same. But I had an experience with my daughter once. I used to come home from work. I used to run a company called Outward Bound in Nysa. And my son would come barreling out the house and run up to me and jump on me, And he was asking the question, Dad, look how strong I am. Look how strong I am. I'm powerful. I'm strong. I've got it. And my daughter sometimes would do that, but she would often stay inside the house, and we'd have this little game. She'd sit in one of the rooms, her bedroom or the lounge or dining room, and I'd open them and say, where's my beautiful girl, And I'd hear a little giggle from somewhere. And then I'd go through, I'm not here, not there. And I'd eventually come into the room where she was, and there she is, there's my beautiful daughter. And she would just come alive, And I realized that she wanted me as her father to romance her. She wanted, daughter's first romance is her father. And if we romance them well, we seek and pursue their heart. She wanted me to seek her out, to find her. My son came running to me. My daughter she wanted to know that she's worth me pursuing her heart and finding her and loving her. And so many girls grow up not having had that. And the wound is, am I lovely? Am I worth pursuing? That's the wound on a woman's heart often. And with our standards of beauty in the world, miss standards of beauty, front cover of magazine, Botox, whatever the case may be, you try, and that's the wound often a girl has. So as a father, you're telling your children, I see you, who you are is good. I love you. You've got what it takes. You're beautiful. You're worth pursuing. Fourth gift. I see we're running out of time here, Alicia.
Yeah,
I'll wrap it up quickly.
you have 15 minutes before Coach Matt gets to join us as our next speaker. You're doing
Okay,
great.
And so the fourth gift is, you've seen them, you're becoming the dad. You're on this journey to be the best man. You've seen them, you get them, you're engaging with, spending quality time. 3, you validate them. You say, you're great. The fourth gift is to create a sanctuary in which they can flourish and thrive. Someone once said so wise, is every father is the architect of his own home. And so we have to ask ourselves as a father, what kind of home are we creating? What kind of environment, not just physical, but what kind of environment are we creating for our kids to grow up in? You can compare it to a gardener. A gardener has a nursery, and he can plant a seed that potentially can become an oak tree. But that seed, depending on the environment, will determine how much of its potential it reaches. In Cape Town, there's a promenade I often used to walk along, and it's right in front of the sea, and it's very windy, and the sand is very salty and not very rich. And there are these trees that are grown up along the promenade, but they are incredibly spindly, and they're also leaning to the one side because that's the prevailing wind. And if you look at these trees, you say, you know what, these trees survived. They survived, but they're nowhere near what they could have been or should have been had they had the right soil, the right protection, the right conditions. And human beings are exactly the same. We often say that kids survive. And human beings are survivors, man. We survived the Holocaust. We survived World War II and III, hopefully not III, but we've survived a lot of wars. And we survive. But do you want someone to survive, or do you want your child to truly thrive? And so we need to ask ourselves as a father, what environment am I creating? Am I nurturing them? Fathers, men often think that nurture is the domain of woman, but not at all. Women naturally nurture, the breastfeed, the nurturing in the womb. I mean, women are natural born biological, physiologically, psychologically nurturers. I mean, it's in their DNA. But men nurturing is such a powerful thing. When you, as a father, I call it the lap of grace. The greatest wounds your kid's going to have are not the wounds that they get scuffing their knees or hurting themselves, physically. The greatest wounds are going to be psychological wounds or emotional wounds. The bullying, the comments, the whatever and as a father, you need to be that safe place, that safe harbor. They can come to you, and in your presence, they feel safe, they feel secure, they feel loved, they feel validated. We provide a safe place for them. We provide for them. We provide for them emotionally, physically, psychologically, spiritually. We provide a place that's safe and beautiful in which they can flourish and thrive. Human beings are the only creatures on earth that require such a very long period of parenting. You see a giraffe pop out and they get up and they walk immediately. See many animals, they pop out and they're pretty much self-sufficient from birth. Children need 20 years, of nurturing and creating the right environment for them to really grow and develop. And we need to provide that as a father. To love them, to be a safe space, to be a kind space. It's so interesting that two kids can grow up in the same household and have different parents, because the one kid can be a troublesome child, and the parent that they're seeing is going to be an angry parent. The other kid can be an absolute dream, and the parent they're seeing is one who's always, calm. But we create that. The face that they see in us as a father, the words they see, the way they see us treat other people, that creates the environment in which they operate. And so that fourth beautiful gift we can give them is to create an environment in which they flourish and thrive. A story springs to mind of this journey again from boy to man and the role of a father. When I was in youth group ministry years back in a particular church, and a young guy, 16, came and chatted to me. His name was Brett, and he told me that he'd gone on holiday recently with his family. No, in fact, not recently, about 5 or 6 years prior. And he was just talking about the very difficult relationship he had with his dad. His dad was one of those guys that was there but not there. Still married to his mom, provided financially, but just not engaged, just not there. And when they arrived at this place at the coast called Port Alfred, he saw a whole bunch of kids fishing on the river. And he thought, I'd love to do that. But he didn't have anyone to teach him how to fish. So the next morning he got up and he went and he got a pin from his mom's cupboard. He bent the pin, he tied a piece of string, he got some bread and he baited the hook and he went to the river and he cast his line in. And of course, you can never catch a fish like that. And after 2 or 3 hours of sitting there, just getting his bait stolen all the time, he got up so dejected and he just threw his rod down and not his rod, his line down, and he walked away. And if you use that as a parallel for life, imagine if a man had come up and seen Brett trying to fish and said, hey, son, what are you trying to do? He said, oh, sir, I'm trying to fish. And imagine that guy sat down, pulled out a toolkit, and gave him a rod and taught him how to thread a hook, taught him how to bait it, showed him how to cast it in. And imagine if the first fish that Brett hooked, imagine this guy saying, "Oh man, look at that! You're a fisherman. You can do it." He was doing two things: validating him and teaching him how to fish. And that's the second question. I think I missed this. That boys ask their fathers, and that is, "Show me how to be a man. Show me how to do life. Show me how to do life." So here's a fisherman teaching a young boy how to do life, how to fish, but also validating him. Now that young man, Brett, ended up having enormous issues. He went into drug. He had to go into rehab. He eventually ended up taking his own life. But had he had a man in his life, a coach, a father, who had taught him how to fish and validated him and been present and engaged, imagine the different trajectory of his life. You can see this working out so clearly in so many young people's lives. So going back to the fifth gift, the fifth gift is to equip them for life. Quite simply, our job is to equip our kids for life, equip them to not need us anymore. And it's tough, I mean, just a very vulnerable story from my life. When my daughter, I think she was 19, she left South Africa. She wanted to go on this trip to, in fact, she had a job teaching in Cambodia, of all places. And I'll never forget taking it. The week leading up to that departure date was one of the hardest times of my life, because I was a single father, and I had my son and my daughter, and I was raising them. And we've always been so close. We still are, fortunately. And that week leading up to, we did everything. I took a week off, and we went camping, and we went hiking, and we went feeding duck, everything you can think of, corny stuff, shit that fathers do. We did that, feeding ducks and going to watch a movie or whatever. And but I got progressively more and more, sad as the week progressed. And when I dropped off at the airport, I said, Blythe, I promise you, I'm not going to cry. I'll do my best. And I held it together. But you stand at the airport and you watch that queue zigzagging towards towards customs. And I watched her, and I waved and she waved. And I walked back to my car, and my face was crumbling. And I got in the car and I just sobbed. It was just, I just broke down, But it was tears of sadness, but also joy, because this is the cycle of life. I had launched her successfully. She's now gone on to qualifiers and qualified early childhood development and doing phenomenally in her career in New Zealand. And that's our job as a father, is to equip them so that they don't need us. And if we do it well, they'll always want us. That's the beauty of it. My son called me earlier beginning of last year, and he said, "Dad, I'm turning 30 in October, and I just want to spend it with you." And it was the most touching thing. He's got a big group of friends, and we spent it together, camperman touring France, watching rugby, and it was just so beautiful. And if you get that relationship right, it's the most beautiful relationship. But our job is to equip them to launch. And so, with regards to that, there are three really key things we need to do. Number one is to discipline them. Being a cool dad is very secondary to being a good dad. We got to discipline them. We got to set boundaries. They got to be consequences. I mean, Coach Matt will know this. You can never achieve anything in sport without serious discipline, training, eating, everything you do. And the kids are the same. We need to discipline. They have to have boundaries. And there have to be consequences for crossing those boundaries. I'm not a believer in corporate punishment at all. I never once hit my kids. Some people do, but spare the rod, spoil the child. I agree with there need to be consequences for actions, whatever they are. And so discipline is such a crucial thing. I love what someone said. They said, you either experience the pain of discipline now or the pain of disappointment later. And the pain of discipline later is far greater than the pain of discipline now. So we need to do that for our kids. And I don't think we're doing that enough in the world today. We're not setting boundaries. And to do that, you need to be honest with your kids. I talked earlier about validating them. But we don't need to give them participation trophies. We need to give them trophies for having done something. You can't say to your kid, I mean, so often a kid will come to you and they've drawn something. And of course, it's age appropriate. If your little, 2-year-old scrawls out something, whatever she does is beautiful. But if later on in life she wants to be a singer, and she comes up and she, and she's just awful. She just squawks like a crow, a hungry crow. You got to be honest with that and say, look, maybe this is not for you. Idols, the show, you have the show Idols or America's Got Talent. I mean, what makes that show funny is someone told that person they could sing and they really cannot, someone should have told them given them good feedback about what they can and cannot do. And so we need to validate, but we also need to be honest and real with our children and show them that life requires discipline. It requires delayed gratification. And that goes into the next element of equipping, and that's teaching them. We outsource the education of our kids, and that's fantastic. But you cannot outsource teaching them EQ, the emotional and spiritual intelligence. That's what we got, and values. We got to teach them, manners, discipline. My son Luke, he hated being taught table manners. He was quite a wild, but I taught him table manners, taught him how to speak to elders. And one day he came to me when he was about 17 and he said, Dad, you know what? I just want to thank you for teaching me manners. All the girls' moms love me. She said, I said, that's not exactly why I did it, but it's a good side effect, And so we need to teach our kids EQ, respect, equality. These are the kind of qualities that we need to teach. We can't rely on schools. I mean, there's some insanity emerging in some of the curriculums, but we got to teach kids what's good. And finally, and I'll end with this, in terms of equipping them for life, we need to model the way. There's a beautiful story. A guy who lived in England, he used to come in from work every day, drop his bag, and then walk to the pub. And he was there every single night, drinking his favorite beer in his favorite seat. And one day he was drinking a beer, and he felt a tugging on his elbow. And he looked down, and there was his 5-year-old son. And he said, son, how did you find me? And the son looked down and says, "Oh, Dad, it was easy. I just followed your footprints in the snow from the house." And he had an absolute revelation. He realized, I'm leaving footprints, and where are they leading? And so ultimately, it's not what we say to our kids; it's what we do. It's our way, and we need to live by example and show them. If you want them to be disciplined, we got to be disciplined ourselves. If you want them to read, we got to read. If you want them to treat people well, we got to treat. What you say means nothing compared to what you do, and that's part of equipping them for life without you. Alicia, let me end there. I hope I haven't gone over time.
2 minutes. We have a little bit of a buffer and whatnot. I really appreciate all your wisdom and your candor and just your authenticity in the things that you share here today. It's always wonderful.
Thank you. Thank
You're
you.
welcome. So, gentlemen, Matt, Manny, if you would like to unmute and ask any questions before we transition into Matt as our speaker, I want to open the floor.
I was just curious about something because it's something I noticed yesterday. Is there any purpose in not crying in front of your wife and kids? Like, I've always heard that, or I've always felt like we should be vulnerable with our significant others and people who are closest to us. But in hearing your story about, you dropping off your daughter in Cambodia, like I sense something powerful about you holding back until you got to your car. And I guess I'm wondering if there's purpose behind that, and is it helpful?
It's a fantastic question, man. And the answer is you need to cry and you need to not cry. It depends very much on the circumstances. So in that instance at the airport, I was being strong for her, and I had to, and there are times when we got to, man up has got a bad name now, but there's times we need to man up, man the shit up, and don't cry, even though you feel like crying, because you need to be strong for the people around you. There are those times you got to take it on the chin, no matter how lousy you're feeling, you got to just be strong. There are those times. And the other times when you need to show the authentic, real, vulnerable side of you, and that's appropriate and beautiful. But the times when they need you to be strong is not the time for you to cry. The time for you to cry is for when you are showing them that you're human, that you're real. I mean, I cried a lot to my daughter. I mean, it's a silly thing to admit. I mean, we watched that movie Mamma Mia ABBA, and I don't know why, I just was crying, and then, but my daughter was with me, and it was just emotional. I didn't mind her seeing that because she's seeing an emotional dad, But when she needs me to be strong for her, then I need to suck it up and not cry. I hope that answers your question.
It does perfectly. Thank you so much.
Like honoring the process is so important. Just from the standpoint of I appreciate what you said is like when they need you to be strong,
Mm.
it's important to just like not take away from their experience because like when she's leaving, she might be worried about how it's going to impact you, right? And that's your way of being strong to be like, hey, I'm good, hon. Like you go do you, like I love you, I'm proud of you, whatnot, and then be able to have that release and be okay with crying.
Yeah.
But also honoring that like sometimes we need to then go to other people to be able to have that conversation or experience or whatever it is that you do to transmute, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And that, Matt, I saw you wanted to pop on.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say, excuse me, I was gonna say the biggest thing that you hit was like the discipline thing, and that's where yeah, I struggle as a father, but realizing and trying to teach a 9-year-old that like discipline equals freedom. I mean, I stole that from Jocko Willink. I mean, it's like, it's like if you do the things you're supposed to do, like the world is like you can do whatever you want to do, but you've got to do those, you got to be disciplined to do those things. So I appreciate that, hearing that again. So
Thanks, Coach. Yeah, and it's very much age appropriate, different types of consequences, different types of ages. And what's tricky there is peers of our kids are, if your kids have got very undisciplined peers, it's very tricky because you become the bad dad, but rather be the bad dad because they will appreciate it later than being the cool dad that allows them to behave in a way that's not okay. Yeah.
Well, Craig, please do put your contact information in the chat for anybody who would like to connect with you at a later date.
Yes.
And hopefully you can stick around with us for a little bit. But if not, if you need to run and go be a dad or do anything else, I completely understand as well.
Thank you.
For
I'd love to
joining.
hear the first portion. I do have to run, but I'll stick around as long as I can. Fantastic.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much. And next we have the amazing Coach Matt Bay. He is, you're like, where is he? Where is he? Who is this person? He is a retired Navy. He's got like so many cool things, which I'm going to let him explain that later because it's way too long of a description.
yeah,
But
I
it's
will go.
it's
Sorry, go ahead.
no, it's an interesting sort of job. He is the owner of the CrossFit gym S3E, and he is in Virginia. It's nice to get to have a local with us today. He's a CrossFit coach, and he is going to be talking about the journey of spontaneously becoming a white adoptive dad of a Black son and how difficult struggles forge the strongest fathers and the importance of like taking care of your health as a father as well. So Matt, thank you so much for joining us today.
Well, thank you, Alicia. I really appreciate the opportunity, Alicia. I appreciate it so much. And yeah,
Welcome.
Craig, I've been my theme for the last couple of weeks that I've been struggling with is imposter syndrome. So like following you up, I'm like, I don't deserve to talk after this guy. But no, I appreciate the opportunity. I kind of think of it like she was saying, it was I've worn so many different hats. I mean, I kind of purposely wore a hat today. One, because my hair is a mess, but two, because it kind of goes with what what I want to talk about. Because dads are always, I mean, all dads are that way too. We wear multiple hats. It kind of goes along kind of Manny with what your question is like, when do I wear the crying hat? When do I don't wear the crying hat? When do I need to man up? When do I need to be vulnerable kind of things? So for me, I am a CrossFit coach. I'm a small business owner with that. I mean, that's part of being owning an affiliate. I spent 22 years in the Navy, 18 of those as a explosive ordnance disposal. You could think of that as a bomb disposal tech. But the Navy, we also got to go diving and jump out of airplanes to do that thing too. So I got to do a lot of cool stuff for about 18 years. I've been a husband to my wife for over 23 years now. I'm a brother, I'm a son, I'm a friend, but most importantly, I think the most important hat I was able to wear was dad. And I love that. And that's kind of what leads me into my journey. Is that everybody's path to being a father is completely different, and that's okay. That's great. If anything, that makes us even stronger dads. My wife and I got married. Well, I was pretty young. I was about 26. She was about 25. We both knew that we wanted to be parents. I mean, obviously, that's part of talking as you're getting ready to get married to somebody. You should have that conversation, obviously. But we got married in 2000. I graduated from EOD school right before 9/11. So we got busy. I was gone. I mean, so like trying to have get pregnant in the normal way just wasn't happening, because you're not together all the time. That has a tendency to get in the way. And so it was probably about maybe about 10 years after we got married that we were like, all right, let's actually start to get kind of into like doing this kind of thing. And nothing was working very well. And we made a decision during one of my deployments. We're like, all right, well, when I come back from this deployment in 2010, we're actually going to go talk to IVF doctor about that. Like, it's obviously nothing's working. We didn't do it right away after deployment. And obviously, like when you come back from deployment, you have those like, hey, nice to see you, have a little fun kind of thing. And we did get pregnant, which was a shock to both of us kind of thing. But unfortunately, about 10, 12 weeks later, my wife had a miscarriage and we lost that baby. And it was obviously very frustrating. That was about 2012, no, it was at 2010 that happened. And then I had another deployment and from 2012 to 2013, and we had been trying the IVF, nothing was working, had a couple of rounds of that, and it was not working. And I was getting very frustrated about not being able to be a father, and it was kind of really affecting my emotional state for obvious reasons. One, I knew I wanted to, but I didn't understand why I was getting so frustrated. I didn't know why it was like you would look around and you'd be like, oh, everybody's pregnant and all this, but people can get pregnant pretty easily. But I was fortunate enough during that time where I was stationed that we had access to mental health, which was kind of a new thing. Because again, I kind of started early in, the early 2000s before, when the wars kicked off. And, back then it was like, you don't go talk to a shrink, man, they're going to kick you out if you do that. And then fast forward, just a decade or so, and they were like, why do you not talking to the counselor? Like, yeah, I'm going to fire you if you don't go talk to a counselor kind of thing. So that was really neat to kind of see that internally. And she and I were talking one day, and it really hit me all of a sudden that in those 10 or 10 years of us fighting the war and the guys that I was fighting with, and every single one of the guys that I knew personally, they were dads, every last one of them, and they were never going to be able to see their kids grow up. They weren't going to be there. I mean, I believe in God, so they're up there somewhere looking in, but they weren't going to be able to physically be there. And here I was struggling with my own thing of becoming a dad, and it just wasn't happening, kind of thing. And it was one of those things I was like, I never thought about that until you said it, and it was like a truck just hit me, kind of thing. And it was a really tough time for us. And I talked to my wife about it and everything. And so at the beginning of 2014, we'd always talked about like doing adoption. We're like, hey, that would always be an option for us. Like, we would never want to do that. So we started the process here in Virginia. It's took us about six months to kind of like, we found an adoption agency, go through all the state required stuff, which is pretty fascinating to think about that. Like, you have to go through all these hoops to be an adoptive parent, but you can just meet a woman at a bar and there you go, you can be a dad like 9 months later, kind of thing. And then you don't have to go through any tests, but the state requires you to do all this stuff if you're actually going to adopt a child. And then and it was one of those ones you're just like, all right. So we got the official letter in the mail on a Thursday that said, hey, you guys have been approved. You can go ahead and start, putting together a profile and start trying to advertise yourself and all these different manners of ways online and other agencies and stuff like that. So we're like, yep, we're going to hit it hard on Monday. Monday morning comes around and we get a call from our adoption worker, and she's like, hey, you guys, we got this situation going on at the hospital nearby. It's not exactly what you're thinking, but we want to know if you guys are interested, and we need to know right now. And I was like, oh, can I call my wife and talk to her? She's like, yeah. Call me back right away. Okay. So we do. And then that was a Monday night. And then Tuesday morning or Tuesday afternoon, we get a call. They're like, hey, the courts, it was a child was removed from the mother's custody. So it was a CPS, Child Protective Service kind of situation. Social workers obviously were involved. And they're like, hey, you guys have been chosen by the court to be the foster parents, and you need to get down here within the next hour and a half to come pick the baby up who's being discharged from the hospital. So Monday night we went to bed with no kids, and Tuesday night we brought a 6-day-old baby home, and he's been with us ever since, kind of thing. So yeah, it can be crazy. Everybody's journey is amazing and different. And what I didn't realize at the time, and part of that process is really weird, is that there's in that paperwork, there's this laundry list of things that you can check that you don't, like you don't want to, like you're not able to take care of somebody who has like really special needs and all these different things. You want a boy, you don't want a girl, you want somebody that looks like you don't want whatever. There's a million different things that you can check on this thing. And we were like, this is crazy. Why would anybody want to scratch that off an opportunity? So we didn't, we literally checked history of abuse to animals, because we had dogs at the time. That was the only thing we checked off, kind of thing, on our list. And we ended up being selected to, my wife is white, I'm white, and our son is black. And it's one of those things, just like, again, like at the picture I had in my head when I got married, and I was like, I'm gonna have a family, to look nothing like what we look like. But I know that I'm his dad. Like, it's just one of those things, like the moment I tell him, and because he doesn't remember it obviously, but I was like, in this whole process of getting down, like first we had to go to the social work place, sign a bunch of paperwork, and then they're like, oh, you actually need to go to the hospital. That's where they're going to discharge the baby. Then we go to the hospital, and we're signing all this paperwork and all this stuff too as well. And I was in no mental capacity at the time, but there was this nurse that was like, looked at us and goes, have y'all met the baby yet? And we're like, no. And she's like, would you like to? And we're like, yeah, that'd be great. So she takes us down this hallway. I turn left, and there, bam, there's this teeny tiny little peanut. And that's when shit got real, as I like to say. You're like, oh my God, like there's an act, like all of it is paperwork up until that point. And then all of a sudden there's a breathing, crying little baby right there. And you're like, holy shit, there it is, kind of thing. Um, anyway, so it's just one of those ones you're just like, I wasn't sure. And there's that old Chinese proverb, or people have used it in much of different ways, but it's like, out of the hottest fires come the strongest steel. Um, and I was blessed to work with some of the most amazing men, and women, but mostly men, in the field that I did, in that EOD world, that I didn't know at the time, that were preparing me for the journey that I was meant to be on. Because again, like, so our son is black, and he was born in 2014. Fast forward a few more years to 2020. And again, I know Craig's in South Africa, but again, it's worldwide. I'm sure you can understand, like, a worldwide pandemic. And then here in the United States, there's all these things going on. And, people are asking, like, oh, you need to stand up, and you need to say this, and you need to say that. And I'm looking at him, and I'm like, let me tell you a conversation I had with my son the other day, while I was getting in, while he was putting him to bed, and he was in the bathtub, because he was, he was born in October. So he was about 5.5, almost 6, during the whole race things that were happening here in the United States. As we were in the tub, and he was playing, and he had asked earlier, he's like, why are all those people having a parade? The protest is really what he was asking about, but he called it a parade. And we're like, oh, we told him, when we not hiding anything from him. And we told him, and he's like, okay. So then later on that night in the tub, he looks at me, and he goes, hey, Daddy, the man that the police officer killed, does he look like me? I go, yeah. So he looks like you, buddy. And then he goes, does the police officer look like me? I said, no, actually, buddy, the police officer looks like me. And he goes, okay. He goes, will that police officer have killed me? I didn't know how to answer it. I literally looked at him, and the honest answer was like, but I don't know how to answer that question. I was like, so when people are, like, you need to say something, I'm like, you come have a conversation that I'm having with my son right now. And then, I don't have time to social media things like that. So again, it's just one of those, that's really, I don't say all, but that's really the big point that I wanted to make was, you never know. I mean, hindsight's, you don't know the stuff that you're going through right now, what that's preparing you for in the future. And it can be really hard. You're like, why did we have a miscarriage? Why are my wife and I not able to get pregnant? Why are the guys that, that we lost in combat, why are they all fathers and not going to be able to do that? Why? But then at some point in time, we take a pause, and we kind of look back and go, okay, I see what happened now. Now I'm being prepared for what, is being asked of me as a dad, kind of thing. So that's my journey. And then I guess the last thing, sorry, that I forgot about, or not forgot about, was kind of what I've seen posted, like being more like getting in the CrossFit world, and specifically in fitness, and how that plays. And I'm not like, it's one of these ones, like I've read a lot of stuff, and I don't remember all the specific numbers and data points, but there are a couple of things that jump out to me when it comes to physical fitness. I mean, everybody, it's one of these things where people know they need to be in better shape, or they know they need to eat healthier, or they know they need to do these things. But when I am able to help crack the code for a lot of people on why that's so important, the two big things that I've really kind of stumbled across, one is just the mental health aspect of it. I mean, Craig was talking about suicide. I mean, in addition to obviously men being that, I mean, let's talk about my world, the veterans. I mean,
Yeah.
it's I don't know again, I don't know the exact number, but it's definitely more.
That's why. Yeah.
Higher percentage, a higher number of men and women that have served in the military, and again, not just in the United States, it's really across the world that have been involved, and I mean, not even in just combat, but just in the situations that we ask our military people to do, ends up being a higher, you know, uh, threat of ending their life via suicide. And just having that aspect, just being, the mental aspects, the mental benefits of just moving your body and being more fit and doing some sort of exercise cannot be underestimated and underappreciated. And then the other one was one that recently I came across when I was writing a blog for Chris Beach, and he was coming up early or later.
Yes, you'll be here at 2:40 p.m. Eastern
Exactly.
Standard Time.
It was
2.5
fascinating
hours.
with it was a study done with obesity, and it was kind of looking at childhood obesity, and it was of kind of like where we could make some sort of impact in there. And it was fascinating. I found that with looking at like the mother and the father, the mother has zero impact on whether a child's future is going to be either they're going to be obese or they're going to be not obese. And again, it doesn't depend whether the mother is obese or whether it's not obese. I think it had no impact. So in other words, like mom could be obese, and then the child could be, boy or girl could be not obese and live a healthy life. But the father, if they were obese, it almost guaranteed that that child was going to grow up to be an obese an adolescent and then an adulthood kind of thing. And that struck me, and I was like, oh my God, like this is what I've been called to do, and this is what I'm really trying to get a handle on. It's like for fathers, for dads to regain their health. And then Craig said it went man up. I think of it. The word that's come to my mind is alpha dad, and that's not an aggressive, like kill everybody else kind of thing. Alpha means you're the leader, and we are like dads. I don't care what kind of dad you are, single dad, multiple dad, adoptive dad, whatever, but you're a dad, you're a leader. It's like you get no choice. You have a child in some way, you have to be a leader. And again, Craig defined that really well of why that's important kind of thing. And then for me specifically in my little world with fitness, is like you need to be a leader, you need to be a model, you need to regain that alpha ability to the fitness level to be an example, one, to set your child up for success later on in life, but two, also to be the example that leads them down that path and be able to support them kind of thing. I like to make jokes when things are serious. It's one of those ones I want my child to be afraid to lose to me in a foot race until he's like 40 kind of thing. So, and I'm 40 years older than him. So like that means I've got to be like, on top shape for a long time kind of thing. So, but thank you.
Great. You're welcome. Thank you for all of that, Matt. I appreciate your courageous shares and for the wisdom that you shared within that. Manny, Craig, do either of you have any questions, comments? Craig.
You want to go first, Manny?
Having trouble finding me, but I think it's very fascinating that if not all the speakers, from yesterday and today, you can tell that there's that each speaker puts importance on fitness, and it's all geared towards mental health. And I find that's like amazing because, like, I guess in my journey, it's always been like I want to lose weight or I want to be fit so I can look a certain way, but never really saw it as like it's not really it's like it's the cherry on the top I guess. If you feel you look good, you feel good, but it's the process of putting into work in the gym or whatever fitness activity you're in that just gives you like the overall benefit of like your mental health. And I just find that inspiring and also motivating and also very interesting how that plays a big part.
No, absolutely. And again, we make this joke a lot of times. Like most people walk into a CrossFit gym or a gym of some sort, and they're like, "I want to lose X number of pounds." And I mean, no, I'm not letting any secrets out of the bag, but that's super easy. Like, honestly, like that's an easy thing to make happen. I mean, it's not easy to do for the person per se. It's like the discipline comes into play there. But honestly, like, as a coach, you're like, I know exactly how to make that happen. But that's not why they're actually walking in. You think of the cherry on top. I always think of it as the onion. Like, people come in and like, I want to lose 10 pounds, but I've got to peel those layers of onions down to like, well, why 10 pounds, or why by this date, or, why? Like, and more often than not, like you said, it really is because of family. And it's whether they want to have a family, or they want to be a good example for their family, or they didn't have a good example. They're struggling with, like, my parents were obese. My parents struggled with health issues. The sandwich generation. Like, I want to be a good example for my kids. My parents are struggling with health issues, but I need to do something for myself in the middle, kind of thing, and do that. That's really why. That's what keeps people coming back and accomplishing the things, doing more than they ever thought they could. I'm sure, have you ever heard the terminology SMART goal, the acronym SMART? And it's one of those ones, like, early in my career, my fitness coaching career, it was like, yeah, SMART goals, like, that's the way to do it. It's like they're timed and specific and measurable. And kind of the older I got personally, and then the more I coach people, I was like, yeah, SMART goals are great for kind of short-term stuff, but it's like, my goal is I want to be the best husband and father I can be for as long as possible. And I tell people, like, that's not a SMART goal. And people are like, what do you mean? That's a great goal. I was like, I know it's a great goal, but it's not SMART. It's not very specific. How do I measure that? There's no time, stamp on this by this date, kind of thing. And they're like, oh, I see what you did there. And I'm like, yeah, I'm like, that's the why. Anything that I'm doing fitness level, or anything I'm going to do with a business, or anything that I'm doing, with my time, kind of thing. Like, is it supportive of that big goal, kind of thing? I'll be like, I want to run an Ironman. And I'm like, but then I'm not spending all this time away from my family. So maybe I don't need to do an Ironman. Maybe I want to, do something different, kind of thing. So yeah, no, it's a fascinating journey, I would say. So
I was just going to make a joke so that people, when I was going to the gym more, I would joke and say, getting wicked hot is just like only an amazing side benefit. I really go to the gym 4 times a week so I don't like get really angry and frustrated and lash out at other people. Like, going to the gym allows me to be my best self and be able to engage as my authentic self and have more functional relationships both with myself and other people. So I would imagine that as a father, like, that is one of the benefits, that, like, if you are experiencing anger, frustration, rage, confusion, like whatever, you're able to channel all of that in the action of exercise, just like getting that energy out of your body, transmuting it into something that's functional and healthy, and making things better at home as well.
and I'm biased, but
Absolutely.
CrossFit being high intense, that's a great way to get a lot of frustration out. So
You,
There
you,
you
you,
go.
prob- you've probably heard that joke 1,000 times, Matt, but they say, how do you know if someone does CrossFit?
it's like, they'll just give them a few seconds, they'll tell you.
No, they'll tell you exactly. They'll tell you.
The other version of that one, which I always find funny, is I was like, so a vegan, an atheist, and a CrossFitter walk into a bar,
Mm.
and 90 seconds later, everybody knows that because they won't shut up the hell up about any of it, kind of thing. So
Yeah, it's fantastic. Yeah,
no.
yeah. At least the CrossFitter will have the upper hand when it comes to battling. Eh? No,
Exactly.
that's good. No, I mean, Matt, thank you. Great story, man. Appreciate it. It's moving, touching, and wonderful, and I love what you do and what you've done, and your approach to fatherhood and life. You mentioned up front, the imposter syndrome. I don't think there's an honest man alive who doesn't struggle with it to some degree. I've struggled with that all my life as well. It's a if you're honest and authentic and have some sense of empathy and understanding, it's going to crop up. And the reality is, there's always someone bigger. There's always someone stronger, faster, richer. But the key is that, the uniqueness of the value that you bring is something I could never do, and vice versa. And I think that's the beauty of the brotherhood. I just love,
Absolutely.
I love the brother. And I mean, coming from a Navy and military background, you'll know exactly that. I mean, you rely entirely on each other for each other's lives and the bonds. I mean, in South Africa, we did 2 years of military service compulsory. I mean, that was for me, geez, I don't know how many, 30 plus years ago, but those guys you'll never forget. Um, but they each brought something unique and special, and Yeah, just to encourage you. I mean, you bring something unique and very special. You know, you've touched me tonight, and you know, you've changed your son's life, and you know, the people who come through your school. So I mean, there's no logical reason to be having imposter syndrome. I know that for me too, but it doesn't always make it go away, does it?
No.
But it's useful to be reminded of it.
Yeah, and I was gonna say I appreciate that, and I have been, if anything, being able to talk about it lately, because I have a mastermind group that I meet with here about twice a month in Virginia, and we have one thing we call a hot seat, and it was my turn to do it, and I was like, this is what I'm struggling with, and somebody in that group said the exact, a very similar thing. They're like, every single one of us sitting in here
Yeah,
has that feeling and feels like
yeah,
an imposter at some point in time, and if they tell you they don't, they're lying to you, kind
yeah.
of thing.
That's the
But being able
reality.
to talk about it you know, it's like acknowledging, like, I still have that feeling, but I like now talking about it and getting it out has been helpful. So I appreciate that,
Yeah,
Craig. Thank you.
yeah. No, great pleasure. You know, just a quick final story. I mean, a friend of mine told me the story. He said he was at a funeral of someone who had committed suicide, and it was a full funeral, the casket, and he saw 6 men carrying the casket, carrying the dead body of their mate, and the question came, where were those 6 men when he was alive? You know, and that's the key. You know, that we able to share, have the masterminds, be open, be honest. You know, get on the hot seat, because only when you do that you realize, hey, shit, I'm not alone in this. You know, we all going through this, and that makes it so much easier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it kind of, there's something, I think when Manny's question to you, Greg, or Craig, was about, you know, when to cry and when not to cry. It
Mm,
is fascinating. I would say, like, that's a privilege I've had, honestly, with the military experience and the guy. Like, it forms very tight bonds, obviously, and it's one of those ones, like, you know, externally, like, I'm like, I'm not gonna cry. Like, people to ask me questions, I'm not gonna do it. But then when internally, when it's just us, or it's just me and one of my buddies, or a couple of my buddies, we'll bawl our eyes out, kind of thing,
mm.
because that's like Craig was saying, it's like, that's when they ask us, like, when they say, like, how are you doing? Like, I'm not just passing you down the street, be like, hey, how you doing? You know, like, hey, you know, pardon my language, but hey, motherfucker, how are you actually doing?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Be
Like,
real.
that's when it'll explode, and it's okay. And we all, if anything, like, it'll take turns. So that's what I appreciate Alicia doing, is bringing the brotherhood together, because it's guys we are gonna talk differently to each other. No offense to the ladies in the house,
None
but
taken.
yeah,
That's
and
why I don't allow women on the summit.
exactly, and ladies will talk different to each other. So if we ever find ourselves in a situation where it's like you don't have, you know, a guy to talk to, kind of thing, like, please, by all means, reach out, kind of thing. So
Yeah.
Thank you for all
Excellent.
that.
thank you.
I've got to jump off, but fantastic spending time with you guys and girl.
Thank you
Thanks,
so
Craig.
much, Craig, for everything. Matt, I just wanted to say, from the standpoint of imposter syndrome, almost every entrepreneur I have ever spoken to, regardless of gender, has brought up at some point that they struggle with imposter syndrome. And there's so many different, I feel like, masterminds and courses, and it's definitely something that I've struggled with. Um, uh, I'm laughing at myself. Massage being the only thing that I don't feel that way about, probably because I've been doing it off and on since I was 5, professionally for 22 years. You know,
Hey,
but
5-year-old, good job.
yeah, yeah, I had a very nurturing mother, and she wasn't a massage therapist, but she would give my brothers and I massage every night before bed and tell us stories. So I just, you know, honoring her in that. Then when she got busy, then I'd give my young brother a massage that was 3 and tell him a story every night before bed, and then it went on for years. I can't even remember when it finally stopped, but no, imposter syndrome. I think I really appreciate the courage of you just like saying that humbly, that it's something that you struggle with, because it takes courage to say, like, yeah, I don't feel like I know everything. Like, I'm putting myself out here, be it as a speaker, an entrepreneur. I think it can also bleed into other areas of our lives, like relationships, just like Craig was talking about. It's like taking that mask off, right?
Oh yeah, I love that he used Gladiator as an example, like that movie. I'm like, I'm gonna go watch that movie. And then Dead Poet Society, I was like, I'm gonna go watch that movie again
I know.
too.
I hadn't thought about
So
that movie in so
I
long. It's
know
such
it's
a
such a great
fantastic
one.
movie.
Yes, both of them.
Like, young people these days definitely need to watch that one even more so. We have Anthony joining us. Anthony, feel free to unmute yourself if you have any questions, comments. He is our next speaker coming up here in about 10 minutes. So I will properly introduce you at that point. But if you want to just join the conversation, by all means.
Okay. What's the discussion? What's the topic right now?
We were briefly talking about imposter syndrome.
Okay. Yep. And
Is
what
that something
regard,
you've
like,
experienced? Have you experienced that before?
oh yeah. I mean, that's part of growing. That's part of self-mastering certain parts of yourself. You're gonna run up against yourself and or run away from yourself. You're gonna plant your own landmines sometimes and blow your own self up.
You know, that's so funny that you would state it that way. Did you read Matt's bio on the website or like what he does? Tell him what you do, Matt.
He's speaking my language. Yeah. I used to. I am retired now, several years now. I was a Navy bomb disposal tech.
Ah,
So yeah, when you're like planting landmines, I was like, well, I usually am the one taking them out of the ground, kind of thing. But yeah, no, it was good. As soon as you said that, I was like, oh, that's perfect. I know exactly what he's talking about.
yeah.
So funny, like the collective consciousness, just the streams that come through without people even realizing it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Beautiful.
No, Anthony, I'm apologize. I do need to run and do some dad stuff this afternoon, but
Okay.
great to meet you briefly here, kind of thing. And Alicia, thank you so much. I really, really, really appreciate the opportunity to be on here
Very
today.
welcome. You did great.
Thank you. I was gonna say I would love. I've started to connect a little bit on social media with some, but I'm hoping, is there gonna be like a little bit of follow up kind of thing with some of them, like connections and stuff like that.
So there's the group chat on Facebook Messenger that I believe that you're part of, and if I somehow missed that, I apologize.
No. I've gotten that, yeah, and that's
Okay.
where it's kind of started. So it's been great. So
Awesome. Yes, we'll do that. And then I will probably either send out an email or just put everybody's contact information so that y'all can connect off of Facebook and just in general. And
perfect. Thank you. Well,
yeah,
crush it, Anthony.
Well, thank you.
Well, I look forward to watching the replay here in a little bit. So thank you.
Thanks, Matt.
Fantastic. Yes, they will go up and I will let everyone know once I have managed to edit everything and put it.
Perfect. Make us all look good. Thank you.
Yeah, you do that on your own. You're welcome. Have a wonderful day, Matt. Thanks for showing up.
Bye.
Bye. And then there were three.
Everything.
Well,
So,
we can start early. If you would, are you ready?
yeah, I got my points, and
All right.
yeah. Did you want to wait to see some of other people show up first, or you just want to dive
Yeah,
right
we can totally take a break and see like if anybody else is going to show up. We don't usually get to have breaks. I haven't gotten to get up in like a couple hours, so I wouldn't opportunity to go get more
Yeah.
water and use the bathroom.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah.
So I will be right back. But if you and Manny want to chat in the meanwhile, Manny has been amazing. He is really invested in himself. He's been here since yesterday. He was there for the whole time and the VIP panel. Yeah, you're going to take a break too. Fantastic. So we can just all rest, relax, and be back to set in 5 to 6 minutes.
Okay, cool.
All right, cool beans. I will be back in.
Hello, Anthony.
Hey, how you doing, Manny?
I'm doing good. Yeah, so I attended all of yesterday's sessions, and
Okay,
I'm here back today. My
great.
background is I don't have any children, 44, and we talked about like my experience with child abuse and um, not having a father figure to kind of help me navigate what it means to be a man and how to be a man. Um, but as I say that, I also know that I've been doing the best I can with the resources I've been able to find for myself. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. So, but this last couple of years, I've been in therapy, and one of the things I've learned is that I had to be my own father, and getting through, I guess, the next steps of my journey is about being that father figure for myself so I can get through it. Like I said, we don't have, my wife and I don't have any children. She doesn't have, on her side of the family, any nieces or nephews. My sister now has a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. And I kind of want to like soak in all the knowledge I can, not just to help myself, but also to help them as well.
Okay.
Kind of like, I guess, being a parent by proxy. So,
Yeah. Yeah. Well, parenting is a all-encompassing experience. I'm a father of one child, a 3-year-old, and even before I had children, I was helping to raise children in my immediate community with my friends and my family. So there's it's always a village experience, always, no matter what. And so you may not be calling yourself a biological father now. However, you're still a father figure. You're still a parent figure. We're all guardians or support figures for children in a lot of capacities. So
It's beautiful. I just caught the end of it, but thank you for sharing that, Anthony, and that
yes.
affirming aspect. So it is now 12:40. It is officially time.
Yep.
So we shall welcome Anthony Strayhorn coming to us from the United States. He has Stray Fit Balance. He's a transformational coach and speaker. And he is going to talk to us about something that I am really excited about, and getting to be more playful and engage more with your feminine side to help balance your masculine side, and how that helps you to actually be stronger and more integrated, I believe, in your fatherhood journey.
Yep.
So thank you so much for joining us, Anthony.
Thank you for having me. Appreciate
You're
it.
very welcome.
All right.
So tell us a little bit more about your own fatherhood journey and how that came to be, and like your feeling of the balance of the masculine and the feminine.
Yeah. So I was just talking to Manny and telling him that I'm a father of a 3-year-old daughter. I, came into this space very open because, like many people, they have children around them. They may see other people, you know, child raising all around them. However, I was part of a actual community, and I am part of an actual community still, where children are always around, and I was always there to help in some capacity to kind of, support the mother, support the father, or help with this thing, and so I already kind of had some work or some conditioning before I got into being a father. And there's nothing like it when you actually have your own child. You actually
Mm.
experience it on a day-to-day basis. So my daughter just turned 3 on December 11th, so she's about 3 years and a month old, and it's been an exciting journey. It's been very exciting. It comes with a number of emotions that come from a number of thoughts, because when you're in this space, things come up from your past, things come up that get magnified,
Mm,
especially around, some of your beliefs about time, energy, resources, a lot of
sure.
things like that. So, so I just wanted to say that part just initially here, since you asked the question, what's been like my
Yeah.
experience thus far. So, and it
Yeah,
just,
absolutely.
yeah, it's an ongoing unfurling every day. And I'm really humble. I would say one of the most things I'm present to is the amount of humility I have within myself, and the gratitude that I have for my parents. Any parent,
Ah,
but any parent that chooses to raise a child,
beautiful.
because I can totally see how some people can feel overwhelmed, feel stressed, feel like I can't do it. So I'm gonna, let you live with your grandmother or a foster parent or adopt. I could totally understand how people do that. And I never got to that state where I felt those feelings. However, I can see how those thoughts could come about based
Sure.
on a lot of things: environment, what your financial resources might be like, what your mental health,
Yeah.
the state of that can be, or what it might be at the time. So,
Yeah, absolutely. So like what was your relationship like with your father and your grandfather that gave you the like modeling?
yeah, so I spent a lot of time with both of them. In particular, my grandfather. I spent a lot of time with him on the weekends when my mom would go to work, and so they were like my babysitters, my grandfather and grandmother. And my
Sure.
grandfather was always out in the yard, tilling the garden, cutting grass, fixing stuff. So I'd always follow him around and, just look and see what he was doing. Sometimes I wouldn't even look and see. I would just kind of just be around him, just like, just aimlessly just being in the space. And
Sure.
my father is this. He was always in my life. He's always been someone that was always wanting to teach me something, especially about how to be clean and neat and like ordered, because he's in the military. So kind
Right.
of that mentality was imposed, not in like you have to do this, or a finger pointing kind of manner. It was more so like this might help you. I'll give you this, as a way to, I'll show you how to do this so you can, this can happen, and this could happen. And so it was kind of a teaching without like attachment. It's like,
Sure. It was like a tool versus an oppression.
yes, yeah, exactly. So I had a great relationship with my grandfather when he was around, and my dad, he's still around. Still have a great relationship with him. And that's one
Awesome.
thing I will say, Alicia and Manny, that when I got more into personal development work, I realized the importance of having healthy, close connections with your parents, and
Mm,
how that not always the case with a lot of people. And
sure.
to some point bring closure to that, anything that's not being addressed or that's unhealed
Mm,
is massively helpful for relationships that you go into, especially romantic and business relationships.
yeah,
So,
absolutely.
yeah.
Could you give some examples of what it would look like if they weren't in business and in your general relationships for the people who are listening?
Yeah. So father figures show up in a lot of different ways. Sometimes it's a CEO, sometimes it's a leader of a nonprofit, sometimes it's any person that is, the forefront of a movement. And if there's some kind of like dynamic relationship where there's either feedback and or accountability and or someone pushing the envelope, sometimes we feel triggered, or we allow ourselves to get triggered by someone's energy, because it feels familiar with, say, how my father or some kind of father figure in my childhood, treated me, or how I engaged with them. There might be an
Yeah.
uncle, it might be a cousin, an older cousin, any kind of male figure. And so if somewhere that relationship wasn't healthy or fun or enjoyable, fast forward later in life at a job or an organization or any kind of event you're involved in, some of that stuff could still be there and come up,
Yeah.
and it's flared up within you. So I've seen it even as a coach. Some
Yeah.
stuff will come up for clients because of some things that they'll, I'll say something to them, and it feels like, oh, that's my uncle talking to me, that used to tell me not to cry, that used to
Right.
say. And so because that hasn't healed, they can't fully receive what I'm saying because it's coming through that filter of their past.
Sure. So how do you navigate that as a coach?
Yeah, so I take time to really understand them as much as possible, really as much as I can, ask questions, allow them to process, say things, keep asking questions. And really, too, what it's about, at least what I see, is really building a foundation of trust, a space of trust, so that when that happens, then there's more likely for them to have this opening of like, okay, I'm open to hearing what you have to say, or I'm open to receiving what you're saying. Because before I'm like, no, 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 push it back, you know,
Sure.
and it's not personal. So
Yeah.
that's one of the things I do is I really step away from the experience they're having and not try to make it mine. Like, oh, I'm assuming something about you. You have something against men. You have something against blah, blah, blah. Like all these things I could run in my head, these stories, I like, let me pause, just relax and observe it.
Sure.
And that pause opens up the space for more understanding. It's not always
Absolutely.
about teaching. It's like,
Yeah.
just listen sometimes.
Absolutely. I really appreciate you bringing forward that point.
Yeah.
In regards to masculinity and femininity, there might be some people that don't understand like the general characteristics and what we're talking about from an energetic standpoint versus a gender standpoint. So can you just briefly describe like masculine energy, feminine energy as we shift into like you talking about the playfulness and balance?
Yeah. So that's a great question. Because energy is on a continuum. Like
Right.
everything is energy. And so, and I want to preface with this, how we define or what is defined as masculine and feminine oftentimes comes from social constructs from our cultural values, our norms, our traditions.
Right.
So that's a basis for a lot of the ways in which we identify with it. What's masculine and feminine? Because in the highest level of spiritual experiences, there is no masculine and feminine. It's just energy. When we bring it down to the earthly experience of our social constructs and in our mind, then it becomes more like this is associated to be more masculine. This is associated to be more feminine. So with that, in general, when I talk about the energetic distinctions between masculine and feminine, my perspective, it's only one. Masculine is what is the giving out. It is the putting out of energy. It is the movement of the energy. All right, is the execution of energetic potential. Whereas, and not limited to, feminine energy is the receiving, it's the nurturing, the organizing, all right, it's the integration of what is put out. So that's kind of like a general overview, kind of like circle of what, a circular way of understanding the two different, spaces or energetic expressions. Because to me, it's all about expressions, the expressions of how we see the energy, and then how we, relate to it. So, does that help? Does that give some context that you feel is enough sustenance? I mean, I can totally elaborate some more because that's what I'll do in further in the discussion too. So,
Yeah, yeah. Manny, why don't you give us some feedback as our audience member?
I'm glad that you explained it in that way, just because I think when you don't know about these things, you do place these energies as gender specific roles. So I like how you say, masculine energy is more about like, I guess, the support, like how you can help, and you, I guess, give that energy out. And where feminism is more about like, okay, you take that in and then it's more like you said, the nurturing. I've never heard it expressed that way. And I'm so glad you did, because it makes complete sense on why it's important to navigate both energies within yourself, for any person, I guess. Yeah.
sure.
Not just men. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you for sharing that, Manny. Anthony, tell us more about being playful
Yeah.
and the feminine energy.
Yeah. So, the playful aspect of life allows us to connect with the childlike energy it's always in us. It always has been with us ever since we were brought into this life and this experience. And what I like to talk about is dance. the dance of life, very macrocosmically. And there's also physical dances that you go to at a lounge or a club or a party or an event. There's that. And it's all connected. The dance of life is connected with the dance that we do in the microcosms of our own existence. So I'm going to start with the idea that men are seen, and this ties into masculine and feminine, men are seen as protectors, warriors. And so that those are kind of like archetypes of masculine energy, protectors, warriors, kings, things like that. And if you study history, if you ever studied culture around the world, warriors tend to dance before they go into a war, before they go into a some kind of protection ritual, fighting against another tribe or trying to defend the village or things like that. So dance has always been a part of trying to invigorate the body with energy so that we can express ourselves and continue to go into the world with energy that is for creation, that is for transformation, that is for growing, our experiences in different ways. So playfulness is a big part of my life as it relates to like how I connect with the creative energy, the feminine energy, the nurturing energy, and thus the integrative energy of everything that I'm doing in my life, the balance of my different habits, rituals, practices that help keep me centered, that help keep harmony more present in my life than not. So, any thoughts about that, Manny? Any questions related to the playfulness? I'm gonna expand on it some more. I like to give
Um,
context in layers. So you
yeah.
just take a little bit, break it down.
You know, I I always go back to dancing always being my favorite thing to do.
Oh,
If I could change back the hands of time, like I would have definitely loved to explore being a dancer as a profession.
Mhm.
Um, to do that now, I don't know how that's even possible. I mean, I'm
surprised.
sure there's opportunity, but at the same time, I'm not sure that's the direction I want to go. But I think it's fascinating that is part of history that men did that as in preparation for whatever they had to do next.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah, and many for example, I'm part of a static dance community. It's a dance community. It's also it's a consciousness. And so I'm not sure where you live. However, there's another dance community called Five Rhythms, and they have chapters all over or studios and places they meet all over the nation. So I'd be a note that I would put down. They're called Five Rhythms, and it's a national organization or group collective. You can find a location closest to you. Where do you live at, Manny?
Yeah, we have one in Charlottesville, or a
Wait,
couple.
I'm in
We-
I'm in Texas.
okay, cool. Are you near Austin by chance?
I'm in San Antonio, so not too far from Austin. Yeah.
Okay.
There are
So
so many amazing men's groups in Austin, Texas.
Really? Yeah. Oh yeah.
I-
That's a.
oh my gosh, like it's really been just like over the last 4 years. I can definitely connect you to a bunch of amazing people
that
in
was
that
actually
area.
something I noted for myself was like, um, where can I find these type of like men's seminars
Mhm.
that the other speakers were talking about too? Because like Googling on my own I haven't been very successful finding things like this. So I'd be interested in getting more information.
Yeah.
We've got you, Manny.
Thank you.
I know one person there in Austin who's a coach of mine for a bit. His name is Preston Smiles, and he started a men's group. And
Preston's big in the industry.
yeah, I know him. I know him personally, so he's cool. That would because you're not that far from Austin. That's one person I know. I mean, sure, whoever you connect him with too, at least is great. So, well, yeah, that's why we're here. We're here.
That's absolutely. We're all about connecting people. And it's beautiful to be able to connect with multiple people because you never know which person you're going to resonate at which part of the journey. right? Because you could do coaching or spend time with one person for a little bit and have just an amazing experience, and then float over to another person, because we all have our unique talents and, like, niches, and it doesn't make one coach or one person better than the other. It's just honoring the journey, which I think is so great, and why I love bringing people from literally all over the world for these conversations here on the summit.
Yeah. 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 So I'm just going to continue on with the playfulness part because it ties into some deeper parts of what it connects us to. And playfulness can show up in a lot of ways. It could be playing a game or playing tag or doing something. However, I like to focus on dance because it's such it has so many ways it can show up. And so when we tap into a more of a dance in life, we tap into more of this willingness that allows us to become closer to trusting and surrendering to life, like allowing life to unfurl, allowing life to be, allowing ourselves to let go, even if it's just for 30 minutes, 15 minutes, allowing ourselves to feel what we feel it and let it go, feel it, let it flow. The more we practice that, we feel lighter because we're energetically, sloughing off and exfoliating and peeling off things a little bit at a time, a little bit at a time. And so, because life can be challenging. Life is a number of different flavors. Sweet, it's bitter, it's salty, it's savory. So that blend of all those things creates opportunities for us to figure out how we want to be with life and where we want to where we want to spend our time and energy. And so oftentimes when I dance and when I get into that space, I'm very I'm undulating a lot. So I'm moving my hips a lot. I'm moving my upper body, moving my neck. I'm dipping down, I'm dancing down on the ground. I'm like swimming in the space, essentially. I'm swimming, I'm surfing. Like I'm getting really into my body. And so that in itself helps connect me more to that more, I would like to call it the feminine energy, the part of us that gets into our depth. Okay. And so when the more I do that, I feel that energy. I take that with me when I'm in client meetings, when I'm traveling, when I'm with my family. And what that looks like, Manny, is like I'm just more flexible. What's the word? Flexible. I feel adaptable. Like I can kind of I can blend in like a chameleon. That doesn't mean I become the environment. That doesn't mean I take on the things that I'm in. I can be with it and not become it because I see I have choice and I move very lightly. I'm moving very just like a flow. So all that and that and the playfulness of life, from dance, from playing games, sports, all that's help. If we can consciously understand what's going on when we do that, we can relate it and connect with that into other things in life. So I want to say that part, and that helps us create a more balanced way of how we live in life. So we're playing with our energetic bodies of our masculine and feminine together because ultimately we're continuing to weave them together. We can continue to weave them together so they become more harmonious and one is not more dominant, than the other. Because that's what we've seen that for a long time in this world, whereas the dominant energy that is moving and creating the shifts in our world have been more masculine over time. And so now, as men, if we tap more into our more feminine energy expression and connection, bringing the masculine together and the feminine together creates a more sustainable way of it coexisting. And because the healthier we can coexist from a interdependent state, everything will benefit. Every kind of sphere, ecological, economic, sociological, political, will sustain more than not. All right, I'm gonna pause. Let's see what other.
Yeah. So my journey has been more discovering and identifying my masculinity. So it's kind of like, and I was telling my wife this last night, like my situation is harder to seek help for, in my opinion, because there's a lot of help available for men who have been divorced or men who have children. Um, and because I've been married with my wife for over 20 years. And so to find a space where topics are discussed about like what it's like to be a man when you've been labeled as being too feminine, and also not really understanding what masculinity is, because of course there's that generational that you guys use. I'm writing so many notes. Um, Conditioning, generational conditioning of like this is what masculinity is and this is what feminism is, and now understanding what it really is and unlearning a lot of those things. So
Yeah, yeah. Hi, Hunter. Thank you for sharing that, Manny. That's great because we do come up against that. A lot of that comes from our family, our immediate communities, where we got our first understandings of what it means to be a man, like the defined roles and the archetype of a man. Again, the protector, the warrior, the king, one that wears the pants. So I get it, man. It's not easy. Um, so I want to just recognize you for just bringing that up because a lot of that is playing in the background of a lot of us men. We're not open and willing to share it because even sharing is almost like that's not what men do. They don't share shit. We figure it out. We go for it and figure it out. Yeah, sometimes you don't figure it out. You think you're figuring it out by trying to figure it out instead of allowing yourself to be supported, to be held and hugged and kissed if necessary. So yeah, man, it's beautiful. Hunter, I know you just joined. I don't know. I don't want to do that part. At least if you want to.
Oh no, it's fine. I'll introduce him when he's our next speaker
Okay.
here in 15 minutes.
Great.
But I front loaded him a little bit about what we were talking about regards to the balancing masculine and feminine energy and what. So
Cool.
get to chipping in.
Yeah. So I'll just continue on because there's some more stuff that ties into
Yeah,
what we're going to talk
please
about.
do.
Yeah. So within that um, playfulness that allows us to connect with more of our um, energetic body of the feminine, the energetic body of the feminine to me oftentimes connects with the ability to adapt and be flexible, to be resilient. Because women are some highly resilient beings. They bear children. They have moon cycles every month. They carry a lot of load energetically in their mind, and that prepares them, that conditions them to be able to bear a lot of the load and things that, especially with children, which I'm so humbly connected to now. Like I had a home birth, and when I saw my daughter, I caught my daughter from my wife when she delivered her, and I just have a whole nother like, oh, let me just sit down. Not out of like inferiority, just like, yeah, I'm humbled. So I say all that. It allows us to connect with those parts of us that allow us to sustain. And if we can sustain ourselves with those connections within ourselves, we'll have more longevity. And within that comes also this capacity to enjoy life, to find the joy within, in joy. We can find the joy within. We can find the fun in being a father, and being a dad, and being a brother, and being whatever that is, whatever kind of male figure you might be to another male or female, whatever that is. And to me, I think that's what gives us a deeper sense of living and meaning, and why we choose to be here every day. You know, because life outside of our walls and our houses and our places, and we know, I mean, there's a lot of different things that we can, if we connect with these environments too much, we could feel depleted. We could feel this withdrawal energetically. And if we're
Sure.
not pouring into ourselves by having fun, by tapping into our playfulness, by dancing in life, it could be a little rough, you know. And yeah, I've experienced it seeing other fathers, other men. Some of them have children, some of them don't. And one of the things I've been more present to lately is conversations I've had with a few buddies of mine where they've said that I just gave so much of myself to this child, to this marriage, that I just kind of forgotten about myself. I just didn't think it was really necessary, because I thought like that's the notable thing to do. Like when you become a father, and it's a similar conversation with women too. I hear it too, but we're not talking about that right now specifically. It's just a conversation about counting yourself out, exiting stage left, because I don't want to deal with myself right now. I don't want to face the things that I'm dealing with that's coming up. So I'm just going to redirect that energy and pour it into my kids, pour it into my business, pour it into my collective. You know, be a volunteer for everybody's cause but mine.
Kind of becomes a martyr.
Martyr syndrome. And it's self-sabotaging. So if we're talking about that, you start to self-sabotage yourself too. So it deflects the energy away from you.
For sure.
Yeah. So yeah. So that, I'm gonna pause for a second. Any thoughts? Any conversation? You know, I like to make this a trialogue.
I'm kind of struck by that sense of becoming a parent and losing other identities, right? That like it is an incredibly huge transition, and yeah, that I think for me that was a significant thing. It's just like, yeah, I now thought of myself as a father first, and all of my other identities took a back seat, right? And so for some time, feeling a little like unmoored and kind of disoriented around like, yeah, what do I do? And that guilt about like, if I am out doing something for myself, taking time away from my family, those kinds of things, and sort of learning how to balance that and trust both like my partner's gonna let me know if something is too much, right? And like I'm away too much, and that it is okay to do things that I enjoy and to take care of myself. Finding that balance again was tricky.
Yeah, for sure. I totally used to have some guilt trips sometimes. I'd be like, all right, I want to go dancing. I'll be back in the 3 hours. And, you know, when I'm in the dance, I'm fine. You know, and I'm specifically talking about static dance community that I have here in Atlanta, Hunter. And it's a staple, like energetic deposit for me. Like it's almost like when I don't have it, I'm like, where's my wallet? Where's my phone? Where's my watch? You know, I feel disconnected. So what I did, I talked with another father who had similar experiences like that. He's like, yeah, we have that, especially as, you know, as the parent that might be out or leaving more, and the parent who's at home with the baby or with the little one. But I also started to recontextualize my relationship around like, well, everybody's creating their experience here. Everybody. We all chose to be here in this experience, in this union, in this time, in this part, in this life. So no one is doing anything to anybody. Everybody's bringing their energy, their experience with it. So, you know, I was very intentional about saying, hey, Erica, my wife, take your time to go out, go get a massage. And I even set it up too. I even set up moments of like, I pay for a massage therapist to come to the house. I even say, I was very re-emphasizing like, go hang out with your girlfriends, go do these things, even if you go window shopping, go have some coffee and like eat a donut and just like relax, whatever that is, you know, because sometimes it's helpful if people are like told by others that, hey, it's okay to go do that. Like you have the permission for yourself. And I think that can relate to us as men too. Like sometimes we just need to hear it from someone that looks like us to say like, oh yeah, I know that, and let me just get back to it.
Mhm.
So yeah, yeah, it's the self-care. I think this is all, I mean, it's all mental health. It revolves around the specifically area of self-care, fulfillment and nurturing it. And that's, to me, I don't think anybody can not put enough money and resources into that, isn't it? Because you always benefit. It's not like when I take care of myself, everything gets worse. That doesn't happen. No one has ever gotten like they've
Only
done.
if you have a bad therapist, because I definitely personally experienced that from last
That can
summer.
happen, right? But like, you take
I'm good
yourself.
now. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it's cool. No, I get it. That's true too. Because I've had some massage therapists that I'm like, I told you this is soft. I know I'm muscular, but that doesn't mean you need to press my muscles into my bones.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's an interesting sort of experience.
Yeah. And I would joke with some clients that when they first start training with me, because I do personal training, I was like, no one has ever gotten healthier, slimmer, lifestyles improve. They have more confidence. They feel more resilient. They have more capacity, have more bandwidth. They're able to manage their house, their business, themselves in a more sustainable way, and been like, oh, this shit sucks. I don't like all this personal bandwidth and sustainability and confidence and courage. What's that about? I'm wasting my money. No one. It's not real. No one ever. So I say all that. When we pour into ourselves, we win and everybody benefits dividends. You reap it because this energy is infinite. It's like, oh, and we also send a signal subconsciously to people like, okay, I have the permission to do this. I don't have to kill myself. I don't have to do that. I can rewrite that script, and I can change the way the next few generations choose to come about and choose what they want for themselves too, just by me being a model. So
I did want to ask because earlier you said something about working with certain clients that I guess get triggered by maybe like a past experience of like the example you gave, like an uncle. Um, and I kind of fall in that category when I first started my fitness journey 10 years ago, where I had a personal trainer tell me like, he was like, I don't understand what's going on in your head. Like when I try to get you to push yourself, like you just shut down. Um, and I was just kind of curious, like, what are like some things that have been successful, like for some of your clients or things that you've done to help clients get through that, I guess that mental block of like, I can't push any harder
mhm,
because
mhm.
you just have that par paralyzing effect.
Yeah. Oh man, that's a great one. I've had some clients I've been training for over 6 years, and there's definitely been some moments where I was like, why aren't you listening? Why aren't you surrendering and trusting the coaching? And so, what I came to and what really helped is a book called Four Agreements. Don't make assumptions, don't make assumptions. And at least try not to as much as you can. What I have come to understand, Manny, is that people are hearing what you're saying. So they're taking it in. Now, whether or not they're processing it and applying it is another thing. And when they do that is in divine time. So I had to work on letting go of that attached idea in my mind about if this was happening, they'd be doing this. And when they'd be doing this, then it would show up like physically. And then they would just, from that I'd have more clients and da 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 da. And so I had to I let go of that over time because it became heavy. It became like it became too attaching. And I felt like I wasn't having fun, or I felt like I wasn't really having the joy that I want to experience with the client. And so when I let go of it over time, I saw this they eventually, started putting things in place and making their shifts at their time. And we continued on. So I think, I would say for someone like you and that trainer, I would just say, have that understanding that everybody moves when they move. And we can't want it more than them. We may want it for them, but we can't want it more. And that's with anything, whether it's personal training, whether it's goal setting, whether it's building a family, whatever that is. So is that land or anything about that resonate?
Yeah, and I think, because again, this was probably 10 years ago. And I just started doing jujitsu or Brazilian jiu-jitsu in September. And even in that process, like I find myself conquering more of my fears by, like you said, like trusting the process. And I guess maybe that was something that I needed to be able to like overcome, is just trusting people when I haven't had people that really I could trust. And so when put in a situation where like they're telling you, trust me, just trust the process. It's like, like you said, we hear it, but for whatever reason, it just doesn't click. And I guess it just with time it does.
It's a moment by moment choice. I see it as we have moments by moments to choose the feedback, the guidance, you know. And when it's I feel like when we've shed some of the layers within ourselves, we can then actually receive it. We can then allow. And I imagine too, it's just like, when Alicia sees clients, some people are like tight on a table because they're like, someone's touching me, or they're not vulnerable enough to allow themselves to relax and take in the magic that comes through her hands to their body. So it's no different in these kind of situations. Like, we got to work through our own stuff a lot of times first before we can receive what our shaman, what our business coach, what our trainer is presenting. Because honestly, we don't need a lot to change. We don't need a lot. We don't need a lot of shit. We just need some consistent, committed action. It could be one thing. One thing can shift your whole life. And then you can add on a second. And then a third. Start with one and work that. And the ship will turn it around. So
Thank you so much, Anthony. What a brilliant note for us to get to leave off on and transition over to Hunter. I really appreciate your time, your wisdom, and really how you showed up here today. Thank you, Anthony.
thank you for having me. Yeah, this is great. I love these discussions because this is going to energetically spill out in the world with all of this, and we take it everywhere we go, and it enriches others people's lives as well as ours.
100%. Thank you. I know that many of the speakers are looking forward to watching the recordings later. So I'm sure it'll continue to ripple out as soon as I'm able to get those out. So without further ado, Hunter Teets is he's joining us here from the United States, here in Virginia. He is a professional counselor and an AEDP therapist. I think I got that acronym correct. He is going to talk to us about how do you build that, like, and develop the skills for your emotional work when they've never been modeled for you. And also just how do we show up for our children's suffering? A slightly different thing that people might not speak on. So Hunter, thank you so much for joining us today, and also for last night on the VIP panel. I really appreciate you.
Yeah, you're welcome. And I'm happy to be here. Yeah, so I would love to have this as a conversation as well. And Manny, do you go by Manuel, or how do you prefer to be addressed?
Manny is fine. I forgot to update that in the settings.
No, that's okay. Yeah. Okay. Sounds good. Yeah. Just so I know. Yeah. So partly I want to talk about like the why a little bit of doing our own emotional work, and it does kind of flow, right, Anthony, from what you were saying of just sometimes we have to resolve things or move things within ourselves before we can receive or like move out in the world with that intention. And I think that so much of our agency is possible in that moment between when something happens and when we respond, right? That like if I think there's a tendency to be reactive, right? And whatever reaction that is, that could be shutting down, it could be getting loud or those kinds of things. But when we can just sit with something that has happened, and I think like with my kids, if I can sit with something that happened that maybe is frustrating, or I'd be tempted to respond in an angry way or those kinds of things, if I can sit with it, then so much of my intention is allowed to happen because I can take a little space and see what's happening internally before I decide how I'm going to respond. And I can't always do that, right? But that is the goal. And yeah, a lot of times we have hooks or triggers that like when something happens, our response seems super automatic. And those are some of the places where emotional work can be the most fruitful. And so yeah, I'm a professional therapist and I help people with these things kind of every day. And I think, yeah, that's a great method to do that. One of the things I was thinking about when I was kind of preparing for this is just understanding that that's not accessible to everybody, right? And there are ways to find a therapist that can be more affordable and those sorts of things. And like the time that a lot of therapists work sort of business hours, and sometimes it's hard to get away, those kinds of things. But there are like increasing options around that. And so, and Elisa, you were saying, yeah, therapy can be good. Sometimes you get a bad therapist, right? Yeah. And that can be a possibility too, right? So,
Like any
being able
profession,
to,
like he was saying
right.
with massage therapists, it's just the nature of being human and having a job.
Yeah. 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 And so one of the things, and I'll talk a little bit about this later on too, but so I think emotional work is best done in relationship. And I know that's not always accessible. And so there are other ways to do it, right? But I think it is best done in a relationship. And maybe that's a therapist, maybe that's a friend. And I think sometimes as men, one of the things that um, we don't honor is like how it feels for us when we're with somebody. And I think we're often taught to kind of push discomfort aside and get the job done and those kinds of things. And so um, if you are with a therapist or with a friend and it does not feel good, that is something to pay attention to, right? And to really honor the wisdom that your system is bringing to you and saying like, okay, this doesn't feel good. I maybe can't put my finger on it, but I can also trust that. And it does take some skill to know the difference between like what's uncomfortable because it's new and good and what is uncomfortable because it's harmful. That especially if we have been really hurt by people or in life, that distinction can be a difficult one to make. And so some of that is like if the person you're with is giving space for your discomfort and like not not just pushing, but kind of allowing you to understand what's happening, helping you make sense of that, and being able to sit with you in that, not like pushing it onto you or blaming you about things. Those are signs that, yeah, this is probably a safe person to be with, and this discomfort is probably something that's going to lead somewhere good. But if it does feel like a blaming or that like they can't tolerate what's coming up in you, those kinds of things, then those are also signs that this might not be a good fit as a friend or as a therapist or as someone to do this kind of work with. And so I think partly therapy and other things like that, they're reflective practices. That's one kind of reflective practices, and there are lots that we can do. So I think a lot of people recommend like some kind of reflective writing, right, or journaling or that kind of thing. Anything where we can get space where we can sort of make sense of our experience and look back on our experience and see more of what actually happened rather than what we thought happened. Maybe, I don't know if that distinction makes sense, but I think a lot of times too, it's easy for us to project onto an experience, but sort of miss some of what actually happened, or see the things we're used to seeing about it and not get the whole picture. So yeah, and I don't know if there are any questions so far.
I don't have any questions. What did you share so far is at some point. So I'm tracking with you.
All right.
That's actually where I'm kind of at, and now is I've avoided the emotional work, I guess. Like journaling has been one thing that I've been afraid to do. Because there's a lot of thoughts in my head that I feel like if found on paper by the wrong person, could be hurtful. But I understand that that process is what helps us overcome, I guess, a lot of the traumas, and also would give me a lift on my shoulders of trying to remember important times and good times by writing them down. And I guess that's where the gratitude journal comes into play, so that I don't have to rely on my brain to try to remember all the good things. And even by writing down the bad things that have had to happen, I'm allowing my brain to just kind of like discard that kind of memory per se, but not really. But after, I guess, writing it down, I can make that decision of whether I wanted to enter back into my headspace. And so, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I do appreciate that sense of like, if I write it down and the wrong person finds it, then that, like, they might not understand, right, that this is something I'm doing to let go of these things, or that, like, yeah, sometimes we have strong feelings that would scare people, right? And seeing it in that context, yeah, could be difficult in a relationship. Um and so sometimes it can be cathartic to, like, afterwards burn it or shred it too, right? That, like, you get a chance to get it out and then you can get rid of it, and that way people don't find it.
I do have a
One thing.
little aside on that, just really quick, if I may. So I've been journaling off and on since I was 7 years old. I'm like looking at a bookshelf just full of journals. But in one of my early entries, I remember my middle brother finding my journal, erasing what I wrote and writing in his own bit because it was about him and it clearly upset him. And I sometimes wonder if that impacted us in our relationship later on,
Mm.
even though we were so young, and if there was just something about that that just like hit him and imprinted. Probably never know that, but it is an example of I gave my niece her first journal for Christmas. I told her to hide it. I was like, hide it in a place that no one will find it. I said, because this is a place for you to write everything that you feel and to not worry about how it's going to make another person feel or what a person's going to think about you if they read it. I said, but like brothers can look for things. So hide it really well. Like it's a place of just like innocent curiosity, right? But that's just what it is. So that's just my like personal little story.
Yeah, yeah, to keep it safe and keep it protected. That makes sense. And oftentimes when I'm encouraging people to write, and especially if you are going to be writing about really heavy emotional things, I think it's good to put some boundaries up on that too, to say like, okay, I'm going to do this for 20 minutes, right? And I'm going to then take a break after. And like some people associate different smells with different things, or like the whole world of aromatherapy. But one thing that aromatherapy I think is really good for is helping us sort of shift states if we make it a habit. And so if it's like maybe after I write, I smell something that seems kind of cleansing, like orange and lavender or something like that, and I keep making a habit of that, then it helps me transition from that intense writing time back into the rest of my life. And so I don't have to carry that with me as much. It can be more of like, this was happening then, and then I get to switch states and I get to go on and have more kind of freedom and separation from that it doesn't linger with me the rest of the day. And if you're able to like have kind of a regular space where you write, and then can again like get away from that and take a break, because yeah, like a lot of times we're writing about things that are pretty heavy, and it is good to put up some boundaries around that. And then I guess I'll talk a little bit more some other reflective practices. So like I would divide meditation into like a couple different categories. More active meditation like yoga, or like walking, running, hiking, biking. If you do those things with intention, I think that can be a meditation. And then there's like the classic kind of breath work, kind of observing your breathing and also noticing just what's happening internally and trying not to judge it, and those kinds of things. Those can be really helpful forms of meditation and reflection. Um, and also interacting with books. There are a lot of good books out there. One of my favorites that's sort of relevant is Man's Search for Meaning. It was written by this um, psychoanalyst in the like 50s or so, Viktor Frankl. So he was a Jewish person who lived through the Holocaust, and it was his experience of like finding meaning in each day that carried him through, and he talks a lot about that. And then yeah, like there are some good podcasts out there, things like that. I'm a little leery of social media or like YouTube and things like that for this kind of stuff, because I think it is easy to get steered towards places that are kind of dark. And I think there are lots of great things out there, but there are some also pretty like deceptively bad things, or things that seem good on the surface but are not very like uplifting or soul satisfying to get into. So I tend to caution that just a little bit. So those are some of the individual ways to do this work. And then I think, yeah, like doing it relationally is often helpful. And so another thing about this I was thinking is that like there is kind of an epidemic of loneliness, right, in our current state of the world. And that's, I think, both men and women. And that in some ways men have been socialized differently, right, to have fewer like relational skills and understand those things. So I think just like finding a friend can be hard, and finding a friend that you can trust about these things is difficult. But one of the best ways to find a friend is to be a friend, right? Is to show up for other people, and just to spend time with people in settings where there's something that you share. It could be anything like a sports team, or those kinds of things, or like volunteering, just anything that sort of touches on something that you like, and to put yourself in those situations. And partly it's just time, but then I think kind of coming back to those questions I was saying about with a therapist, like how do you feel when you're with them, right? That's important to pay attention to. And do they pretty much do what they say they're going to do? I think in some men's circles there is like I would call a hyper focus on integrity and being on time and those kinds of things. That like if someone doesn't show up on time, then they're out of integrity and you can't trust them. And I sort of take like a broader view. If like someone is generally doing what they say they will and showing up when they say they will, I try to look past the sort of more legalistic piece of things that I think can be present in like men's communities. And yeah, that like this idea that not everyone is trustworthy, right? And it's okay to take time to sort of feel that out with people, and we don't have to just dive in. And then also there are a lot of men's communities out there. Like I've been a part of the Mankind Project for about a decade, and then there's a, a sort of related one called Sacred Sons, and they do more festival oriented, like bigger gatherings for men and things like that. But there are many, and so if you are interested in something like that, you don't have to necessarily forge it on your own, right? That there are other people who are doing that and making spaces where men can be together. And then, so I'm kind of running out of time, so I'm going to jump ahead real quick. And as far as like being with our kids,
you have time. You're fine.
okay, sounds good. As far as like being with our kids in their suffering, I think one thing that's really important to keep in mind is that, especially when kids are young, but definitely throughout their lives, kids' behavior speaks a lot. And I think that behavior can oftentimes be a trigger for parents, right? And so that's where creating enough emotional space and intelligence to like see what our kids are doing and kind of understand what that might communicate is a really important way that we can be with them in their suffering. And I sort of have it in two categories of like, oftentimes kids will either act in, so things like getting depressed, being quiet, isolating, cutting, some kind of eating disorder, stuff like that is what I would consider more acting in, of like these internal ways of trying to manage distress. And so as a parent, being able to see that behavior and kind of get curious about, okay, so what is going on? What does it mean that they're getting bad grades, right? Not doing well in school, not very motivated. Because I think it's easy to read that as like, oh, they're lazy, right? Or they're whatever. But if we can get curious about it, we'll oftentimes, I think, find out that no, there's something in their world that's not right. And we can help them draw that out, and we can meet them there and be with them in that, and just let them know that we see them, that we care about them. And then I think there's the acting out behavior, which is sometimes the more like triggering as a parent, right? So like if a kid is partying or lying or like angry outbursts, kind of pushing boundaries, those kinds of things, I think that often comes too from some kind of internal turmoil, and to be able to step back again and not just come down on behavior, come down on a kid for acting out, but really getting curious again and trying to understand what is happening in their world and how we can kind of be with them in that is very important. And the like phrase I have about that is always connect before you correct, right? That like if you can get in their world and let them know that you love them and that you care, then you can be a lot more effective in trying to teach them a different way and show them a different way. So yeah, so that's what I got, and I'm happy to take any questions or like any comments and like that.
Well, I wanted to comment on that last part. Boys connect and then correct. Is that what connect then correct? Or something?
Yeah.
That speaks a lot, because it's about building that trust in the connection. Like, oh, you see me, you're here with me, you empathize with me. All right, now you can. Now I'm willing to listen. So that's so true. I think that's true with all people, and especially with kids, because they're formulating themselves internally all the time. And I have a daughter. I don't have a son. However, I see bits of that even with her. She's like, come into my world first. before you start telling me, don't do that, don't do that, don't do that, don't do that.
Yeah.
Try to drop
Yeah.
into me. Try to drop into that space a little bit. So yeah, I think that's great. That's a great point.
Yeah. And one of the things with my daughter, I think she probably has some ADHD going on, and as in various times in her life, like she would we would just have to say no to her a lot because she's doing things like up and active that she shouldn't be doing and those kinds of things. And so for a while, um, we would wrestle at night. And that was a time when, like, anything she did, I would just roll with, right? She pinches me, she's like poking me in the eye, whatever. That, like, it was a time where we could just be together and I wasn't going to say no about anything, right? I might like redirect her if something is like really hurting me, whatever, but I'm going to do it in a playful way and in a way, hopefully, that's really connecting, just to give her that space where like she doesn't hear no and she just gets to be there doing whatever she's doing. I think that really helped um, with behavior outside of that. So
I love that. I love that you just really, I understand that it seems like a lot of no's. So let's just create this free space, and also the aspect of the physicality to be able to get the energy out. Versus in like, yeah, like let's just sit down and you can draw whatever you want, right? Like it's a totally different experience within one's being.
yeah, yeah, and especially for young kids when they're having trouble listening, if you do shift into something physical for a little while, I think that really helps them come back. And um, so like if you can wrestle with them, or if they can run around the house or whatever it is, but to get them really active, then helps get them moving in the right direction when they're come back from that.
When I was teaching sixth grade, I had a pretty wily class. And it was a charter school. And there was a tree that was maybe like, I don't know, close to a quarter mile away. Like you could still see them. Maybe it was an eighth. Then we'll be generous. We'll say it was an eighth of a mile. And they'd be wily, and we get out of the portable. I was like, you have to go run. You have to go run to the tree, and you're gonna come back, because they just wouldn't focus anymore. And I'd just be out there like yelling. I mean, I don't know. You could probably can't do this in like other schools. This was a Waldorf charter school a few years back, and they would run, and then they'd come back, and then they'd sit down and focus for like another 20 to 30 minutes, and they could just get their work done and actually be present and learn. But if I had just like tried to make them power through that and just been like, do the work, like, I don't want to have to tell you again, like, stop hitting your pencil, stop poking your neighbor, stop, like, whatever. Be like, no, like, they just need to go get it out of their body instead of trying to condense that energy that's just vibrating in them.
Yeah.
Recess for the reset.
Yeah.
Reset.
Disciplined reset, but not in a mean way.
Right.
You're like, I see you, and you might not enjoy this right now, but you're going to enjoy like actually getting your work done and not having to take it home for homework.
Yes. I gotta roll, everybody. I was just about to send you all a note, so I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Anthony, for being here. I do appreciate your time. Have a wonderful day. So, Manny, we have 4 minutes left to hang out with Hunter before we can have a 10-minute break, so we can chat. We can roll through whatever you two would like to do to utilize the time. Obviously honoring Hunter's time in case you need to like run out to do stuff with your own family in 4 minutes.
No, I liked everything you talked about, the different like setting boundaries with journaling. I never really understood the importance of aromatherapy. Like it smells nice and with some aromas, and my favorite scent is eucalyptus. And so yeah, like finding ways to incorporate that. I guess what the big takeaway, like especially with this last session and the current session, is more about the energy that's flowing through our bodies. especially you just talking about like getting children who are having trouble like settling down because they just have all this energy that needs to be released. My nephew, we're just our own analysis. We kind of see him more autistic, but because there's so much negative connotation with that, his parents don't want to own that and seek the help that he needs. Um, and that's where a lot of my anxiety and depression sit because I see a child that I don't want to see struggle, but I'm also not the parent. Um, but like as you were talking, like I was like, okay, like even though I can't change his situation, I can't force his parents to do anything. Um, my time with him alone is what's going to matter. Like, just showing up for him. I think somebody else, you said that, like, how do you, um, like the loneliness epidemic, um, you know, how do you find friends like that? Well, if you start to be a friend like that, it's going to reciprocate. And that resonated with me. Like, I can't fix his situation as much as I want to. And the more that I dwell on the fact that I can't fix it or wish there was something I could do, the more energy that I expend. And I have nothing left for myself, So I got to try to, like you said, set boundaries on a lot of things in life.
Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. And a little bit of what's coming up for me too is like dwelling on it in depression or with anxiety, that maybe that's a little bit of a like that might be easier to manage than just being with the sadness of the situation, right? And maybe if you have someone or a place where you can just be in the sadness and be connected to that it might resolve a little bit, right? That, like, of course it's an ongoing situation, but maybe there is some sadness that needs to be let out, that's underneath the depression and anxiety. Yeah. And that's
Something
another
that,
thing. Oh,
sorry, go ahead.
okay. That's another thing that I think oftentimes, as well, I think for a lot of people, and yeah, like men in particular, maybe that there is a fear of getting into our emotions, that like we think it'll be overwhelming, or that like if I open it up, it will never stop, right? And I think sometimes there's like a hint of truth to that like if we've repressed feeling for a long time and then we open up, there's a lot there.
Yeah.
And that it can take some time to work through, but that one thing to remember is that like no feeling lasts forever, and so we can get into these strong feelings, and that they will move, right? They'll shift and resolve and those kinds of things. And
It's funny that you say that because like my wife was given this book. It's called What Happened to You. It's authored by Oprah and Bruce Perry. I'm not familiar with him, but everybody knows who Oprah is. And I've never really understood like how instrumental she has been in mental health. Um, but as soon as I started reading the book, like I wanted to put it back down because I was like, I wasn't sure like if I was ready to revisit, those experiences. Like even though it's ongoing that I experienced them daily, almost 100% of the time, I'm not getting rid of them by not facing them, and I'm glad you said that because it's definitely a book like I know it's helped a lot of people, and doing hard work is hard. So
it is, absolutely.
yeah.
Yeah.
I really
Yeah, I've
appreciate
also.
you bringing that
Oh, go
forward,
ahead.
Manny. I was just saying that I appreciate Manny being courageous and sharing those sorts of things, and also sharing a resource. That's why I put it in the chat, and just for sharing later.
Nice. Yeah. Yeah, I've heard really good things about that book. I think it is really well like supported with research and written in a way that is like um easy to make sense of. And yeah, and it's difficult still, right? That like yeah.
The point I wanted to bring up, Hunter, earlier in regards to loneliness and that as an epidemic, which it definitely has been, especially since the beginning of the pandemic, is that so many people are struggling to make friends in real life because we're stuck behind screens, and the anxiety that can come from not being able to read that nonverbal communication and energy, which then makes actions less predictable, which increases the anxiety, right? Like the circle continues. So, without those emotional skills that people have developed, like what advice would you give anybody who is lonely but also is struggling to like cover that gap of how do I connect with people in real life to start building those friendships that I might not already have? Because you're like be a good friend to get to have a friend or whatnot, but it's just like, but there are people out there that don't feel like they have any friends to be that good friend too. So like, how do you start that process for people who feel like that?
Yeah. So another thing I often think about is that when anxiety is high, structure should also be high. And so if someone is pretty anxious about a social situation, then going into a place that is more structured can be helpful. And whether it's like, yeah, we're gonna come watch this football game and then leave, right? That's a lot of structure, and you don't have to. There's not a lot of like pauses in the conversation to navigate. You can always, like pay attention to what's happening in the game or those kinds of things. Or if it's like, yeah, like maybe a church service, then like it's structured and you know what's happening and things like that. Or like then to getting like less structured, if there are things that you're interested in, like some kind of volunteering, right? There's often time when you're actively working on something. Like there are a lot of people in my area who are really avid trail builders, and they're spending a lot of time out there doing something together, and they have a goal, but then there's a lot of time kind of in between, like putting away the tools or walking to where you're going together, those kinds of things that provide more openness. So um, partly just like finding spaces and places that feel comfortable at first, or comfortable enough, right? That maybe there's still some discomfort, but um, that oftentimes something that's a little more structured will provide some of that comfort and is the easier way to like start getting back into that. Um, and I often think like finding ways to like be playful together. So like I do a lot of mountain biking, and there's a pretty active mountain biking community here where I am, and there's also like a really active running community. Those kinds of things that like um, there are a lot of ready-made opportunities that like you can just show up and be with people, and then there's no commitment to like keep coming or to stay afterwards and socialize or those kinds of things, but just to kind of get back in the habit of being around people can be a good start.
Oh, that sounds great. And also for people out there who are fathers, the importance of modeling for your children what healthy friendships look like, that are balanced, and how to hold boundaries and conflict resolution and all that stuff with your friends as well as your partner. And I think that's something that we oftentimes forget to bring up in conversation, is that like your kids are always watching. And so they watch those relationships you have with your friends as well. And if they're struggling in school, being bullied, or not having friends, then that might be something to take a look at.
Yeah.
Anything else? Sorry, we
Just
did.
let one last question. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I can't remember when this was mentioned, and I told my wife I really need to get my ears checked because I think I do have some kind of possible hearing loss that has actually been since I was a kid. But I think I heard the term mastermind. I didn't. It's almost sounded like these were courses or some kind of like workshops.
Um, well, so there, maybe it was the Mankind Project.
I heard that one.
Okay. I'm trying to think.
It could have,
That's not ringing a bell, but yeah, go ahead.
yeah, it could have been something that I wrote down from maybe an earlier
Mhm.
session.
Oh, you probably did with, I think Anthony said something about the mastermind. I feel like there's a couple different potential definitions about masterminds. They can be courses, I think, and I'm sure Samuel can have, he can weigh on this too. It's like the collective that comes together of these great people that have mastered something. And it's the idea that bringing a group of people together can take you to a higher level. So that's one way that I've heard it phrased. Samuel, have you heard it? Also, do you want me to call you Sam or Samuel? I always feel like I call you Sam in real life, and then I'm like, which one do I call him? What's your
Sam,
preference?
only my wife and my mom call me Samuel when I'm in trouble.
Okay, so just Sam.
Yeah, in terms
Don't want
of
you to be in trouble.
yeah, in terms of a mastermind, like that's ultimately what it is for me is, especially as an entrepreneur, it's I can't go to my employees and discuss certain things. Like I need people that are on my level or higher than me to be able to bounce ideas off of. Like iron sharpens iron.
Right, for sure. Thank you so much for shifting that, Sam. You should probably just change your screen name, for anybody else to call you by Sam, or else people might call you Samuel.
Yeah, true. I don't even know how to do this.
If you click over the
I was gonna say, click on the
ellipses,
3 dots on the right. It'll drop down and say rename.
Yep, I got it.
Sweet.
There we go.
Go team. We got this. Well, Hunter, thank you so very much for showing up, with sharing your wisdom and your candor, and just to like being so supportive of everybody here. I really do appreciate you.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. So, and we have our next. So, Hunter, maybe you can hang out with us if you have to leave. Obviously, we completely understand. It is a long day. So I love to welcome my friend Sam Anderson, coming to us from Virginia in the United States. He is the founder of Warren Investment Firm and Enzo Media Firm. He is also the co-owner of Legacy Vending and also the co-owner of Synapse, which is an amazing company. They're all amazing companies, but I personally get to be involved with Synapse, which always makes me happy because it's a beautiful community that I personally get to be involved in. And he is going to talk to us today about, changing generational lessons that the kids are learning, talking to kids about money, what it's like to balance being a father and an entrepreneur, and in his case, a serial entrepreneur, because he just can't seem to stop himself from like building more amazing businesses, and doing so in an ethical and balanced fashion, with respect for all. So, Sam, thank you so much for joining us today. I appreciate you.
For sure. Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. So tell us a little bit about your journey in fatherhood and why it's important to you to live a balanced life.
Yeah. So my journey in fatherhood is somewhat short. My oldest is 3 years old, my daughter, and then our son is 2 years old. So wasn't anything to do during COVID, but have babies. So that's what we chose to do. Got to keep
Seems
yourself
reasonable.
busy. Couldn't go to the office. So yeah, for me, it's always funny when people talk about work-life balance. To me, as an entrepreneur, there's no such thing. Like things will never be evenly balanced. It's just recognizing what needs your attention the most. So if I've been working longer hours, longer days, and I realize me and the wife haven't had a date night in a while, well, then I need to regroup, stop what I'm doing, make time for that. Luckily for me, I started my businesses well prior to having kids, to getting married, because I knew once I had kids, I didn't want to be that father that's like, oh no, can't make your ballet recital, I got to work, or can't make the soccer match, I got to work. So I knew starting when I did almost 10 years ago would hopefully allow me the time and flexibility I needed so that once my kids were that age, then I could attend those things. So luckily now, 3 years old with my oldest, I don't have to worry about that yet, but that time is quickly approaching. So for me, I'm still taking this time to continually build my brands, build my businesses, going just as hard as ever before, so that when they're 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, I have that extra time I need to make sure that I can focus on my family when I need to. Did that answer your full question?
Well, still being able to be like present. Do you feel like you're still able to be present with the kids now?
Oh, 100%. So me and my wife have an arrangement. I think it's very important for you to talk to your partner and, make certain lines in the sand. So for us, I get to the office about 8 a.m., which most days that means I get to see the kids when they wake up and then I'm out the door. Some days they sleep a little bit later. I don't see them at all in the morning. But I normally wrap up and I'm home by 6 p.m. every day, Monday through Friday. Prior to the kids being born, really, once I got married, I tried to stop doing anything on the weekend. So in my field, in marketing, there's a lot of stuff that pops up on the weekend, like events. We're doing one of our divisions does weddings. So obviously that generally only takes place on the weekend. And yeah, the money's good, but it's like, if I'm not getting the time with my family that I need to, what's the point? So I've hired a staff just for weekend work. So I don't ever have to worry about that. So that balance is, I really hate that word when it comes to this, because there really is no balance. It's what needs your attention now, what doesn't. And continuing to focus on these things allows me the opportunity that when something pops up, I can take off. My wife and my mom still think like, oh, you're the boss, you can just leave whenever you want to. Nah, doesn't quite work like that. I let go of one boss to have hundreds of bosses, which are now clients.
Mhm. It's an interesting journey, isn't it? I think that balance is like you're talking about priorities, right? And so each person defines balance a little bit differently.
Oh, for sure, for sure. And it's that old adage of like, whatever is the most important, you'll make time for. So like, if I'm in the middle of a meeting and my wife calls me with an emergency and one of the kids fell off a slide and broke their arm, I was busy, but I'm not busy anymore. I'm going to get to the hospital and be where I need to be. Same thing with physical fitness. People say, oh, I don't have time to work out. Yeah, you do. You just aren't prioritizing it. Can I cuss on this?
Absolutely. Fuck
Okay.
yes, you can.
You can get your ass up at 5, 6 o'clock in the morning and go to the gym.
Right.
Or you can stay up a little bit later and do what you need to do. For me, like
Right.
education is a huge thing. Like I always have to have my head in a book. Um, so I don't necessarily have time to read most of the time. I just make a goal that like, hey, I can spend at least 15 minutes every day reading a good book. So it's whatever you prioritize and make that the focus in your life. And that those things will shift from time to time.
Right. Yeah. Because some people, as an entrepreneur, they might say, like, oh, there's no way to balance it. I work 13 hours a day.
Yeah, that's BS.
Right. But you're just like, no, like, there's no balance. But you say you get to work at 8 and you come home at 6, which seems like a fairly reasonable day as an entrepreneur.
Yeah, a mentor once told me if I couldn't get what I needed done in that window of time, then I'm doing something wrong. Like if you have to be at work till 10 o'clock at night to get all your work done, you're doing something wrong. It doesn't take that long to complete a good work day. Now, do I complete everything that I want to in a given day? Absolutely not. I generally make it a priority to make my hardest task my first task, because generally a lot of people will like push that off to the end of the day. Then it's 5 o'clock and you're like, yeah, I'll get to it tomorrow. But those things that you don't want to do are the things that are going to propel you and put you in the right direction.
Right. Absolutely. These are very important points. And I think that goes for people who aren't entrepreneurs, but also just like high ranking employees, where those boundaries are oftentimes pushed as salaried. but to identify your priorities so that you can be home to be a good father, to be a good parent, right? And to
Yeah.
value yourself enough
Yeah.
to
And
hold the
for
line.
everybody, it's not, I mean, some people literally look at their job as a job. That's what it is.
Sure.
I have a career and a passion in what I do. Like, I fully believe this is what I was put on this earth to do. I even told my wife our first date was ultimately a blind date. I saw a picture of her. She was at a mutual friend's party. And I saw a picture of her pop up the next day after the party, and I hit my friend up. I'm like, "Yo, who's that? You know, hook a brother up." And she was like, "Oh, she just got out of a relationship, blah, blah, blah." I was like, "I don't care if she ended that relationship 24 hours ago. I need them digits." So we start talking on Facebook, chatting a little bit. She finally agrees to go out with me. We meet at a local bar/restaurant. Great first date. And then at the end of the conversation, I said this to her because I had been dating several women, and most women are like, "Oh yeah, I want a successful guy. I want a guy who's ambitious, blah, blah, blah." But they don't really know what that looks like. So I explained it to her on our first date. I said, "Look, I've been on a lot of dates. A lot of women say this is what they want, but let me explain to you what this actually looks like. Some weeks you're not gonna see me at all. Other weeks, I'll try to make up for the missed time that we had. Ultimately, what I said to her was, I'll give you the world if this works out, but I'm not going to give up on my dream. And my dream was ultimately being an entrepreneur and building businesses. So I said, if that doesn't work for you and you need a man by your side 24/7, it was a pleasure meeting you. Hope you enjoyed your meal. But if that's something you can roll with, I'd love to take you out on a second date." And she said, "Yeah, I'll go out with you again." So from day one, I set the precedent. She's never come back to me and be like, "Well, you didn't tell me you're going to be working this long or this many hours. I have this many work trips a year." Nah, I set the script day one before you even knew what my middle name was. So I think setting that precedent early on will really set you up for success when it comes to family life versus work.
Yeah, 100%. Thoughts, questions, comments, gentlemen? As always, feel free to unmute and pop in if you'd like. Manny's looking for the unmute button.
Um, so I found interesting what you said about like your career is what you feel like gives you purpose, and I'm curious, like, how did you discover that?
100% by accident. So I worked in the mental health space. I'll try to make a long story short. Went to college, dropped out at the junior level because I was majoring in business because I knew I wanted to be an entrepreneur at an early age. But back then, when I was on the college campus, entrepreneurship was a cuss word. Now you can major in entrepreneurship, which I think is crazy and is a whole nother conversation. But from that, I kind of fell in the mental health space. It got to a point where they were like, my experience always outweighed not having a degree. Eventually got to the point where the state laid down laws. They're like, we don't care if you got 50 years experience. If you don't have a degree, you can't mop the floors here. So ended up talking my way into a position as a project manager for a mental health agency. Was there for about 2 years. And then I saw the writing on the wall that they were going to let me go. So I went to dust off my resume and something stopped me and said, "You know what? This is before wife and kids, before I was even dating my wife." I said, "You know what? I always want to be an entrepreneur. If not now, then when? I don't have any other responsibilities but making sure I have a roof over my head and something to eat." So I started my first business, was Richmond Bubble Soccer. Then 3 months after that, I started a valet laundry service called Cycle. And I'm still working full time. But prior to that point, I was a company man. Like, my CEO was like, "Hey, somebody's going to be coming in here and doing cleaning on the ductwork. Like, I got to come in at 7 a.m. tomorrow just to let them in." I was like, "No, man, you sleep in. I'll be there at 7 a.m. to let them in." "Oh, man, appreciate it." 5 o'clock came around. I stuck around till 5:30, 5:45. Wanted to show them that I was always that go-getter and I'd do something extra. Once I started these businesses, wasn't there a minute before I needed to. Lunch breaks, I didn't even get lunch anymore because I needed that time to meet with people about my companies. And then as soon as 5 o'clock rolled around, I was the first one out the door. And I built my businesses in that spare time. In the midst of that, I started Enzo Media Firm, which ultimately I started out of necessity. I needed marketing services for the first two businesses I started. And I ran into one or two scenarios. One, I go to Facebook and say, hey, I need a promotional video for this company. And all the responses were, hey, my cousin Tim got a camera for Christmas. He can shoot a video for $50. Then I go to a local studio and they give me the red carpet treatment, walk me around, introduce me to everybody, and then tell me that'd be 16 grand for a 30-second promo. So the stuff I wanted, I couldn't afford. The stuff I could afford, I didn't want. There was nobody in the middle. So I started Enzo Media Firm, ultimately just went out, found contractors, hired guys to do this work. In the process of that, I'm on set with them, just making sure everything's going okay. Leaning over their shoulder, like, what kind of camera is that? Like, what's ISO? What's white balance? Like, all these different things. So tell everybody I dropped out of college, but I went to YouTube University, summa cum laude. I just went home every single night and I studied everything I could about marketing services, ultimately trained myself to become that. And since then, we've grown exponentially. I have about 9 employees here in Richmond, about another 4 or 5 in Virginia Beach, and we're going to be expanding to several different cities over the course of the next couple of years. To answer your question, those first 3 businesses, it wasn't like I had a dream of starting a bubble soccer business or a laundry business. It was just like I want to do some things that people aren't hiring for. And the only way to do that is to start something up myself. So it was a very scary thing, but I've learned over the years, after almost 10 years of doing this, is my passion is building organizations. Doesn't have anything to do with what the actual service or product is. If I have to connect with it in some way, but I'm more interested in developing and growing something. Because the idea to me, because I did an evaluation the other day on my media company and found out what number I could actually sell that for today. And that number actually blew my mind, because I'm like, man, this is something that just popped in my head. And now I could sell this company for millions. I still haven't built it to the price point where I want to sell yet. That will eventually happen, but just kind of fell into it. And I think it's like just being open enough to let the universe tell you where you should be. And that really came about from trying a bunch of crap that I didn't like. Like, I can't tell you how many jobs I had that I couldn't stand. It's the same thing with dating somebody. You found the right person because you went through a bunch of other people that weren't the right ones for you. And once you see that person that's the right fit for you, oh, you just know it.
Awesome. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm also looking off to the side. My wife's out of town with our daughter, so I got the baby monitor up, and my son does not want to nap right now.
Does he need to come hang out with you?
No, that's the opposite of what we need to do here.
So speaking of kids, like, talk about the generational lessons.
Yeah, so for me, this is the part of fatherhood that I'm looking forward to the most. My kids aren't old enough yet for me to teach them the way that I want to. Like, right now, it's teaching them little words and how to throw a ball and stuff like that. But I can't wait to teach them all the things that my parents didn't understand and have knowledge in. Like, my parents never sat me down and talked to me about credit cards. My parents never sat me down and talked to me about, if you get a student loan, this is what it's going to look like. My parents never talked to me about buying my first house. And it's not their fault. Like, the information, they weren't raised in the information age like I was. They were doing the best they could with what their parents taught them. So for me, it's really being able to get in. I've seen videos of kids on Instagram where their dad asks them, "What's debt?" And they give them like the dictionary version of that word. I can't wait for my kids to be set up like that. Before they were even born, they had a college plan and term life policy already set up before they were even born. So I'm doing everything I can to set my kids up better than I was set up. Probably best piece of advice I got was from one of my clients who's a real estate agent. She said within the first year of each one of her kids being born, she bought a rental property. So the idea is that for 18 years, she can rent those properties out, make the income off of that. And then when the kid turns 18, you got a couple choices. One, you can sell the property, cash in on all the equity that you made, and just stroke a check for their college education. Or if they want to start up their own business, you're their first investor, whatever it is. You could make them a landlord instantly and say, hey, now that you're 18, home ownership, you're now a landlord. So now they have to manage tenants and they have an income stream coming in for themselves. Or my biggest fear, my first starter home cost me 200 grand. There's no way our kids are going to be able to get away with buying their first home for $200,000. So in my head, I'm like, it's my responsibility to get my hands on the property so that when they're ready to become homeowners, they have real options that are going to help them. And particularly for me, it's people that look like me. We typically don't grow up thinking about this stuff and talking about this stuff. I grew up majority white friends because I played soccer. I was in a rock band, a lot of black people hanging out in those areas. And the lessons that my white counterparts were getting as they were being raised were way different than what my parents were teaching me. And don't get me wrong, I had a great childhood. I had a great upbringing. My parents were married for 40 some years. They've been a great example of what love and marriage should look like. But I have to make sure that my kids are set up for success, because when we talk about this wealth gap being bridged, it's really just a matter of education. So I look at money way different today than I used to. So me and my wife have taken the route of, I'll be the first to admit, when it comes to my businesses, I'm real tight with the money. I know what I'm doing. Personal finances, I was horrible. So I gave my wife control of the household income. So I said, hey, we have this joint account. My regular paychecks from my businesses, my salary paychecks will come directly to this joint account. You do what you need to do. I'm automatically going to set up for X amount to go into savings, X amount to pay off credit card debt, things like that. Other than that, go crazy. You do what you need to do. And when I was managing the household finances, there may be a couple $100 left in there before the next payday was coming. With her, she never lets our account dip below a certain level. So that takes pressure off me. Before, I thought I was kind of protecting her and not allowing her to see the finances and things like that, which is really hurting us as a collective. So being able to navigate things like that, look at finances differently so that when our kids are growing up, it's one of my main purposes to see this wealth gap shrink. And to me, two big things with that is business ownership and real estate. That's how we decrease the wealth gap. And when these lessons are inbred in you, like as you're being raised, you're really not going to stray from that. Like I didn't have an effective plan with savings and investing. I didn't start investing until the stock market till probably about 5 years ago. I would always just say like, oh, I don't understand these tickers and stuff like that, blah, blah, blah. Eventually I had to sit my ass down and say, you can read, so just get a book that talks about investing, and figure this thing out. Just like I didn't know anything about bubble soccer before I started a business. When I had a laundry business, I didn't even wash my own clothes. Like I just figured all this stuff out. Somebody sent me this today. Where'd this go? I want to get this right. Somebody sent me an Instagram post that this is probably one of the realest things I've heard in a while. Where'd it go? All right. Have you ever heard a crackhead say, I have no money, I'm not going to smoke today? No, they always find Are you going to let a crackhead outwork you today? And I saw that quote, I was like, Jesus Christ. I was like, that's a bar right there. Because I've had those situations where, whether it's my home life or, with work, where, stuff just hits the fan and you're backed into a corner and it's like, figure it out. Like I've had those moments where I couldn't pay myself one pay period because I had to make sure my employees were being paid. And it's funny when I've gotten into those situations, like how quick I can come up with the money that I need to. Like it was a couple months ago, like things were a little tight. We were a little overhead on employees and things like that. And there was about 10 grand that I need to come up with, like to take care of expenses for that week. And I had no idea how I was going to do it, but somehow in the 8th hour prior to Friday and payroll needing to be processed, came up with that 10K. So it's really just having that mentality of like, just figuring things out, because, as we go along, nobody has all the answers, but, if you stay strong and stay true to something, like you'll figure it out. Manny, you might have to run this now.
I'm still here.
Yeah,
I just needed some food.
you're doing like a marathon today.
Mm. Yeah, shorter than yesterday. Manny was with us. Oh my God, Manny, I can't. I got you.
You're around a bunch of guys. We don't care about seeing food in somebody's mouth.
Yeah, but I care
Sorry, I
about you
was still
being able to
muted.
hear me correctly. Not that part. Yeah,
Yeah, I was
yeah.
here all
We were
day
on from
yesterday.
one. Yeah, he was here all day long yesterday. He was the first person I saw like waiting to be admitted before I even started. We went from 1 to 8:30 p.m. straight.
Jeez.
Zero straight. Like I got Calvin held the floor for me a couple times while I like got up to go to the bathroom and like eat food. But otherwise it was just like nonstop. I built in 10-minute breaks and we ate every single one of them without fail.
Well, I'm
Yeah.
excited about that because the amount of I can see you recording this, the amount of content that you're gonna have to chop up later. You got enough content to last you 6 months now.
Oh my goodness gracious. Yeah. Everybody wants me to get it out. Like, really? So they're like, send me the thing. I'm like, okay. Like I
Yeah.
will. I'll send you the bulk one while I'm waiting to cut up the like 18 speakers that I have over 2 days.
There are a couple options. If somebody wants it right now, they can pay a fee and you can get an editor to cut that up. But if they ain't paying nothing, they can wait.
Nah, it's the speakers. All the speakers are excited to have the content. And so
Wow.
I'm very grateful for all the time that everyone's given me. So I will happily send them the bulk. But Manny invested in coming to our VIP panel yesterday. So thank you for that.
Nice.
But
Yeah, it was definitely very exciting and helpful.
so glad.
I don't know. I just think all the energies aligned, and that's how I ended up here. And um, I hope that I was able to contribute to whoever else is watching. Like I was talking to my wife about this because she's a social worker and she's been in mental health for over 20 years, and it's amazing how people will still not attend something like this. But I imagine that the replays are what's getting the message out. So
And Manny, those same people are the ones complaining about, oh, nobody ever taught me how to be a good father or a good husband or how to balance this and that, blah, blah, blah. Like the information's out there. Like stuff like this is that's going out. Like there's a wealth of knowledge being portrayed. So like I'm literally at the point in my life, somebody tells me like, oh, I don't have time for that, or I can't do that, or I don't have the knowledge in that. Like kick rocks. Like I ain't trying to hear that because there's literally nothing that you could want to do in this world that you can't learn online now. Like there's
Yeah,
nothing.
it's an interesting thing and stress a balance being the it's like no shame, no judgment, but also like I don't want to invest my time in a conversation with you about it when it is out there. Like if you're feeling overwhelmed by what the content is that it's out there and you would like to talk to me about what I have found valid or important and direct you in it, because I do think it can be very overwhelming because there is so much information out there. Like that's one thing, right? But oftentimes people struggle to say, I don't know. I had a hard time doing X. This was overwhelming to me. And I think that is much more the block that people are running up against than a lack of information they can't attend.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that overload of information, but at some point, I mean, I'm a big sneakerhead and Nike's my favorite brand. They literally
Yeah,
have the
you
best,
are.
yeah, they literally have the best slogan in the marketplace. Is just do
Dude,
it. Like,
just do it.
dude, they're stop whining, stop bitching, stop complaining. Just get to work. Like it really does. It's not as hard as people think. Like it's really not. Like even becoming a father. Like you think about becoming a father. Um, man, I was scared to death. Like all the things I've done in my life. Like I'm like, I'll never forget when we left the hospital. Because the first night, like my daughter was amazing. Like just sleeping and pooping. That's all she was doing. No cries, nothing. Nobody told me like, well, hey, they're born in a hospital. This is their first environment. They're going to be a little bit more comfortable here than when you first take them home. Nobody told me that. Nobody told me that. So I'm going up to the doctors and nurses. I'm like, yo, can we get the paperwork? Like, we've been here like 3 days, man. I'm ready to go home. They're like, are you sure? I was like, yeah, like she's straight. She ain't giving us no problems, blah, blah. That first night, I maybe got 30 minutes of sleep. 30 minutes of sleep. But you learn, you adapt. Like I remember thinking that first night, like, what the hell were those doctors thinking? Didn't they know I wasn't qualified to be a parent? Like, how am I supposed to keep this thing alive? But after a while, you just get used to it. Like I never thought I'd know how to change a diaper or get so used to picking up poop and snot with my hands. Like before, it was like, man, this is the most disgusting thing in the world. Now it's like, whatever. This kid came out of us, so like, his poop and snot is my poop and snot. It doesn't matter. But you just learn as you go along, no matter what it is in life.
I feel like I see you nodding over there, Hunter. Did you want to chirp in and all about your own experience with your kiddos?
You been picking up poop, Hunter?
Yeah, well, yeah. We had a rough Christmas with a stomach bug, and yeah, it was not pretty. But yeah, like you just get up and do what you have to do, and yeah, get through it. But that drive home from the hospital was terrifying, right? Like putting this vulnerable tiny child in a car seat for the first time, and like,
Yes.
yes, just being so conscious of like every other car on the road and what's going on. It was like a really heightened sense of vulnerability, and just yeah, like, wow, I'm doing this is pretty wild.
Yeah, I think in general, like for society, I think people just don't understand the pressures of being a dad. Now, don't get me wrong, like moms do it all. And my wife's a stay-at-home mom. I tell her all the time, anytime I have to spend more than like 4 or 5 hours with the kids by myself, I don't know how you do it. There's no way I could do this every single day, all day. But the pressures of a father, like you're constantly thinking to yourself, like, am I doing enough? Am I enough? Am I providing enough? Like, it doesn't matter what happened when I was at the office. When I walked through that door, dogs barking and the kids were running to me screaming, Daddy. Like nothing that happened with my day are they concerned about. Um, and for fathers, like to ultimately know how to handle this pressure, like with me being an entrepreneur, I felt like I was kind of prepped for that. But the everyday guy that just goes to a 9 to 5 and hasn't experienced that type of pressure, like it's a crazy thing because I got to think about paying for a wedding one day. That was the first thing out of my mouth when the doctor told us when we found out the sex of the baby and found out we were having a girl. I was like, damn it, I'm going to pay for a wedding one day. That ain't no cheap thing. I got to start planning for that now.
You're like, it's only like maybe like 25 years away. Like,
Yeah,
I need to stress out about the moment she's born.
but that's still like a huge expense. This is a little vulgar, but I heard a comedian say this before I had kids, and it's still funny to me to this day, but it's like the truest thing. It's like when you have a boy, you got one penis to worry about. When you have a girl, you got to worry about every penis in the world. So it's like making sure that you're protecting your kid, like the things I have to teach my daughter compared to what I have to teach my son, and both them understanding too that, you know, my wife is white, I'm black, so we have mixed children. Um, I've had to have talks with my wife to help her realize, like, look, because my daughter's darker than my son. My son be coming with that light skin energy, but my daughter, she's a little bit darker. And I told my wife, like, you know, in general, people are going to see her as a little black girl. Like, doesn't matter if you're white and I'm black. Like, people are generally going to see her as a little black girl, and there are problems that are going to come along with that. You're not going to be equipped to be able to teach her those things and how to handle that, but I can. That's my responsibility. So when you start piling up things like that and thinking about, and I'm real big into like crime podcasts and stuff like that, and you realize all the sick people in this world and all the crazy stuff that's going on, like my antennas have to be up all the time, making sure that I'm protecting my family, that they're getting the love and support they need from me, but at the same time that I'm gonna have to go out there every day and hunt and make sure that I'm providing for them what they need. It's a lot of pressure.
So
I
how do
may
you
have
deal
just
with the
talked somebody
pressure,
out of
Sam?
fatherhood. Yeah, I may have just talked somebody out of fatherhood.
I mean, but just like owning where you're at, I think is really important. And the kind of community that you have to support you through that experience and the willingness to be humble and make the asks when you do run across things that you're struggling with or are ignorant about or whatever. I think that's the difference between like people say like you're never actually prepared no matter what your gender is to have a kid. You just aren't, right? It's trial by fire. And so like I'm not a mother, that's just what I've heard, right? And what I've heard over the last 2 days, it sounds like. And just that willingness to be humble, to own that like those children are going to become a mirror for you and the things that you still get to work on within yourself.
I will say this though, with women, it is insane as a husband and father to see how that instinct just automatically kicks in the second that baby comes out. Like the second the doctor put that baby in my wife's arms, like she instantly became a mother and just instinctively knew what to do. Like it was insane. In the first couple weeks, she didn't even want me to touch the baby. It's like that's her baby. She's the only one that can take care of it. After enough crying and
It's just
screaming, she's like, "All right, you take him. Like I'm done for a couple of hours." I want to get back to a point that I was saying earlier in terms of educating the kids as they come up. With that gap, I've had a lot of people say, enjoy the time that you have with your kids now. They're never going to be this small again. And memories will pop up on our iPhones, and I'll share a video with my wife, and she starts crying. She's like, "Oh, I want them to be that small again." But I honestly can't wait till they're a little older and I can feed into them. Everybody says like, "Man, don't rush it," blah blah blah. Damn that, I'm ready for it. Like I'm ready. I'm ready for those moments where I can sit down with my kids, uh, open up a bank account, and show them how money works. I'm excited to go in the backyard and be able to play football with my son. Like those are the things that I really look forward to as a father. Now I enjoy the time here now, but I mean, damn it, having Coco Melon on TV 24/7 and I got to watch the big NFL games on my iPad, like that shit sucks. Like, I'm the one who bought that TV up on the wall. Like y'all don't even know what QLED is. Like you can't see the pixels in that the way I can. Um, so I'm ready to move on to that next phase, but there's something different that you learn in every phase of being a father. Like number one, I think is patience. Um, I wanted to make it a point. I don't want to make my parents out to be bad. This was just the era they were raised in. I got spanked growing up as a kid, as probably most of us around my age did. Um, I said, you know what? If I don't have to put my hands on my kid, I'm not going to.
right.
Now I will say this: my son is a lot different than my daughter. That boy gets his cheeks clapped a few times a week. But it's more so not like, full blown. It's just like, hey man, you know better than that. Don't do that. Because sometimes that's literally the only thing that'll get his attention. And I'm hoping that can stop here within the next couple of years because I see what it does. Like there are moments in the back of my head I can remember, those all-star beatings that I got from my parents back in the day. And I don't really want my kids looking at me one day thinking, man, you remember that time you whooped my ass? Like that, like I don't want that to be a memory for my child.
Right.
So understanding that patience when they're coming up, because you have to find different ways to communicate. Because when they can only stitch together a few words in the conversation, you got to figure out some way to be able to communicate with them as well. And then also understanding when my temperature gets up here, knowing when to walk away. Because you hear
Very
about,
important point right there.
yeah,
Very important part.
you hear about shaken baby syndrome. And I remember because like we took some classes and stuff before we had kids. And I remember thinking, like, man, who the hell is gonna shake their baby? But when that baby won't stop crying and there's nothing you can do about it, like you literally get to the point where you want to shake the baby. Like, what is wrong with you? Just stop screaming. Um, and me and my wife had to recognize like when the other one was starting to get to that level, that it was like, all right, tap out. You go downstairs, go take a shower, go lay in the bed, go do something. I got him now. Because honestly, like I can walk in the house and the kid's been driving my wife crazy all day. And she's like, I'm going to Target. Like, you deal with these kids. And that's just the understanding we have because we don't
Yeah.
want to get to a certain level. I don't want to scream at my kids and do all that crazy stuff. I have to recognize I'm the adult. And then you start to realize like how little your parents really knew when they were raising you. Like, I'm at my age now, my parents were dealing with teenagers. And it's like, I'm looking at pictures of them now and I'm like, man, y'all really didn't know, because I don't know what I'm doing yet. Y'all really were still just kind of figuring it out. So yeah,
Well,
like you
yeah,
said,
people's brains don't stop developing until they're 26.
yeah,
And so to expect little kids to know things, let alone, like some young adults that are having kids whose brains literally are also still developing, can be a little bit of a, intense recipe.
absolutely. But yeah, taking those moments, and that's true in life altogether, not just as a father or a husband, but
Sure.
that's why I picked up golf. Generally during spring and summer, Fridays, my team knows that I'm out there by 12 o'clock. Don't put anything on my calendar on Fridays. I'm golfing. And when I first started doing that, I was feeling guilty. Like, oh, like I don't want to be that guy where like the boss is out, golfing and we're over here like slaving away, blah, blah, blah. Well, number one, I get to work an hour, hour and a half before you guys every single day. Number two, I put 10 years of blood, sweat, and tears in this. Some of you only been here for 6 months. So I've earned the right to go golfing. But it's also that mental health break that I need. Like my life is so go, 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 go. I don't have that option out on the golf course. I have to slow down. If I'm trying to go, 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 I'm going to be topping the golf ball all day. It's going to be going in the water and be getting pissed off and having a horrible day versus if I just breathe, slow down, and take my time. And it just puts me in a better state of mind that when I come back to work on Monday, I feel rejuvenated. I'm not real big on vacations. I'd probably never vacation if I wasn't married. My wife has to force me to vacation. Because I'm just so entrenched and enjoy what I do. Like, I got everything I need right here. I don't need to go to Jamaica. Like, I'm good. But I understand the value of traveling and seeing the world and all those different things. So I'm grateful for my wife for forcing me to do those things. But find those moments, whatever it is, as a father, as a career person, as a husband. Me and my wife make sure that each of us gets our alone time. Like for her, it's going to the nail salon. Like kids could be throwing up on me. I'm not texting her while she's at the nail salon. Ain't nothing she can do anyway. Get that time with yourself. I'll go to my wife and be like, you know what? That's like a trailer will pop up on a commercial. She's like, oh, I want to see that movie. I'm like, all right, we'll call one of your friends. You guys pick a night that you'll go out. I got the kids. And vice versa. Like, if I want to go grab a beer with the guys or, I took a golf trip to Myrtle Beach a few months ago. And we allow ourselves that time, like to take some time off. So as a father, you need to take time off. As a career person, you need to take time off. And as a husband, you need to take time off.
Absolutely. Sam, thank you so much for all of your wisdom, your candor, and for just being so passionate about everything it is that you do. I appreciate you being with us today.
For sure. Appreciate you putting this on. And I'm going to go ahead and put this out there for you now. Do not do this for free next year. You need to be charging people next year. No more freebies after 2024.
We'll see.
All right, I gotta go get this little one now.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Sam. We'll talk to you soon.
Guys.
Have a great day. Thanks. Bye. All right. Then we should have Chris join us right now, literally as the words were coming out of my mouth.
All right, and I've got to run too, but thank you so much for setting all this up.
You're very welcome. Thanks for being part of it. I'm sure I'll talk to you soon as well.
All right, sounds good. Bye.
Bye. All right. That just looks funny, Chris. Literally, I don't know if you can see this, but is he gonna fix it? It was so funny, Chris, when it was just black. It just said Chris Beach and then dash fat ... You gotta take your mute off, my friend. Unmute.
I got you. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries at all. No worries at all. So everyone, we have here today the one, the only Chris Beach. He is coming to us from the United States of America, and he is the founder of the Fatherhood Foundation. And today he's going to be talking to us about what it was like for him to have an incarcerated father, going through the divorce, once he came out and what it's like to not have a relationship with one's father as an adult. So thank you, Chris, so much for being with us today.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
You're very
Just
welcome.
go ahead and jump right in.
Yeah, just jump right in, like wherever you would like to start your own journey with fatherhood or like the experience you had with your father.
No problem.
I'll
just give a little background first. With the Fatherhood Foundation of Virginia. I'm in Richmond, Virginia, here on the East Coast of the United States. And we have seen in the state of Virginia and across the United States that there's a big problem with fatherlessness. So what we're doing is we're doing everything we can to really, really combat that epidemic because we know that the difference that a father can make in the lives of their children is something huge. And that came, my passion comes deeply rooted from the story I'm about to tell because at the age of 16, my life got kind of turned upside down very, very quickly within the matter of a few days. I knew that, we looking back at it now, there were a lot of signs that as a kid, I didn't realize what was going on. But as an adult, I look back now and be like, okay, that was a reason that happened. That was a reason that happened, and so on. So first of all, it was kind of give you the story. My mom and dad were together for 20 years in marriage. But what I really didn't know was how bad of a behind the scenes was for marriage for my mom. My dad was constantly getting us in trouble with money, didn't know how to handle the money, was taking money and doing things for himself and not for the family. And then got caught taking money from a company to provide for his family. And that's where it all really started. I remember the first time it happened, we were in the car driving home, and he told me, he said, that your dad's done something terribly wrong. You might have to pay the price for it. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, that doesn't really happen to people like me. It doesn't happen. So sure enough, I remember the day like it was yesterday it was the day of the court date. And the morning was dad got up, got in a suit, and mom got up, and she wasn't going. Usually she's cooking breakfast for us, but she was getting everything else. It was just it was a mess that morning. But I'm thinking to myself, I just know he's going to court. He's probably get slapped in the wrist. We'll have to pay it back. I understand. Well, later that day, I get a call from my mom at school saying after football practice, come home, and I come to the shop, and I got something to talk to you about. And I walk in the shop, and we live in a small town where everybody knows who everybody is. And she locked the door behind her and just took me to the back room and started crying and broke down and said, your dad's not coming home today. Well, found out that he was incarcerated. He was put in jail for embezzling thousands and thousands of dollars from a company, not to mention he embezzled it from other companies. So for about 10 to 15 years in my mom's relationship, that all of it came back to haunt him, if you will. So I always was wondering why he lost jobs. They said they were restructuring. It wasn't because of restructuring. It was the way he was doing things. So we went from job to job to job, trying to make ends meet. And it was that day where I kind of, at that time, went from a teenager who, was playing baseball, wasn't, didn't have to work, was fortunate, didn't have to work at the time, worked a part-time job, but not really working to provide for the family. And that kind of changed everything. Right. It was during that time when I was playing, fast forward 2 or 3 months into the incarceration, when we would go and visit. The first 2 or 3 months of the visits were very hard, very, very, very hard. For not only me, but for my mom. There were days when we go there and it was a good visit, and you drive home and it was like, oh, we had a good visit. And then there were days that we'd go in there and mom would be yelling at him through the glass and saying, you did all of this, and then seeing your dad cry. That's something you never want to see. But it started realizing all that my dad had done in those years leading up to that, that mom had been covering from us the entire time. Taking it a step further, after about 3 months, the visits became just part of the everyday routine in the afternoon. That after, that happening, then after that, things started changing and went from, visits to me being afraid of being seen by other people. me trying to figure out how I'm going to not tell my friends that my dad's locked up. Me trying to figure out how I'm going to tell my coaches, my friends that, well, where's your dad been? Because he was always a part of it. He's always coached me. He was always on the baseball field. He was always doing that stuff. So I'm not saying he was a bad dad, but just learning of all the stuff that he did kind of made him into a bad dad from where he was. So it was a very, very big facade. And knowing that now, I do everything I can not to be the facade dad, but be the real dad that backs it up.
Right.
So, we go up, we go fast forward. It's been about a year and a half now, and I get home, and I walk into the front room, and there's my dad, and I dropped everything and just hugged him so hard and started crying, and just like my dad was finally home. So that was huge. But after that, the initial first month with him having a collar on his leg, just having to check in every 4 hours to make sure that he was at home because he was on house arrest. He was able to go out and work, but he couldn't get a job now because he couldn't. So I've lived that whole get a job because incarceration, trying to find a job, trying to find jobs that you're overqualified for, but you take what you can get. And that's what I work with now. I work with those dads through the Fatherhood Foundation. And but then, being at home, living at home, dad was living in one room, mom was living in the other. And the true reality of living with parents that don't want to be with each other really set in. And that's when the divorce started happening. And at the age of 17 years old, no kid should ever have to get between his mom and dad from punching each other. It shouldn't be the way a kid lives. So that's how I went from, my teenage years where things were going great to things really went downhill very, very quickly. And going through the divorce, and not to mention, I was a halfway decent baseball player at the time, and I had a baseball hit me in my jaw, break my jaw completely in half. And I had to get my jaw redone and wired shut for 8 weeks where I couldn't eat. So I lost all my energy. I lost my starting position on the baseball team because I was just so tired and I couldn't do anything. So I lost the one thing that I really loved. We didn't have insurance to pay for it, so I had to take a credit card out to pay for it myself, which my parents, really didn't pay for. I had to. So at 17, I already started incurring debt on myself. So that was tough. And then finally, when the divorce finally ended up and happened, that dad would move to his own place, and mom had our own place. We had to downsize from the house. Go ahead.
Oh no, I didn't say anything.
Okay,
I was just some weird static.
Gotcha. No, it's so it's where my dad lived in this one a 1-bedroom apartment on the side of a house, and my mom and my sister had to move into a duplex. So we went from living in a house to living in a place that didn't even have a bathroom on the first floor. So you had to walk upstairs every time you had to go to the bathroom. So it was just, it sounds like, playing that we had the worst. We didn't have it horrible. We didn't have it horrible. We just had it. We had it tough, and just everything was pinching pennies. So, I wasn't really, I was oblivious to everything that went on behind the scenes of what my mom had to do. Trying to stay in that house. She was going to my dad's parents, my grandparents, to get her to help us out. We always had food. Well, I didn't know that we were getting food from the local food pantry from Powhatan. And I didn't realize all of that stuff. That was hidden from me and my mom because she wanted us to remain proud. She kept teaching me, this is like, if you have a nickel in your pocket, pretend it's $1. Act that way. That was kind of our motto. I said, act like you have $1 in your pocket instead of a nickel, to keep your head up high. And, we made it through, my sister and I did. And, senior year, things turned around. I was captain of the football team, captain of the baseball team, got my starting position back. We went to playoffs. I mean, things just started turning around when they finally got separated. But the year after the separation was done, my dad got remarried right away, the day after.
Wow.
And he went on to do the same thing to the next woman. He used the money, bankrupted her, and then when there was no more money anymore, they got divorced, and he went on to another woman. And it was just habitual, and I didn't really realize it until I was older what my dad had done. So for 20 years after my dad was for 20 years, my dad and I didn't have a relationship. And, I went to my mom, and my mom was paying off bills that she and dad had that she wanted to get, they were in her name too. So she had to get all of it paid for, or is going to follow her around for years. I had credit that I had to pay off because my dad did that to me. And dad would write me these letters that he had found God and found religion, that he was a changed man. But then I hear he gets married to another person. And I'm like, there was a lot of stuff that I learned about my dad, that he was married before my mom. I learned out that it was in the fourth marriage. And I learned that my dad, there were lots of lies that he continued to tell over those 20 years. So I built up almost a hate for the man over those years. But I was the only one that would talk to him. Everybody else just pushed him completely out of life because I'm like, he's my dad, and I gotta, he's my dad. So bottom line, that relationship was very tough. But I will get into the part that I am a religious man, I am a sinner, and all that kind of stuff. And I know that if I'm going to be forgiven on a daily basis for all I've done, and also, as a regular person, if I'm going to ask people to forgive me for the wrong I do, I got to be able to forgive something. So I started a relationship back with my dad to try to, just be a son and just talk to him 20 years later. And said, I'm sorry, I haven't been there. I wasn't there. I haven't been the son dad would want, because I had my own children now. And I wanted to make sure that, I was doing everything I could to be a model for my children. And it was 21 years where we finally sat down, had lunch. We had a candid conversation, and I apologized, and he never apologized. I knew he wasn't going to. So we were able to talk and just have conversations. And I get a call from his wife, and I start talking to her. She's a very nice lady. And I started talking to her, and I said, I want to do something for my dad. My wife and I have been married 21 years now, and we have 4 boys. Well, my dad had never met them. And my older 2 kind of got wise to my last name was different than their grandfather's name, who my mom got remarried to. And they're like, how come Papa's last name is different from yours? And I said, well, I was able to tell them that story. And I've told my 3rd son, but I haven't told my final son yet, because I want to be the age. And it's really embarrassing. I don't want them to have that. I don't want them to live with that embarrassment of having a grandfather that was incarcerated. So it was Christmas 5 years ago now. And I talked to his wife, his now wife, and said I'd like for my boys to meet him as his Christmas present. So she lets us come to the house. And he's not a man in good health. He was not a man in good health. He had diabetes. And we came over to his house, and then my dad and I had a great talk for about an hour that day. And for that hour, we talked about like everything I was doing, talked about the family, talked about the boys, talked about my wife, talked about my job. And he looked at me and he said, you should be very proud of everything you've done. And I'm like, I am. And then his wife came in and said, you think your dad's ready for his present? And so at that time, my 4 boys and my wife walked in for the first time and talked to my dad. And for the first time as a 40-year-old man, I heard my dad brag on me about, like, you should have seen your dad on the baseball field. You should have seen your dad on the football field. He was awesome. And my dad talked to the boys. My boys asked questions. My wife was there to, for support for me, because it was one of the toughest things I ever had to do, because I wanted them to meet my real dad. So for about an hour, the boys talked to him. Dad praised, said everything a dad should say about a son his entire life, and all in about 1 hour. And I thought I'd never really needed that. And as the boys walked out, he pulled me back and he said, I've never been so proud of you in my life right now. And I said, thank you. I'm more than proud of my boys and my family. And that, that was 3 days before Christmas. And then I get a call 2 days after Christmas from his wife that my dad had died. So right there, I was able to give him that gift. I don't know what he was holding on for, but that could have been it. And give him that gift. And I was able to get closure at that time that, you know, okay, I did everything I needed to do. I was able to forgive. I didn't forget because there's a lot still up there. But then came time to, I was asked to do a eulogy at his funeral, and I didn't know the man. I didn't know the man for 20 plus years. So what was I supposed to do to give a eulogy about this? That being said, I went to my pastor and I talked to him and I said, my problem is I haven't cried. I haven't cried because my dad's passed away. And he asked me, he said, why do you need to cry? He's like, because when somebody passes away, you should really cry about it. He's like, your dad put a lot of hurt on you. Your dad put a lot of hurt on your family. And you didn't have that relationship that you have with your boys. And when something happens to you and when something happens to your boys, you would expect to cry for each other because you have that love, you have that trust, you have that relationship. But I just didn't have that with my dad. And that stemmed back from, I still remember it like yesterday when the first time he was in court, they went by themselves. He was incarcerated. The second time he went to court, they wanted to show that the family was supportive of him, so he didn't get more time added on to his sentence. And I still remember in the courtroom, he walks out in handcuffs, and it was the first time I've ever saw my dad in handcuffs. And he walks out. My grandfather's crying, my grandma is crying, my mom's crying, my sister's crying, and I was stone faced. I could not cry. I had to be the man at that time. As a 17-year-old, I had to step up and be the man and take care of my family at that time. Stone cold. And my dad falls apart on the witness stand as well, on the stand as well. And he starts crying and I couldn't cry. I just could not cry because I'm just like, I got to be the man now. So we hear all these things about toxic masculinity and, you know, that men don't cry and they don't show their feelings. And some of it has to be that in that time, I had to be the man. I had to be the one to rock for my family because everybody else was a mess. And that's what I thought going at that time, that's what I needed to be. Now, fast forward to where I am now, I cry at Publix commercials on TV because they have the sweetest commercials about dads. And I cry for men within the organization that I work for because these men are working hard and trying to be better dads. And I'd never seen it from the other side of that. But, you know, for me, it was closure. For me, it was an opportunity to really, you know, the divorce was the best thing that probably could have happened. But living with the divorce and learning more during that divorce about a man that I thought was my hero just tore me apart. And it really built up a barrier in me to where I really didn't have a lot of male friends because I was afraid to jump in and trust another man. But then as my boys have grown up and my wife and I have raised them, I have weakened that stance because I want my boys to trust me with everything. I want my boys to be able to tell me anything and, you know, be able to, you know, if they need to cry, I'm going to let them cry. However, they're still the manliest of men you can ask for. They're football players, big and tough and tumble, and they would, let alone rip your head off on a football field. But then after everything's done, they would come over to you and lift you up and give you a hug and just want to hang out because that's the kind of boys that I wanted myself to be, but I never was. So that's kind of my journey to where I am now, to where we work with dads who are incarcerated. And when I go into the jails and teach these classes, I'll have dads look at me and I'm wearing my collared shirt and I'm wearing a pair of khaki pants. And they're like, you don't know what it's like to be in here. And I'm like, I don't. You're right. You're exactly right. But I know what it's like to look at your dad from the other side of the glass. And I'm telling you, it's a lot harder for the kid than it is for you. As much as you are in here, the kid on the outside is once hero, the one he's supposed to be looking up to, looking inside the glass and seeing you break down and seeing all your inequalities, not inequalities, but inabilities to be there for him is hard. And then all of a sudden they look at me, they're like, okay, you're legit. You can talk, you know, we'll listen to you because you've been there. And so I have I still remember the first class I ever went into in the jails. And the gentleman looked at me and I was like shaking. I was nervous. I almost had tears in my eyes. he pulls me over to him, and is a rugged looking man with a big beard. And he says, "We're not going to bite you." And I said, "No, it's not that." And I told him the story, and he pulled me to, I said, the jail that I was teaching in was the very first jail that my dad was in. So I was actually on that side of the walls now, not just behind the glass looking in. And afterwards, the guy looked at me, and that told me, he said, "We're not going to bite you." He looked at me afterwards. He said, "That took some courage, man. That took some courage." And for me, I was like, it wasn't about all of the, being in there, because I was excited. I was a teacher. I taught school for 13 years. It was about the being in that side of the jail. And now I go into jails across the state of Virginia and teach this class and teach men and work with men to be better dads, because out of all of the men I've ever worked with, I have never heard one man say, "My goal is to be a bad dad." Never. Have I heard them say a lot of things about the mom they're working with, or yes, but we try to change that. And we always start our class off by, there's no such thing as a perfect dad. There's no such thing as a dumb question, because as dads, we're afraid to ask questions because we don't want to look incompetent. Well, I've never met a perfect dad, and I've never met a dad that knows all the answers. I'm still learning. I don't know one millionth of what I need to know, but I'm trying. And then lastly, the last thing is we teach them is the most important relationship you can show your kids is the one with their mom. And regardless of if you're together with the mom, if you're working to co-parent with the mom, if you had a one-night stand with the mom. And as one dad in jail said, every time, and I apologize for Alicia for the vanity on this one, but
no, we're allowed to swear.
Yeah, this one gentleman looked at me and he said, "What about every time I want to see the mom, I want to smack the bitch?" I said, "Well, your daughter sees that, and that's the way your daughters are going to be expected to be treated when a man approaches her. And your son sees that, because that's the way he's going to be able to treat women." So we really try to teach all of our men, from our classes before the baby's born, to our classes in the jails, to our classes with rehab centers, to our fatherhood groups, that the most important relation you will show your children is the one with their mother, because that relationship is what they see. And you want that to be a positive, a respectful relationship, period, regardless of what stage of relationship you're in. So, I've kind of gone over that stuff. I didn't know if there was a Q&A session. I could talk forever about fatherhood and what we do. So at least you just guide me from here. So.
No, it's totally fine. I would like to just add an aside in regards to feeling that way about other people, is that it's totally okay to feel a certain way, to think a certain thing. What comes out of your mouth and what you do as actions is what is the difference, because you can be respectful, you can be mindful, and you can model something to the best of your ability in a healthy manner while you're still working on yourself through it. And I know that sometimes that can seem inauthentic, and at times it is, but looking at it from the highest good of what is it that you're trying to model for your children, and then having somebody else on the other side, a friend, a counselor, whoever, to say things like that. Be like, "Oh my gosh, I just had to deal with this bitch, and it was awful and annoying and frustrating, and now I'm gonna go to the gym in the prison or wherever and hit a bag, boxing bag," right? Because you're taking that energy, moving it through you. It's not about shaming somebody for the way that they feel. It's not ideal, but all that pain inside of us, it comes from somewhere. But it's having those courses that you're talking about and helping these men to understand that you can have a different life, you can have different relationships, and you can shift and change. But anything that we try to change as people, we can't expect to just change the snap of our fingers. That's not realistic.
And
But it's about creating.
that's what we teach in the classes. That's exactly what we teach in the classes. And how, you might think that now, but let's work through this. Let's see how we can get to the other side and be a better co-parent with this woman, because that's what I don't let them call them baby mamas, or that's just derogatory. We say it's the mom of my child, the mother of my child, whatever it is. And a lot of these dads in these classes, when we go into the jails, 92% of all men in jails are fathers, and 80% of those men did not have dads. I get a lot of backlash for what I do. Being with the Fatherhood Foundation of Virginia, I've been called misogynist. I've been called racist. I've been called all of these things because, when I go into the jails, I'm in certain jails that I go into, I'm the only white guy in the jail. And they're like, well, you're racist. And then I tell them my story of where I'm coming from. And they're like, oh, he's really not. He's, his dad was in jail too. So it's not like he's not experienced this. But the reality is we're trying to make better men, because right now in today's society, like I said, 80% of men in jail, 80% of men who commit a crime, 80% of men in our rehabs, over 80% in rehab centers, according to all the data, they didn't have a male to show them how to be a dad. So how do we break this systemic pandemic where there's no man to teach them how to be a man? Prior to my job here at Fatherhood Foundation, I worked at Big Brothers Big Sisters. Well, on our waiting list right now, there are 300 boys waiting for a mentor. And that's just one organization. There's plenty of other mentoring organizations that have the same thing, but there's no men to go with them. And then when I worked in in the United States, one of the most what do I want to say, most intense crime-ridden neighborhoods in the state of Virginia and across the United States. It's one of the most impoverished areas, not only number 2 to Jackson, Mississippi, housing community. In one small area, there's 1,100 housing units in this one small area. It's called Gilpin Court. And in those 1,100 housing units, only 7% of them have dads living in them. So it just kind of shows you, and that, it's the highest crime area, high abductions area, highest vandalism area, highest, some of the highest poverty area, and there's no dads. And I'll end with this so I can take questions if it needed be. But bottom line, the problem is that these dads, when I was in jail, I told them that statistic that I said, okay, well, of those men, 92% of those fathers in jail are dads, and then 80% of them didn't have a dad. And I told them the statistic about Gilpin Court, and the dad looked at me and said, that's because we're all in here. And that really hit. I was like, whoa. That hit me, because the reality was literally 2 miles down the street from where jail I was teaching, that's where they would have been living if they would have been out. So, so they're there in the community. They're just not living in that community. So it's, I live it on a daily basis. And my passion comes from what I've lived through. My passion comes because I feel that I can make a change, even if it's just one dad. Once they get out of jail, the success is they get out of jail and they spread. They go back to where they are. They try to get back out of the community. Some of them do another crime and get right back in. But reality is that these dads are. I had one dad actually call me and say, because of the class that I took while I was in jail, I was able to gain visitation to my children. So that's what we want. That's the kind of stuff that we want to do. That's why we give them the tools they need to be better men in jail, because we're not looking to replace mom, not looking to take the kids. We are looking to be a support for mom to work together to make better children, so they don't go through the same things that we went through. And that's, for me, I just got back yesterday from, I went with 2 college visits, and my son just got offered 2 spots on 2 football teams. My oldest son is already in college, and I have 2 more behind him. And, we're raising them to be good men. And it just made my heart smile where we're driving home, and my son looks at my wife and I, call her mom, looks at my wife and I and said, what did you think about the schools? And I said, it doesn't matter what I thought, it's what you think. And he said, but I want to know what y'all think. So we did something right, that they really value who we are, that trust was built. So for me, I broke down when we were in the locker room and they're taking all the pictures of the boys with their football helmets on. And I said, you always pray for better for your boys. And I'm sitting here doing something that I never thought I'd do, but I'm doing it through my son. So it was a proud dad moment yesterday. So
That's beautiful.
So, yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing all that, Chris.
No, I'm finding it a lot easier now to share. I was picked as one of the Richmond's top 40 under 40 years ago, and I told them my story, and I told them, please don't share the jail part, because if that gets out, I don't want my kids to suffer because my dad did that. It made me who I am. It doesn't need to bring into my children. And unfortunately, that's what happens in today's society. They were like, oh, there's the Beach Boys, and their dad's dad was incarcerated. Oh, it's sad to say that, I share that with people who I can trust. but I wasn't ready at the time to put it in a magazine that was seen over the entire Metro Richmond area in Virginia. Goes out to over, and it's one of the biggest, awards that you can get in the area. And I was blessed to have that. And she saw why, but she was able to write it in as like my fatherhood journey, not having a dad present instead of not having a dad present because he was in jail. So that's, yeah.
Well, I appreciate you being here with us today and your courage and sharing your story and your personal evolution.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. And thanks for listening. I appreciate that.
You're very welcome. Gentlemen, if you have any questions, comments, feel free to unmute as always and pop on in. Tyler.
No question for you, Chris, but just, first of all, congratulations on both the 40 under 40 a few years ago and on, the success of raising children in a manner that we can be proud of, because really they are our legacy. And I remember being on a podcast a few years ago, and somebody asked me a really good question. You know what? The typical question, what would you hope people think of you afterwards, or what's kind of the legacy that you want to leave, kind of deal. But they'd asked it in a really interesting manner. They said, 100 years from now, if somebody reads your biography, what do you hope it says? I thought it was a clever wording of it. And my response was that I hope I'm known as the father of Mackenzie Foley, because what she does will reflect how I raised her. And I think it's important, and it kind of guides a lot of my decisions every day. So congratulations on doing your part to improve our future by having children that we can be proud of.
Thank you. You're dead on, dude. Every day, that's why I wake up. I could be doing something, making a lot more money than what I'm doing now. But in the end, we're only here for a short amount of time. And if I can, teach my boys to be respectable men and treat, it's generational. And if I can break the cycle of one dad not being there for their kids, it's going to affect generations down the road. It's not easy. It's not easy, but it's why you do it. It's for your children. So, yep. Thank you for that.
And
appreciate it.
You're doing the good work, because as you pointed out, and it was a very poignant point that gentleman made to you while incarcerated, they would be in their community if they weren't inside those walls. And if you can do something so that it doesn't become a generational compounded effect, whereas you pointed out 80% of the people that are in there didn't have a father. That's why they're there, or as a contributing factor to them being there. So if you can reduce the number of the next generation who have that generational trauma, that can start to turn that tide. And there's a point where it will reach a critical mass where more people feel supported by a male figure in their life. It's funny that you pointed out Big Brothers Big Sisters. I was a little brother in the Big Brothers Big Sisters program, and a lot of who I am today is a direct result of the influence and input of that program and my big brother Craig, and my interactions with him and some of the things that I got to do that I wouldn't have gotten to do otherwise without that male figure. So it is a tragedy, and I always feel guilt and remorse because I always want to volunteer. But I think one of the things that organizations like that need to recognize is that this is not the 1980s, and the workforce has changed, and the time availabilities. I can't structure every Tuesday from 7 to 9 with Timmy, but I'm happy to be flexible within that and give my time. So what I do with that organization, I tend to donate a lot to it and do volunteer time for their fundraising. But I wish I could be a big brother currently.
Understood. Same way. I had my first little brother his dad was incarcerated. And so I still remember on the swing set, he was sitting there and he said, I get to go see my dad this weekend. I said, why? Because he didn't know that I knew that his dad was incarcerated. He said, well, my dad's in jail. And he was able to talk to me about it. And I was able to talk to him about that situation because I was there with him. But my big brother journey ended amazingly with before I had my second little brother. The dad got released, and we were at field day, and the dad comes over to me, and I'm nervous. I'm like, I'm not trying to replace your dad. I'm just trying to be there. Dad came over to me, shook my hand, and said, "Thank you for being there for my boy." And I was like, dude, that's awesome. That put a great taste in my mouth. And I took a little brother the very next year who his dad committed suicide, and he was dealing with some issues. So I took a little brother next year. But then I stopped doing it, like you said, because I was trying to raise my voice, and I wanted to be there for everything for them. And I couldn't commit to that every single, things change, and it's just crazy. So no, I completely get you.
Yeah.
But great job being a great dad. I can already tell, bud.
Thank you, Chris.
Beautiful. Thank you, Tyler, as always. Tyler is our next speaker coming up here in a moment. We got 3 minutes. So Manny, if you have any questions, comments that you want to pop in before we switch on over.
I just want to thank you for the work that you're doing, just because like I don't know how to put it into words, but I just appreciate everything you're trying to do to help men and in that space, and just the return on investment it's going to give to these young people that are going to gain from it. And I'm sure, like, because you said that not everybody stays out of, they end up back in the system. I just wish there was a way that we could save everybody, unfortunately. Yeah.
That's the hardest thing. And
Yeah.
I say that's the hardest. The hardest thing is trying to convince people that what we're doing now will make an impact in the future. They want to see immediate results. And the work we're doing right now is not immediate result driven. It is, okay, we're laying the foundation right now, so the generations to come will not have to deal with this. We're trying to do a culture change. It's in some certain situations, in some areas, the culture change is real. It needs to be, we really need to switch the culture of saying that I can do it by myself to, wouldn't it be easier to do it with two people? It took two people to create you. It probably takes two people to raise you too. So yes. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. Alicia, thank you for the opportunity. I don't want to have on Tyler's time, but Tyler, I can listen to you all day. Your voice is like hypnotism. It's like, dude, you have the perfect voice for like radio. You have the face for TV. Luckily, I don't have the voice for radio, and I don't have the face for radio. I have a face for radio though, so that's a good thing. So
yeah, we all got to start somewhere, right?
Exactly.
We'll just wait for his introduction, Chris.
Yes. So thank you so much. I appreciate time, and thanks for listening.
Very welcome. It's always a pleasure. Well, without further ado, our last but not least by any means, inspirational speaker of the day, my dear friend, Tyler Foley, joining us from Canada. He is an actor, author, consultant, and inspirational speaker. He has done stunt work professionally, just really cool driving stunts, precision driving. That's what you said it was yesterday. And which I'm personally just like really envious of, because that sounds just so fun. But he will be talking to us about, like managing the struggles of being a dad and having to be away for long periods of time working, and also navigating staying away from behaviors that were picked up from having an abusive stepdad. And just the good, the bad, and the ugly from the lessons that he learned from that, and how he is healthily navigating that as the fantastic father that he is today to his adorable little munchkin. So Tyler, thank you so much for joining us today.
Oh, as always, it's my pleasure. If I can give back, I'm happy to do it. My first question to the group, since we have this lovely intimate group, and Manny, specifically you as the attendee that's on here, does that resonate with you? Is that a topic that that we can delve into really deeply, particularly the working away and dealing with that, and then dealing with the struggles of behaviors that were modeled to me, that I've both recognized and do model, and recognized and don't model? Is that something that will be helpful for you today?
Yes, definitely. Just because like I think I'm so hypersensitive with the amount of time I'm away from being present. And having that guilt of, okay, I got to be away from home for a certain amount of time because that's the sacrifice as a person for the family. So yeah, I think it's very appropriate.
Yeah. And so one of the things that I have found, I don't know what your day-to-day looks like, but me and my daughter have a fairly established routine. And it was a routine that started, before she was really even conscious of routines. Like I've been following the same kind of bedtime, bath time routine since she was around 1 year old. We have bath time, and then we have book time, and then we have bedtime. It's the 3 B's before night. And we, there used to be song with that too. I would sing her to sleep. But as she's gotten older, the singing has become less important because the reading has become more important, and she falls asleep usually midway through a chapter. But we have this established routine. And what I found is, because I do have to be away for work a lot. So whether it is an acting gig that I get, a speaking gig that I get, or a consulting gig that I get, I'm often away for sometimes as many as 3 weeks at a time. But what's beautiful about the world right now is the numerous avenues for communication, particularly in the digital realm. And so one of the things that we have is Kenzie has her own electronic device. She has a cell phone. Doesn't have a plan. It's connected on Wi-Fi, and she typically uses it just to play games, but it does have Messenger on it. And so she'll send me messages throughout the day when I'm away, and I will answer her messages when we're there. Because I can't physically be there, we'll still do book time. Either she'll read to me or I'll read to her a little bit. Like I'll bring one of the books if she wants, and we'll still read our chapter together. And we have that discussion. So every day we have our scheduled time. Shower time is 7:30. Call with dad will be at 7 o'clock. And then she can tell me about her day, and I can tell her about my day. And it just maintains that connection. So I have found that by maintaining that routine, although I'm physically not there, there's still that connection. But I can tell you it's not perfect, because can't always connect, or sometimes I'll be on stage and I can't make that time work and we have to structure around. I thought it was working a lot better than I think I might have been kidding myself in the effectiveness of it, because I remember I was doing a consulting gig just this past October, and I was supposed to be away for 3 weeks. And when I got up to the client site, they had just gone through a merger, and it was one of the reasons why I was up there, to help navigate through this restructuring from their safety system. And a week into it, because of the restructuring, the client site that they were on actually removed them from the site. So if they didn't have a site, I didn't have a site. Now my consulting thing is irrelevant. And so they paid for me to get on a plane and come back home. And the flight was arriving at a time where I knew I could just kind of make it a surprise. Daddy's home. And I thought this was going to be the world's greatest thing. I was going to surprise the family. And so I didn't tell them I was coming home. I decided to, get a friend to drive me, phone them up. They picked me up at the airport, dropped me off. I think we got in around 8:15 by the time I was getting to the door. I plug in the code to the lock at the door, and I can hear my wife like panicking. It's a good thing I live in Canada and we don't have firearms, because I'm pretty sure otherwise I would have had a couple of bullets through the door. Because she was in full panic. I came in and she just looked stunned. And then my daughter, who realized that it was okay to be safe, the door was not a robber coming through. She looked at me and then she just broke down in tears. She ran to me and I've never been hugged so tight from her. And she was just sobbing. She just drenched my shirt, and it broke my heart. It broke my heart, because make no mistake, Manny, there is no substitute for our physical presence in their lives. But it doesn't change the fact that we still need to work. Because if I hadn't gone away, she would not have the education that she has. She wouldn't have the stability that she has. My wife's and mine's relationship would not be as solid as it is. Because make no mistake, when we have financial hardships within our relationships, it puts stress and strain on it, and the children pick up on that. And you and I have already discussed yesterday, when our spouses make more than us, it's kind of the pressure that puts on us as men. And are we okay with that? And can we accept that? And there is nothing wrong with your spouse earning more than you, any more than there's something wrong with you earning more than your spouse. As long as we're contributing together and we have a dynamic where we all provide value to the relationship, it's not just monetary. So if we can be there for our kids when we are home, and we are providing a safe foundation for them, that's important. But make no mistake, it's hard. But if you can maintain some of these conscious rhythms, routine and structure, particularly for young children, is so critical and important. It's one of the reasons that we chose the school that we chose for my daughter, because all of the public schools that she would go to, Monday through Thursday, they're in school till like 2:30 or 3, but then Friday they're off at 11:30. And then they're like random days off throughout the month for PD days and this and that. And then because both my wife and I are very busy from 8 to 5, then she's having to do daycare for a couple of hours a day. And because we're having to pay for daycare, that daycare cost is almost as much as the private school we're sending her to. So why not just send her to the private school that goes Monday to Friday, 8:30 to 4:30 with her bus? She's gone from 7:30 till 5 o'clock. Same as us. Now she's getting a significantly better education. It's only 20 to 22% more per month to have her in the private education than it is to have her in the public education, when you factor in the childcare that we would have to pay for. So these are things where my wife's income alone would not support that. I need to be doing my work. Now it's nice because I've structured it in a way where I can be home, and I know your work allows you to be home for the most part. And so we can't focus on these couple of times a month, couple of times a year where we're gone, by finding those routines. And then we have that communication. But that moment at the door was a stark reminder to me that it wasn't working as well as I had allowed myself to believe it to be. And it was a real wake-up call for me that I can't change my time away. It still needs to be done. I need to work. But I can structure my time home with her better. So, we go on our daddy-daughter dates. I'm up in Canada. It's minus 40 degrees right now. And you don't have to ask if that's Celsius or Fahrenheit, because minus 40, regardless of the system, is disgusting. It's minus 50 with the wind chill. School got canceled on Friday. I was supposed to be working, but I was working from home. So I pushed all of my appointments to this Monday and Tuesday. And most people are empathetic to that, especially here. Like nobody's like, they were like, oh yeah, no, yeah, that makes sense. It's minus 40. Right. So I was able to push it away. And then we had the day and she got to pick it. And so we ended up going to the science center literally for a half an hour. It's almost no time. It was hard. It was cold. The truck didn't want to start. So we went to the science center and then she got to pick a movie. We went to the movie theater because the movie theater was warm. It's one of the few warm places we could go to. She wanted to go skating, but it was just too cold to go skating, you know? And so those are some of those things. Those are those moments. She'll remember it. And if you can be conscious of the time that you are spending, as opposed to worrying about the time that you're not spending, I find that can be helpful. One of the other things that I do with, again, getting to travel is particularly because most of my work is done down in the States and you guys have ridiculous breakfast cereals. We don't have nearly the quantity of breakfast cereals up here or the level of fructose corn syrup injected golden joy
So funny.
that you guys have. So one of the things that I do when I do travel to the States for work is, and Kenzie knows it, every time I come back, I'll go through the breakfast aisle of the whatever superstore is there. You know, if I'm good, usually there's a Walgreens somewhere, you know, go through and there's 100 boxes of different cereals as opposed to the maybe 5 to 10 that we have up here. And, you know, which one do you want, Kenzie? She'll go through and she picks that one. And, you know, so I get her some form of super high sugary cereal and then some kind of candy bar or chocolate bar that we just can't get here. And, you know, and that becomes her gift. And so it's a thing where she's rewarded for her patience and understanding along with my wife. You know, so it's a little thing to look forward to. So it can be an excitement, right? A thing that we can do together while I'm on the road. So it gives her something to look forward to on my return, other than just my return. Because if the only reward is my return, that's going to create that gap and that resentment. Daddy's going to weigh. Now it's daddy's flying to get me my fancy cereal.
I love that. That's adorable.
Yeah.
And that was before you started telling that part of your story, like I was writing to myself, like how do you keep your head in the game, like during that? Because like right now I'm struggling to do my current job.
Mm-hmm.
I hate it. But it's what I have to do for the time being until something different happens. But I like how you took that opportunity to like take something back with her, for her. So it's, I don't know, I guess your biggest motivation is her,
Mm-hmm.
to be able to get through it.
Well, and make no mistake, there are jobs that I have had that I absolutely hate. That the consulting one that I was doing from August to October, I was 3 weeks at a go, northern Alberta. You know, you're isolated. While I was actually on site, I didn't even have, like, we had no cell reception, no internet. There was zero communication while I was physically on site. I was on site 12 hours a day. Because the client was running multiple shifts, I was rotating between day shifts and night shifts. So some days my day would start I would get up, like wake myself up at 4 p.m. To be headed on to a shuttle at 4:30 to get to site for 5:30 to start that shift at 6 o'clock at night and then run from 6 to 6 in the morning. Well, because I didn't have internet connection, we couldn't do the nighttime routine. And that bothered me. So instead, we'd have the daytime routine. 6 o'clock would come. I would get off shift. I would get back to camp just before 7 o'clock, which is her wake up time. So I would phone to wake her up. Instead of her alarm going off, I would phone to wake her up. We'd have a quick conversation. Did you have any dreams? What did you dream about? What are you doing today? Don't forget to get dressed. Do this. I love you. Have a good day. Listen to your mom. And, trying to find that adaptation. But I hated that job. Like I absolutely hated it. But you were right, by focusing on why I was there, not the parts of it that I hated, because I did hate it. But what I loved was the money. I need a quick cash infusion, and this is paying 5 figures a week. I'm going to do that,
Right.
because, and recognizing what the timeline is too. What is the timeline here? And in the overall grand scheme of things, what does it affect? These 3 months are a drop in the bucket of the 12 years that I'm investing in her with her school, the 8 years that we have together so far, the hopefully 70 to 80 that I get to spend with her over this course of my lifetime. She doesn't necessarily understand that at 8 years old. And there's no point in even trying to make her brain understand that. All I can do is focus on, why am I there? Because if I'm not there for a good reason, then I might as well not be there at all. And I've done that, Manny. I've walked away from bad jobs. It's the problem with being self-employed too, right? Is every once in a while, Lisa, you were there when I made the bad decision last year. You and I discussed this. I was at a point where I didn't know if I needed to augment my income. And I've been self-employed since I was 6 years old. I've been working as a working actor, moved out to Vancouver, which is our version of Hollywood here in Canada, at 17. And was a working actor until I was 25 and decided to retire because I'd been doing it for 20 years. And the funny thing about it, Manny, is I never earned more money as a metric in my life until I started my company again and ended up working for myself. I made more as an actor, as a working actor. And the most I ever worked as a working actor was in 2003. And I worked 182 days that year as an actor. So almost every second day I was on set. And it's unheard of. Typically you do like maybe 100 days a year. And that's really good too. And that was my average, is about 100 to 120 days a year on set. And then I got a real job working for the airlines and made half of what I earned as an actor, working 3 times as much. But I justified it by the fact that I got to fly anywhere for free and still act. Right. So I could do shift trades. And if I got a gig, I could audition in multiple cities. And so I justified that rule that way. But, COVID was hard. And as a safety consultant, when you can't go on site because you're not allowed to be around people, it was great at the very beginning because I had to create a whole bunch of pandemic plans for people. So there's the surge of employment, but then nothing. And so I had taken a job in November 13th of last year. And I quit that job December 12th of last year. Because I couldn't even make it to the 30th day because the client, the company that I was working for, was sending me out in ridiculous weather. They claimed to be safe, and I didn't feel safe at any point in those 30 days. I didn't feel supported. Everything they said they were going to do, they did not. And everything they shouldn't do, they were doing. The things that they said they weren't doing, they were doing. And I remember coming home, looking at my wife saying, my dad died in a single vehicle auto incident at 6. And I don't want this job to be the reason that an RCMP officer, police officer, comes to this door and Kenzie has to hear the sound that I heard at 6 of you breaking down and wailing because I will never be coming home. I will not put my family through that ever. And so I walked away from that job. It was a good paying job and it paid weekly. just before Christmas. It was a cash infusion that we desperately needed, but I was not willing to sacrifice my morals or my family for a paycheck. So sometimes, Manny, we have to weigh what is the long term versus the short term, and do the ends actually justify the means? If you're just unhappy with the job, like if it's not, your soul work, you're a little unsatisfied with it, but the money's okay, and you're only gone a few little bits, and we can put some of these structures in place, there's a reward. If you are genuinely miserable within your career, we need to find solutions. And that's one of the things, the other topic that we were going to touch on, and we might as well get there with this little presentation, were some of the lessons that I learned from my stepfather, because he was a very, very violent man. He wasn't physically abusive to my mom or my sister or me a lot, but he was still very violent. Rage, absolute, like he would go into absolute tempers, and smash things within the house, and take things out aggressively on the dog, on inanimate objects. He was very, very emotionally abusive, psychologically abusive. And those were patterns and behaviors that I did learn, but I also learned that they don't need to be the norm, and that they don't have to be repeated. This notion that we repeat these behaviors that we learn from our parents is, in my opinion, bullshit. We learn the behaviors, yes, but we don't instantly become that thing. I am a wonderful hybrid of things that I learned from my stepfather, in both the things that I want to replicate. And that's the other thing too. No one person is purely evil. The men that Chris works with that are incarcerated have made bad choices in their lives, but they're not evil, and they may not be present in their children's lives. It doesn't make them bad, right? My stepfather had serious flaws, but one of the things that I would never have learned if it weren't for him: how to run a business, how to be entrepreneurial, how to hustle. The first job that I ever had was doing phone solicitations for his business. He was a piano tuner. He was a piano tuner and a musician. So he was out of work an awful lot. But when he worked, he made a big fat load of cash. And the first job that I had was phoning around the entire province. And me and him during the summer would pick up, and we would go for a week at a time and find a little motel in whatever little hamlet or community backwards around my province. I got to travel a ton. I got to have a love of travel and road trips. It's the thing that my wife and I share the most. We want to have a good time. We get into the truck, pick a cardinal direction, and drive for 2 hours. And now my daughter loves it too. And that's a thing that I got from him. So as much as I want to be mad at him for the psychological abuse that I went through, I still have to acknowledge the good that he provided to me. On top of the fact that I recognize when I'm being psychologically abusive within my own relationships, when I raise my voice, and to be able to, hey, that's not okay. Because it wasn't okay. I didn't feel okay doing it. So why would somebody else feel okay doing it? So as much as I want to be mad at him, I can't. And I'll never forget the day that I left my house. I was 16 years old, middle of winter in Canada. I went to a fine arts high school, and I was billeted. So I was actually not home a lot after 15 to 17. I lived in another town, another community, and I went to school, and I only came back for holidays. And so I was back for the Christmas break, and being the lazy musician that he was, he did not shovel the walk. And you can't not do that in Canada because it snows a lot and it compacts. And I had literally a mini glacier in my backyard. And he had demanded, so like I hadn't barely gotten home. I was unpacking my bags because I had bags to unpack because I lived at a billeted house. So packing my bags, and he said, you need to go shovel the walk. I'm like, why didn't you shovel the walk? And I'll never forget, he slammed me up against the door and he said, it's not my job, it's your job. You do it. Okay. So I go and I start shoveling the walk, and he was mad that I wasn't doing it right or something. And I was trying to chip away with an ice chipper, and he said, that'll never work. You need this. And he took a pickaxe, large pickaxe, and he took it like this, and he was drunk out of his fucking tree. And he swung that thing at me, just trying to throw it at me, but it came this far from my head. And I was like, never again, never again. And I had a shovel, and I'll never forget, in an instant, I just saw red, and all I wanted to do was smack him over the head with it, because he was just out of his tree. And I went like this, and the second I realized what I was about to do, I dropped it, got into my car, drove to my girlfriend's house, broke down. Her mother, Lexi, was a beautiful human being. I'm still in touch with her because she literally saved my life. I phoned her. I said, I can't go home. And I phoned my mom at work. My mom worked hard, really hard. She was the administrator for our accountant in town. And particularly in the winter coming up to tax season, she worked 18, 20 hours a day, trying to raise 2 kids with a deadbeat husband, alcoholic husband. And I phoned her at work, and I said, Mom, I can't go home until Tim's not there. And she said, well, then you can't come home. Took me a good 10 years to get over that. Mom and Tim ended up breaking up when I was 18. I'd finally moved out to Vancouver, but he had pushed my sister down the stairs, and that was kind of the breaking point for my mom. And she kicked him out. And there was he destroyed the house at that point. And it wasn't until later that I realized the reason that she, in my opinion, at the time at 16, chose my stepfather over me, was not a choice that she felt that she had. She couldn't leave. She was terrified. But it really, it had this impact on our relationship for a very long time. But I was able to recognize later on that she made the choice that was the safest for her. Because if he'd already done that to me, and he was already I don't know what he was doing when I wasn't around to witness that. I don't know where it had gotten to. Like I said, at that point, I was mostly away from home. So it wasn't really too big of a hardship for me. I just wasn't returning. It was a hard thing to do just before Christmas. But it was what it was. That said, I still wouldn't have the entrepreneurial spirit that I have, wouldn't have the musical talents that I have. I wouldn't have these artistic endeavors the way that I have. As abusive as he was still a role model. And in a lot of positive ways. There are the things that he did that I will never do. And there are the things that he did that I replicate often. And one of them being that hustle, that drive, that I need money. Okay, what can I do to make money? Because he was a gigging musician. Juno nominated, which is our version of the Grammys. He was a good musician. I even got to play in that band, Straight, Clean, and Simple. I was there for the 1992 and the 1993 Grammys that they were nominated for. I was the drummer on the Straight, Clean, and Simple album before Larry McIntosh came and did a way better job than me. So, there are good things from that. And I think our tendency is to focus on these negatives and personify these people as purely evil. And the thing is we're not. I can make a list of all the things that Tim did that I have done myself in my life that I have done. I was telling the story yesterday, right, Manny and Calvin, when the first time he said, "Hey," to me, and then me almost mirroring it to Kenzie, "Hey," learned behavior. I remember seeing the stunned look on her face and saying, I will never do that again. But I did it. He did it lots, but it doesn't mean that I haven't. Have I raised my voice? Absolutely. Have I yelled at partners? Multiple times. Multiple times. I not every relationship, and I try to bring it down. I'm pretty sure it's never happened with my spouse, but I know at least 3 of my long-term relationships prior to me meeting her, I got ragingly angry and raised my voice and said things that I wish I could take back. So as a father and as a husband, now I have to be very conscious of some of those behaviors that I did learn. But again, what a learning tool, because I know what not to do. But again, for every time I have to fault him for that, I have to acknowledge what he gave me: strength, resiliency, bravery, creativity, entrepreneurial spirit. I can't fault the man if I can't give him credit for what he did. And one of the things, Manny, I would encourage you to do is you can only be the best version of yourself. One of my favorite books on the planet is The 4 Agreements. If you haven't read it, I strongly recommend that you do. One of the agreements is be true to your word and always do your best. Those are 2 of the tenets on it. You need to read the book to understand the bigger depths of that, but those are 2 of the key ones for me. Am I doing my best every day? And if I am, I can say happy. And am I true to my word? If I say I'm going to do a thing, I'm going to do a thing. If I say I'm not going to do a thing, I don't do a thing. I am true to my word, and I always do my best. Those are 2 of the 4 tenets within the 4 agreements. Again, I strongly encourage you to do that. As long as we're doing our best.
Interesting because Anthony Strayhorn
Anthony.
mentioned that same book.
He did.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because it's the greatest book on the planet. Why haven't you read it yet? I don't know, but it is. It's a fantastic. But you do have to read it, because anybody can Google the 4 agreements and kind of read them and be like, okay, yeah, I'm going to be true to my word. I'm always going to do my best. Without the context or the structure of the Toltec wisdom that goes behind it. And
there's
why
also
you
now
do
the
those
5th
things.
agreement.
There is the 5th. There is.
There's a new book. Sorry to interrupt.
No, it's good. But yeah, no, it's true. But that, though, again, those are things that I can't stress it enough. We can't fault these father figures in our lives for the bad they did if we can't at the same time acknowledge the good they did. And one of the exercises that I do regularly is, anytime I'm feeling like somebody is bad or somebody is good, because it works both ways, right? Like we oftentimes will put people up on a pedestal, or we'll idolize them for the good deeds that they do. And they're just people. They're just people the same that we are. So I try to do, okay, well, what are some of the bad things that they do too? Right? Like people are people. But I try to make a conscious effort. And here's the beautiful thing about my stepfather. He and my mom broke up in the late 90s, in 1998. He reached out to me about 6 years ago, and he wanted to thank me for all the work that I did, because he was still going back. I diarized all the clients and contacts that I made within when we were doing our piano tuning. I wrote them into his day planner, and I would write down who had a piano, because I'd phone in and say, we're the local piano tuner. Do you need your piano tuned? And if they said no, that meant they had a piano. They had a piano, they just didn't want to tune that day. So I made a list of everybody who had a piano, everybody that he had tuned. So he had, it's easier to have a warm client than a cold client. I didn't know all of this stuff at 12. I just kind of was doing it. I don't even know why I was doing it.
You intuited it.
Yeah. And so we wrote down, and he said, he's like, I have continued my business and I have sustained my lifestyle because of the work that you put in. I want to thank you for it. And he said, and then he apologized. He said, I know I wasn't always the best father figure to you. And I acknowledged, I said, no, you weren't. I said, but you also did some really good things. My love of camping, my love of fishing, my love of music, my entrepreneurial spirit, my creativity, All of those things are things that you contributed to me. So I thank you for that. And he said, I needed to hear that. I'm dying. I hated that man for 12 years of my life, but I loved him. As much as I hated him, I would never wish death on him. As much as I wanted to swing that shovel and just smash him over the head with it, I didn't want to hurt him. Broke my heart to hear that. And he said, I don't have a lot in life. The only thing that I'm leaving is my kids. He had a biological son, Ben, who he was not present for. He'd had another step daughter from his second marriage, Nicole, who he was not present for. And he had me and my sister, who he was not present for. And he said, I don't deserve this, but the one thing that I would ask, because I have nothing to give back to the world. He had no possession. He was fucking broke. He was a musician. He said, my ask of you is that when I die, would you please give my eulogy? Because I don't know anyone else who would say something nice about me. And that was my gift back to him. And it was, I thought it was the least I could do for a man who I literally owe the majority of my personality to, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And so that was his dying wish, and that was what was granted. He passed away 2 years later. His sister reached out to me. You know, she's still my Aunt Donna. And said, you know, Tim had said this. And I said, yeah, I've been waiting for this moment. And we threw him an excellent celebration of life. We rented out a bar. We had a massive jam session. Every musician that he ever worked with came. And we played to his life. We played the tunes that he wrote, played the songs from his catalog, from other people's catalogs, the songs that he liked. Eagles, Hank Williams Jr. And I got to say the things about him that needed to be said, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And I was happy to do it. And I hope that as I go through my life, and Manny, one of the things, right, we can only be conscious of the things that we do, that I don't have to make that phone call when I'm on my dying bed, that there are people who are just there. And that is one of the things that I've been conscious of as a father, as a husband, as a human being in this world, going through and doing. So that is our time here today, gentlemen. Do you have any questions or anything you wanted to get covered off, Manny, before we go?
I really appreciate you sharing your story. It's probably been maybe 6 months that I expressed this to my wife, that I told her, I said, you know, if I were to ever pass, I do not want my dad at my funeral, because I did not want him to relish in the empathy or sympathy that he would be getting from people because he lost his son when he had the opportunity to be there. I mean, and I'm not saying, when I say he had the opportunity, I'm not looking so much for, I'm not asking to change the past. I'm like, dude, we have today to move forward, to change. And I've kind of, I'm burnt out on trying to reach out and build that relationship. But you weren't expecting for him to call you and tell you that either. And it just, it really makes me think, like, how I want my story to be continued to be written. You know, I believe in God, and energies in the universe, things like that. And I think you even said it, or I don't know if it was you, but how can somebody like know that they're doing bad things, not see how it affects others and want to make the change? Like you're making a very conscious effort to not replicate the behaviors you see. And that's the part that I'm struggling with the most is because I've had family tell me like, well, you don't understand what your dad went through. Or your dad went through the same thing. But at what point do you take responsibility that you're the person that needs to make the change? And I think that's the part that I haven't forgiven him for. Like I've forgiven him for everything that he's put me through. But the fact that he's still not present today is what breaks me.
One of the most powerful things that I've ever heard, Tony Robbins told me this to my face. Forgiveness isn't for the other person. Forgiveness is for you. Yeah, you're not forgiving them. You are letting go of your own emotional connection to the event or the hurt or the pain. When you realize that forgiveness is an act for you, forgiveness is not an act for someone else. That can really change the lens. I forgave Tim not because he needed repentance. It's not like he was sitting in a confessional running off rosary beads. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. I was a horrible husband and father to these people. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't, doesn't matter. That's between him and God. My forgiveness of him was not because he needed it. My forgiveness of him was because the weight of harboring that pain emotionally on my psyche, on my heart, it's heavy. But when you can truly forgive somebody for all their faults, right? One of the places that I learned this the most, Dr. John DeMartini, he runs the Breakthrough Experience. He talks about the yin and yang in life, that every action has an equal and opposite reaction. You can't have good without bad, good without evil. We are all things, I can't remember how many personality traits he claims the human psyche has. I think in his model, there's like 48. And some we could classify good, some we can classify bad. And sometimes it depends on the lens that you're looking at it. Is greed good or evil? We put labels on things ourselves. And with the Breakthrough Experience, one of the things that he has you do is write down, all of these things that you perceive that somebody has done to you to injure you or hurt you. What are their characteristics? What are their traits? And then again, they can't all be bad. There's got to be some good. So what are the good? What have you done that is similar to that? What are the good things that you have done that are like the good things they have done? What are the bad things you have done that are like the bad things that they have done? And when you start seeing that people are people, it becomes a lot easier to empathize with them. You can empathize with somebody. It's a hell of a lot easier to forgive them. I will not understand Tim's alcoholism. It's not something that I struggle with, but I can definitely see that as a family thing. My cousin Chance is scarily like his uncle. And he lives literally across the street and 2 doors down from my mom. I see him every time I am home. And I'm sad for him. Sad for him because that is a generational thing. His sister, alcoholic. And alcoholism runs in his family. It doesn't run in my family. Ironically, my mom seems to now be attracted to that. My new stepfather is a vicious alcoholic himself. Luckily, he's too drunk to be violent, but he's useless to her. Frustrates me nonetheless, but I can't, again, I can't begrudge him. It has nothing to do with me. That is their choices. It's my mom's choice. I can love her and I can support her. What I would strongly encourage you to do, Manny, is not forgive your father for him. Find a way to forgive your father for you. And one of the fastest ways to do that is to find the empathy, you know, because I'm guessing you love your father despite his flaws. It took me a hard time to forgive my mother for kicking me out. It wasn't until I could step into her shoes, realize that given the mindset and the situation, it was easy for me to walk away. I'd already walked away. Right? What was me just not coming back to the house? Like, whatever. And I made a conscious choice to give her the ultimatum that I would not come back until he was gone. And I can't imagine how much that crushed my mother. It's a thing that, honestly, I didn't really explore until very recently. That ultimatum that I gave her to force her to feel now that she has to choose between a relationship she feels she can't escape and the first relationship she's had of pure love. That was mean. If my daughter were to do that to me right now, it would shatter my heart. It would shatter my psyche. It would shatter my reality. And I did that to my mom. Now, it was the best thing for me to do at the time, but we have to realize every action has an equal and opposite reaction. You can't do a thing without creating a scatter of two different parts. So for every choice that your father made, he made it consciously or subconsciously, but he did it for a reason. There was a rationale somewhere that said this was the thing that I had to do. Same as every decision that you make right now. I hate my job. I don't want to be working here, but I love my wife. I love my family. I love my children. I'm going to continue to do this thing because this is my rationale. This is my reason. This is my want. This is my why. If we're going to make conscious decisions, we are choosing something and excluding something else by nature. That's just how it is. Your father likely did the same thing. And I bet you if you analyze it, if you actually are honest with yourself, your decision-making process probably aligns a lot closer than we probably want to realize. My default, and it's not just him, my biological father, my father that I had until I was 6 years old, until he was taken from this earth, had a vicious temper. I know he did. One of my first memories was him getting mad at the dog and beating the ever-living shit out of it. But in my head, I have martyrdized my father, and I have put him on this pedestal because I'm not going to denigrate my father's memory. And it's easier to make him the good guy in the story and all these other men be lesser than. In many cases, they probably are, but it's still not fair to them because I am not acknowledging a lot of my father's faults, partly because I was too young to know them. But I mean, I don't get my temper from my father. I don't get my temper from my stepfather any more than my daughter when she absolutely flips out and is screaming at me and is mad and angry. She didn't get that from me. Now, she may be modeling behaviors that she sees present, but she didn't get it from me. Every kid I know has had a temper tantrum. Do you know what I mean? Like, every child on the planet has swapped themselves down in the middle of a Walmart because mom wouldn't buy them the Lego. You know, like how we react, the choices that we make, these are the things that are important. So I would encourage you to look at what are those similarities, because I think when you can find empathy with your father, you might find it easier to forgive your father. And remember, you're not forgiving him for you or for him. You're forgiving him for you. That light, that load that you can take off when you can say, I forgive you. And when you can say, I'm sorry. That is the biggest gift you can give yourself, is forgiveness of others. So I will leave it at that.
Thank you so much, Tyler, for your very sincere and courageous share and just being vulnerable with that. It's a very powerful statement. Manny, I would like to just like honor you and everything that you have shared over the last 2 days, for showing up, for being courageous, for asking excellent, heartfelt questions over the course of 2 days, for your perseverance through all the things that you're going through, and for role modeling in your own way for men out there. It is very admirable. So I want to acknowledge that and thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, thank you, Elise. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly.
Alicia, yeah.
For putting this whole thing together. You had some really great speakers, people that I could really relate to. You know, I'm glad I still stuck with attending, you know, even though it was about fatherhood. It definitely learned a lot. And I have lots of notes to reflect on. And now I'm kind of excited. I mean, I definitely would like to experience more of these type of sessions, and I'm open to resources, suggestions, things like that.
Thank you. I really appreciate that, Manny. And we
And
are
Manny, anytime you need, you reach out. Well, we put our contact information. Lisa will make it available to everybody. So do feel free to reach out at any point if there's anything that I or any of the other speakers can do to support you. We're happy to do it.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Manny, we are hoping to launch the men's membership in February for the Global Resources for Men to have weekly calls being led by a singular speaker. And we'll have overarching topics each month, and we'll have men deep diving into that. So you can stay tuned for that. We'll keep you in contact, and we'll have a library and access. And then the middle one would be the weekly calls. And then the top tier is you get to choose someone, me or one of the people in the team we are building, to be able to do a tailored one-on-one coaching session for members. So we have options, and we will continue to send you all the people from our network so that you can continue your own journey with whichever program in person most resonates with you. You're very welcome. Kelvin, thank you for popping in and for holding space with us yesterday and for being a speaker. I appreciate you. And as our longest standing speaker of being here for 4 years since the very beginning at 2020, it's nice to get to end yet another summit with your presence here. So thank you.
Alicia, it's been an honor, and it's great speakers again. And Manny, I'm excited that you've been able to get the support that you have been looking for. It's just been a blessing. And even though I'm not feeling 100%, I'm still glad to be a part of this this process. So thank you.
Thanks, Kelvin.
I did want to thank you so much for your personal message yesterday. That's very that was very touching, you know, to say that you felt like that it was meant to, that we were meant to connect. Especially in my journey as a Christian. I've seen a lot of bad things about Christianity, and from your sharing yesterday, your experience, like it's sensed that hurt as well. So I really appreciate that message.
You're welcome, Manny. Yeah, and understand that you're not alone. And there is a growing understanding of within Christianity that there's an understanding of more heartfelt and human interaction that needs to happen in order to remove the religious bias or the religious ideologies that use to control people, and forget about the need of love and care and forgiveness and that. So there are many of us out there that are doing something different than what's being portrayed right now. So I wanted to encourage you about that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Beautiful. That's a beautiful message. And on that lovely note, To everybody watching in the future, for those of you here now, thank you. And we close the 4th annual Global Men's Summit on Fatherhood. Much love to all. And good luck.